Hey, are you back for more ultimate art video-ness? Part 2. Well, you come to the right place. And in case you skipped the intro in the first one, I just wanted to let you know some of these videos are older, so the quality is not consistent. Any giveaways that I'm doing, I'm not doing anymore because these are old videos. And you might hear me say that I don't have a Facebook, but now I do. And I might mention that I do commissions, but I don't anymore. So let's continue on with the continuation of the ultimate art compilation video. And thanks for watching. In this chapter, you'll see a few of my haunted hidey holes. Most of them are in the first video, but I left a few out so I could include them in this video. And let's get on. Get ready, because we're going to make another haunted hidey hole, or actually, it's going to be a steampunk hole. And it may or may not be haunted. I don't know. I'm not a ghost hunter. So my mom started this bust. She put the zipper and all this paper on it, but then she gave it to me to finish it up. So I just cut a hole in the chest. Stupid blades keep getting stuck. There we go. All right, I almost got it. And it's free. And I only left this part in because it's super satisfying to peel all this stuff off. And I thought you would want to watch it too. And see, this is going to be a door, but don't worry, we'll come back to this later. For right now, I'm going to foil my hole. The hole is being foiled as we speak. But this stuff makes a huge mess. So I use my fortress of suction to suck up all the crafting herpes. There, we have one foiled hole. Now I'm going to put wire around my hole. Look, I only filmed myself bending one of these sides, but I need 4. So I just repeated the footage 4 times. But nobody will know, okay? Shh, don't tell anyone. And that looks nice. It finishes off my hole. Next, every project needs a circle window. So here I'm making a circle window out of shrinky dink plastic, which is the best plastic to make shrinky dink circle windows for. Yeah. Did you see that transition? It was good, right? And then we didn't want like a flat window on here. We need it molded to the bust. So I melted it, but it kept burning my fingers. So finally I tape it up. I know, I have big brain. And that worked so much better. Look, it looks like a Pringles chip. You know, once you pop, you can't stop. All right, there's our hole. And sharp corners are a no-no for holes. So we gotta sand it. And do you know what's better than 1 circle window hole? 2 circle window holes. So yeah, I'm adding a second circle window down here. And we're just gonna melt that one just like the first one and pop out the hole and get rid of those sharp edges. Okay, now let's install our windows. I mean, personally, I'm more of a Mac fan myself, but when it comes to circle windows, I'm not. Anyways, now I'm just adding some gears to the windows for like extra detailness. Gotta add those deets. Should I just start abbreviating normal conversations? No, that's too much work. And then I added this weird fan thing. I think it's from a computer. I'm not sure. It came from my mom and she gave me a bunch of junk and there was a lot of gears and fans and weird stuff in there. Ooh, but look at this bottle. What would you keep in a bottle like that? I mean, assuming that this is like a house with windows and stuff, I would probably keep rainwater in there maybe, or like bug spray. But if it's like a steampunk outfit, I would keep my perfume in there. Ooh, or my pixie dust, which is not a euphemism for something. I just mean like it would be pixie dust that helps me fly, because honestly, if we're just making up stories anyway, I'm going to be able to fly, okay? And then I added some more deets. As in details. Okay, I don't like that word. Oh, and then what's better than a normal circle window? A spider web circle window. I mean, honestly, I just like watching it shrink. All right, let's put it right there. Look, 3 is the magic number anyway. I don't know why I didn't just do 3 circle windows to begin with. This bust is looking a little dull, so I thought I'd add some foil to brighten it up. Shine it up, I guess. And where there's foil, there's a fortress of suction. I think I just like saying the fortress of suction. It's like a supervillain. It's like the supervillain's lair located in Hooverville or Sucktown. Okay, that sounds bad. Maybe not Sucktown. Suck City. And his superpowers are sucking up enemies, which include Glitterman and Dust Bunny Woman. I think we have a real comic here. Somebody write this, because I'm too lazy to make it and I'm too busy making this bust, okay? So yeah. Anyway, so I added some patina to make it look old, and now I'm adding holes to my bust. Because I don't know if I mentioned, but I'm gonna be adding lights to the back. And these holes will be like little stars. See, look, they're like little glittery spots. Look at all the smoke coming off. You think it's okay to breathe this stuff? Oh, and look at that. I'm adding more foil. Imagine that. Okay, I may have gone a little foil overboard on this project. Did I like the clock hand better before? I sure did. But now I have to live with the consequences of my actions, because I'm not gonna try to strip that foil off. That would be way too much work. And like we stated before, I am lazy. Ooh, and then I thought this bust was missing like the fabric aspect of it. That way it felt more like a garment and less like a building, even though we're kind of making it a building. Honestly, I don't know what this is gonna be. Maybe like a house? Maybe it's a house for your steampunk soul. Anyways, I made my choices and I don't have to justify them to you, okay? Live with it. Whoa, did that sound angry? I'm not angry. I'm not yelling at you. Okay, so after I added all these little pieces of fabric, I figured that the holes needed some, I don't know, hole love. Is that a thing? Like like it needed some decoration. It needed the deets. That's funny because I'm pretty sure deets mean like your digits, maybe. I'm so uncool. I don't know what the cool kids are saying nowadays. All right, now let's lace up our bust with this string, which I didn't like the white, so I just painted it. See, ta-da! It's brown now, which I liked so much better than the white. And then I just laced up my bust like a super tight corset. Or wait, isn't it a corset? Maybe it's corset. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. And don't come at me in the comments. Ooh, and then I had these really ugly cloth napkins with weird embroidery flowers on them. Who uses cloth napkins except fancy people? And I'm definitely not fancy people. In fact, my napkins are just paper towels. I don't even buy the square napkins unless, you know, the in-laws are coming over or something. And even then I don't buy napkins. Oh, except for during birthday parties. Then I get the ones with the balloons. That's about as fancy as I get. And then I had this old strap that came from a purse that completely fell apart. See, look, I'm just barely scraping it and all this leather, you know, plastic leather, even though it doesn't feel like plastic. It feels like, I don't even know, mushrooms, kind of. I know that's a weird description for fabric, but it does. It feels like mushrooms. Anyway, so I'm like super frugal, so I always buy cheap purses, and then they fall apart, and then I get to use them in art projects. So it's like dual purpose. That way I don't feel so bad about buying cheap purses, because I know fast fashion. Oh my gosh. Fast fashion is bad. You know what? You try saying that 10 times fast. Or, you know, at all. Anywho, so now I'm just adding some pipes to my bust. It's a busty pipe. The pipe busted? The busted pipe? You know what? We added pipes to the bust. And I don't know why a bust would need pipes other than it's going to run the steam-powered engines inside of our steam-powered bust. Because if somebody's living in here, they're going to need some steam power or something. I don't know where the steam is happening because the pipes just end right here. But it doesn't matter. We're not going to think about it too hard. And then I added these other pipes because they were cool looking and that's what we're going with. Also, it kind of reminds me of a xylophone, and I like the idea that it's some sort of wind chime playing outside of our window. Even though wind chimes are evil. Just trust me. What? Who said that? Anyways, maybe it'd be a good time to ask you if maybe you could, you know, like and follow and do the things if you want to. You don't have to. I hate asking, but I am working really hard at trying to bring you longer content on the tubes of you know, YouTube. So if you like it, leave a comment and a like, and I would love that because the longer format is harder to do. And if you don't like it, let me know and I'll go back. Anyways, sorry about that. Back to the video. Oh my gosh, am I not done adding all these pipes yet? Come on, Ashley, hurry up. Nobody wants to watch this. Here we go, something different. A screw into the clay. Three screws into the clay. I guess that makes it look more pipey. I don't know. Then I had this gauge for, you know, gauging the steam that comes through. Even though it doesn't attach to a pipe, I'm going to put it in the shoulder because it detects the shoulder pressure of the steam. Oh, and then I noticed that the light shows through right here. So I'm going to add gears to the back, but I don't have to add actual gears. I could just use a marker to draw. Okay, the marker doesn't show up very well. So I'm going to use paint to paint them on. But at some point I got tired of making perfect circles because circles are hard to paint. So a few of them are just plastic circles. And then I did add one real gear. Only because I was tired of drawing gears. All right, I lied. I actually added 2 more gears, but you can't argue with that outcome. Look, you can see the little gears. It's a shadow. It's cool. Okay, it's cool. And I know what cool is. See, look at this top. This top is pretty cool. It even works. All right, I actually stole it from my daughter. She won't even notice that it's gone. She's got so many junk plastic toys. Anyways, here's me trying to figure out where to put it. First I tried the boob, then I tried the armpit, and then the neck maybe. But ultimately I ended up on the armpit because, you know, I didn't want to try to fit it around a curved surface, and the armpit's pretty flat. And who doesn't want a pit window? I mean, I bet everybody would wish that they could open up their pit window, get some ventilation in there. At least people standing next to you in line if you have stinky pee. I don't know where I'm going with this. Anyways, there's our almost circle pit window, which I started to finish off with this wire. And I took my time and I bent it around the window, but ultimately it just didn't fit. I couldn't get it just right. So instead I undid all my hard work and cut it apart into short, tiny, straight pieces. And then I wrapped wire around it, and it looks good, right? It looks good, but honestly, it's just to hide how terrible I cut these because they're not exactly straight. And the detail distracts you from how terrible everything looks. Okay, it still looks terrible. So I worked really hard at reshaping a new piece of wire, and I think it looks okay. Just don't look at it directly. You squint and look away a little bit. And then I found this, what is this called? Handle, I guess. Words are hard, and I'm just gonna call it a handle. So this handle will control the steam, and it makes sense. Oh, and then, so I was thinking maybe steam isn't enough power to run our steam-powered bust, and maybe our steam-powered bust needs to be run on crystals as well. So I'm making kind of like crystal battery packs. But we can't have dull crystal battery packs. I gotta add glitter. So that's what I did. I added glitter and mica powder, and now it's shiny battery packs. But for safety, I have to encase it into a glass dome because, electricity is dangerous. Look how cool it is. Hold on, you can't see the cool. Okay, that's much better. Now you can see all the cool. See the coolness? Okay, but we can't have just one battery pack. I mean, what if it runs out? We need a backup battery. But, I get bored with making the same thing over and over. So I made this one different with clear quartz crystals. Ooh, that's a mouthful. Clear quartz crystals. Clear quartz crystals. Anyways, there's my clear quartz crystals battery pack. Now let's install them on the shoulder. And I know you're saying, Ashley, why are you adding holes? Well, I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to add lights to the top. That way our crystals will be lit. Lighting up your crystals make them 273% better. Trust me, the maths. And we definitely want our project to be 732% better. Anyways, so now I'm doing the inside, and I was going to add these pipes because, pipes and steampunk are like peanut butter and ham. But then I realized, Ashley, you're being an idiot. You need to add lights to this. It's not an Ashley project without lights. And it's going to be so much easier to add lights without these pipes in the way. Ooh, that rhymes. It's very important to remember to always add your lights before the pipes. So then I fished all of my lights through, which, when you fish a ton of tiny little string lights through a tiny little hole, they tend to get tangled on the other side. This took me forever to detangle, but you know what? Sometimes the ADHD troll can be your friend and he can help you hyperfocus. And that's what happened. I hyperfocused on this mess of lights and I got them. I got all the lights untangled. Yay for ADHD. Which, by the way, spoiler alert, I have ADHD, in case you didn't notice it. I know, it shows quite often. But sometimes I like to use it as a superpower, and sometimes it can be your friend, but usually it's your enemy. It's just how you choose to use it. Oh, so if you're wondering, I started to add the lights, and then I realized I need to paint before I add any more lights so I don't paint over them. Duh, Ashley, you gotta go in logical order. And nobody wants painted lights, because then they'd be all dim and not very lit and boring. They'd be boring. And then do you remember the hole that we first cut in the bust? I know it was so long ago. Here's the hole. Remember it now? Yeah, so that hole's gonna line up right here. That's why I'm adding this wood. It will make more sense later, but just trust me, something cool is gonna go here. All right, I need to find a better word for cool. Rad. Something rad's gonna go there. Oh, and then here's my boxes of stuff I'll never use and junk that I should toss. That's right, we're gonna use both boxes in this project. Although for right now, I'm just adding some more gears around this lit hole, or I guess what's gonna be a lit hole. Right now it's just lit up plywood. But I promise it will get more rad. Okay, I don't like that word. I will find the perfect cool word. Chic, hip, groovy. I could just say lit, although that's too on point. I know, I could be like the hip kids and say on fleek. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I'll work on it and get back to you. Anyways, so after I added some more gears and some of that junk from my junk boxes, I basically glued down every piece of junk that I had down at the bottom here because you're not really going to be able to see it anyways, except maybe vaguely through the windows. And I just wanted it to look interesting. Like maybe there's something happening back here, but you don't know because you can't really see through the windows very well. Also, it was a really good way to get rid of all my trash. A lot of this stuff is just from failed projects that I did in the past. Ooh, and then I took these glass bottles and shoved little colorful pieces of cellophane inside. That way they're more colorful. And then I glued them on top of a light. So when the light shines through, it makes the light colorful. And then I have this broken bottle, which I was just saving for this project. Okay, I wasn't. I'm a hoarder. But now I've justified my hoard. So you get the idea. I glued down a bunch of trash. There, doesn't it look interesting? In other words, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. You know what? It doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to see this stuff anyway, but through the circle windows, it'll kind of look like... Dang it, it kind of looks like Christmas lights. I mean, yeah, sure, I could have achieved this look with Christmas lights, but then I would have all this junk still, and I think it still looks more interesting than Christmas lights would have. Okay, so now we need to get to that hole. That's right, we're gonna add a heart to our hole. But first, we got scribble out our frustrations with the scribble method. Whoops, let me just clean that right up. And back to scribbling. Look, I got a lot of anger to scribble out, and sometimes I just do this without needing to transfer pictures. It's cheaper than therapy. Okay, after tracing it, it transfers to the wood, and then we cut it out. Bam! One heart-shaped piece of wood. Next, we need floors for our heart. Shake, shake. Oh, look at that. It's a semicircle floor. Now we just install our floor with some wood glue. And I added this little strip of wood just for support because the floor kept falling over. However, one floor would be boring, so I added 2 floors. And that's why they call me Ashley 2 Floors. And then I thought the heart could use some deets. Remember, we're using that word for details. I am going to start a new trend with that word. I don't care what it actually means. Look at those good deets. And now I'm just painting my heart because nobody wants an unpainted heart, I assume. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you'd want one. But per usual, I painted it the wrong color. So now I'm just repainting the heart. And then how are you going to move between these 2 floors, you might be asking? With a ladder hole. What's a ladder hole? Well, it's a hole for your ladder, obviously. Psh. So I'm carving one out, just big enough to hold my ladder. Look at that lovely ladder. Yeah, that's a good looking ladder. And now you can move between floors. Who's moving between the floors? I have no idea. Okay, wait, because it's a steampunk bust, it probably belongs to a steampunk person, right? You know, a person who runs on steam. And in order for their organs to all function normally, there's people inside running them. Tiny little body people. We don't know what the body people run on, but it doesn't matter because they're running our steampunk person. Anyways, if you were paying attention to the video, you might have a few questions for me. Like, why do I keep moving this watch around? It's because I'm indecisive and I don't know what I'm doing. Do you know what I'm doing? And if so, can you clue me in? Ooh, so I had this like fuse. I think it's a fuse. I don't know. But I took out all the stuff in the middle and I'm replacing it with this coil wire. Whoops, get into the tube. Now we just gotta cap it. And there, it kind of looks like a little DNA strand. I don't know. Dang it, it's a little too small, but that's okay. We'll just use some wood spacers. Dang it, get back here. All right, after I painted them, I glued them in, and then I added our DNA strand, because I guess that's what we're going with. It's a DNA strand. I mean, it makes sense. This is a steampunk person, and the people need DNA. And what does steampunk DNA look like? It looks like a fuse. And then I added some more gears, because I like gears, and gears are cool. And they're easy to add, and they always look cool. Yeah, I know, it's a cop-out. Whatever. All right, and maybe the steam power doesn't power our heart completely, so we need some more crystal power inside the heart. So I'm just gonna add some crystals right here. See these crystals? I added them. And it's looking pretty good. Now we just need to bang some wire. Ready? Hiya! Okay, we can stop banging the wire. They get the idea. Okay, good. So now we'll just use this to finish off our floors in our heart. We can't have unfinished floors in our heart. That's right, we need all the deets in our heart. Anyways, so then I added it to my bust. Look how good it looks. I love this heart. I kind of just want to make a heart by itself now, without the whole pesky bust part. But you know, since we worked so hard on it, I guess we'll add it. But I know you're wondering, what do those circle windows look like, Ashley? Well, let me give you a sneak peek. Look at them. Are they not spectacular? They certainly are. And we only strive for spectacular circle windows. Anyways, so we have that huge gaping hole in our chest that we filled with a heart. And I figured it could use a door in case you want to, you know, close the heart. Seems a little weird to have an open heart, unless you're speaking metaphorically. So I'm just covering the plastic chunk that we cut out with clay, giving it a nice little massage. That's not weird, you're weird. Okay, and so now I'm giving it a metal texture. At least that's what I think it looks like. And then I spank my clay. Do you not spank your clay? All right, again, my videos are getting a little weird. Sorry about that. And now I'm just adding some details to the door. So it looks like it kind of works, like it would open, even though, you know, it's not. It's going to be glued on. Or more like I'm going to use clay to adhere it on, because clay is so much stronger than glue. And hold up, watch this. New transition. Woo! Yay, now there's dirt on our door. It's a dirty door. And you might be asking, what the heck happened here? Well, I covered it in patina and I kind of went overboard, so I wiped a little bit off. And now we attach our door to the hole. Next, I'm gonna add this little lock. It's probably from my diary when I was 7. Man, I was so cringy back then. But I mean, who wasn't? Man, who put this key on the lock thing? Good thing I'm a super awesome lock picker. You can pick your locks, but you can't pick your nose. No, you can't pick your lock's nose. Your lock knows how to pick its nose. Nobody knows how many noses Peter Piper can pick. It's 42. Okay, this is going downhill fast. Anyways, I wrapped my bust with chains. See, look at all the chains. It's like some sort of steampunk chastity belt, but for your heart. Which honestly would be more useful anyway. Look at that, I just keep going with the chains. You think I'd have enough? Nope, I add more. Look at all those. I'm adding some to the belly. I mean the zipper, the belly zipper. Oh, thank goodness we have an octopus. We can finally end the chain sequence, the chain gang. What I'm trying to say is that we can finally stop talking about chains, and yet somehow here we are still talking about chains. Look, I've been talking for 19 minutes straight, and at this point, I don't know what else to talk about. I feel like I've talked about it all. We talked about the Fortress of Suction, we talked about circle windows, we talked about toys. What else do you want from me? Oh no. Dang it, I lost a screw down the hole. And my arm is too big to reach it. It's just gonna live there now, okay? That's where it lives. And nobody can evict that screw. Okay, time to take the tape off of the octopus. And look what I have to deal with on a daily basis. Look at these guys. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love their stupid fuzzy faces. But look at them, up to no good. Anyways, we're finally done. Oh my gosh, that was a long one. Sorry. But if you're still here, I feel like this needs a name. Should we name it? Like Busty McBusterson, Steampunk, Steamy Daniel. No, boobs. Okay, no. Dang it, now all I can think of is boobs. Philip. Its name is Philip. Okay, instead of talking, I'm just gonna play some music because my mouth is tired. Okay, commence with the music. With their nails done. Okay, thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Okay, thanks, bye. Okay, so I bought this jewelry box for like $9. Oh, sorry, $8.99 at Savers. And I think I overpaid because this thing is falling apart. I mean, yes, I am taking it apart, but as soon as I took the tape off of it, I realized that they were trying to hide this big, massive break in the bottom. I was afraid to breathe too heavily near this thing. But you know what? We're gonna destroy it anyway, so if I throw enough glue at it and pound it with a hammer. Why am I pounding it with a hammer? I don't know. Oh, look, I'm throwing staples at it now. Ashley, what are you doing? Clearly not my best idea. And in the process, the shelf came out and I had to sand it to get it back in, which caused me to get a nasty sliver. All right, I think this jewelry box is cursed already. And we haven't even gotten to the creepy art part. Okay, but why is it when I sand things and then wipe them down, it looks like I didn't do anything? What is that? Anyways, we'll worry about the outside later. Let's worry about the inside now, which reminds me, we're making a haunted hidey hole. And this is going to be a big haunted hidey hole. Look, I'm adding a floor, which I'm proud of, apparently. Okay, hold on. Listen to my music. Isn't that lovely? Okay, goodbye, poles. Now let's paint it black. Hello, darkness, my old friend. And then I had these pieces of wood, which I'm breaking up into smaller pieces of wood, and I'm gonna light them on fire. Fire. Okay, don't try this at home. You could burn down your house. And I don't want to be responsible for your house being burned down. But I thought all these little burnt sticks would look great on the wall of our haunted hidey hole. See, it looks like a fire happened in that room. Next, we need to do the floor. And I always go wood, but the other side I'm doing tile, which I made out of Palmer. Hello, Emily. How may I help you? And how may you interrupt my day? Fine, I didn't want you to sit on my lap anyway. Shwa bam. Ooh, look at that creepy floor. Now you might be asking, how are we gonna move between creepy floors? Well, with a creepy elevator. That's right, our residents are too lazy to take creepy stairs. Also, elevators are creepier than stairs anyway. They can like move on their own. Stairs can't move on their, well, okay, escalators exist. But who's ever heard of a haunted escalator? Actually, I'm sure there's a haunted escalator somewhere. All right, so after installing my haunted elevator, I added a chalk ring to my burnt room. Why would there be a chalk ring in my burnt room? Well, maybe because there was a seance in there. Look, I'm making little seance candles for a little seance room. Is that not adorable? Look at him. Look at him on that ring. Now this room is just missing one more thing. Besides more candles. Yep, it's a Ouija board. Alert, we have a cuteness overlord. Overlord? I mean overload. Emily. Emily's like, I am the cuteness overlord. Emily, you wish. I mean, you are cute, but look at this. Look at the Ouija board. It's hauntingly adorable. And like everything adorable, I must destroy it. I'm just kidding. Although, why do we have that feeling? When something's so cute, you just want to squeeze it to death. Or I guess I say we. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Anyways, so you might be asking, did the people who used this Ouija board start the fire? We didn't start the fire. I could see where you would think so, you know, with candles and fire and lots of potential of burning things down with the fire. But actually, the fire started before. Okay, wait, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I know, it feels too early in the video to start a story. But once a story's started, you can't stop it. So hold on to your butts, everybody. Wait, why did I say butts? Doesn't matter, I've already said it. So here we go. Way back a long time ago, this building was an apartment complex with a super shady owner. We'll name him, I don't know, Otis. Yeah, Otis is a good name. Well, Otis, being super shady and all, actually had no interest in being an apartment complex owner, even though that's what his dad wanted him to do. Hold up, watch me change this into a circle window. Ah! Oh wait, we can do it better than that. Ready? Shwabam! Alright, that's more of my style. Anyways, where were we? Oh yeah, back to Otis. So he doesn't want to be an apartment complex owner, he wants to be into the science. I guess that would just be called a scientist. But the science crew, science team, like the gaggle of scientists wouldn't let him into their club because you remember he was super shady. Okay, let me give you an example. Whenever the scientists had their scientific meetings on Wednesdays, he would say super unethical, weird things like, yeah, let's run that dog medicine on humans and see if they grow a tail. Although a tail would be kind of cool. Okay, no, he'd be like, what if we gave that little boy an extra appendage? And the science community would be like, no, you can't do that. And they forbade him. They prevented him from being a scientist and joining their club. But Otis was like, I don't need your club anyway. I have a whole apartment complex full of people that I could experiment on. And that's what he did. He went back to his apartment and experimented on all the tenants. He was trying to turn them into human animals. Wait, humans are animals. Well, you know what I mean, like crossbreeding humans. No, not crossbreeding. Mutanizing? Yes, he was trying to turn them all into mutants. But when the people in apartment 4 started complaining about growing extra ears on their forehead, Otis knew he was going to get in trouble. So he burnt down apartment 4, destroying all evidence, including the people. See, I told you Otis was shady. But unfortunately, fire spreads, thus shutting Otis's whole business down. But I mean, really, it was his own fault. So what does Otis do? He reopens the apartment complex as a mall. He didn't want to have to deal with whiny tenants anymore, and so now he has customers to experiment on. Which is why you might be asking, why I'm making this noodle soup? Well, he's got to sell something in the mall. Nobody's going to come to an empty mall with nothing to buy. Unfortunately, Otis has nothing to sell. So most of the stuff he sells is just the customers back to themselves. So this is his noodle business where he sells human noodles, full of that experimental flavor. Anyways, so back to the beginning. Remember the room that's burnt? I know, it was a while ago, but you might be asking, why is that still burnt if Otis redid everything and made a mall? Well, because that's the room that everything started in. And every time Otis tries to remodel that room, the former tenants, who are now ghosts, undo everything because they're ticked off that Otis hasn't paid for his crimes. And he's now a big successful businessman. Well, I guess he's not that successful. It's hard to be successful when you keep, unaliving your customers. Oh, and your business is haunted. Okay, but so how did the Ouija board get there? Well, if movies have taught me anything, it's that angsty teenagers and their dog cannot stay away from ghosts. It's like crack to them. They're always showing up with their Ouija boards. Dang hooligans. Do I sound like a crotchety old person? Get off my lawn. Anyways, so Otis can't keep them off his property, even though he tries, but they go in one room and they come out the other, like a dang Scooby-Doo special. So anyways, I'm done with the top floor. Now let's get to the second floor of my abandoned mini mall. My murder mini mall? To the makeover of my murder mall miniature. A miniature makeover of the murder mall. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm going with. Anyways, hello, Emily. So I have all these bricks, and in the process of dyeing them better brick colors, they started making this weird noise. Listen. Is that the sound of them dying? All right, who haunted my bricks? Actually, I couldn't be mad at putting real haunted bricks inside of a haunted hidey hole. Heck yeah, that would be awesome. I mean, as long as it doesn't stay in my house. Oh, look, I went to put this little light fixture in there, but it didn't fit in the hole, so I made the hole bigger with the wood burner. So on this project, I had to become like an electrician because I wanted more than one light. And so I had to hook them all together. And you might be asking, where'd you get the lights, Ashley? Well, I cannibalized some miniature kits that I didn't think I was ever going to use and stole the lights out of them. Eventually I figured it out and I got them all hooked up, but this light was not red enough. Evil enough? Oh, speaking of evil, hello, Emily. Look, I'm not saying Emily is evil. I'm just saying that she's not evil, and she's a cat, and so that makes her like a little bit on the evil side. I'm pretty sure that's factually accurate. Anyways, moving on. Check out my transitions. Shwabam. Shwabippy. And hold up, watch this. Tap, tap. These are going to be for the elevator. See, on this floor, the elevator's open. And there's one of those creepy gates that goes across. Trust me, that's part of the story. Which reminds me, do I need to recap real quick? Let me just recap. Emily, what are you doing? You're interrupting my recap. Get out of here. Very nice. We see your butt. Okay, so back to the flashback or recap, whatever. Okay, so Otis had an apartment building that he made into a mall. And now instead of running experiments on his tenants, he's running experiments on his customers. Emily, what are you doing? You don't fit in there. Emily, stop it. You're embarrassing me. Get out of there. Oh, you're so cute. I hate it. Look at you. Look at your little... Don't fall off. I'm telling you, these cats leak out some sort of chemical that makes you adore them. No, it's more like a worship. It's like you're worshiping them, because if they were not adorable, there's no way we would put up with it. Anyways, before I was rudely interrupted, let's get back to the story. Okay, so the people in apartment 4 who, passed away, their spirits are still there, and probably the spirits of any of the customers that don't make it either. So, it's a crowded space, probably, spiritually or hauntingly. Is that the same thing, hauntingly and spiritually? Probably not. It doesn't matter. Let's just say that the late tenants are pretty upset. Which is fair. I mean, come on. I'd be pretty upset if somebody ran experiments on me and I passed away. And if you're wondering why I have a box of weeds, that's not supposed to be weeds, okay? It's supposed to be hair. I know, gross. But when you run experiments on people, they might lose their hair. Which reminds me, so one of the experiments that Otis ran on his customers was he always wanted to be able to change the color of his hair, as anybody would want to, but like instantly. So he spliced their DNA with octopus DNA because, octopuses can change colors. But instead of their hair changing colors, their hair just like fell out and they grew tentacles on their head, which, that could be cool too. But the customers were upset and they threatened to sue. So he had to, get rid of them. And, now the noodle shop upstairs serves octopus tentacle. And I know somebody's going to tell me that octopuses don't have tentacles. Explain to me, if an octopus doesn't have tentacles, then what does? Anyways, so this shop is going to be a tailor. But since Otis doesn't have any, fabric really, except that box of fabric, ignore that. He's using what he has at hand, which is the customers. Ooh, I know, maybe that box of fabric is like the customer's clothes. Although now that I'm thinking about it, I don't really see Otis being a good sewer. He must have people working these shops. Ooh, I know, maybe he has the people who survived in the apartment complex fire working for him because they have nowhere to go. They're disfigured from his experiments and they don't have a home because it was burnt down. So they can't get any other job, right? I think that makes sense in some sort of twisted way. But the one thing that a tailor would need, demented or not, is a sewing machine. So that's what we're making. And look, rather than cut out this tiny little circle, I just used the hole punch. Because sometimes I'm smart. Sometimes. I don't know why I got so defensive. But a clean sewing machine is not creepy at all, especially in a demented tailor shop. So I dirtied it up with some, red stuff. And this is the part, I know some of you are going to argue with me. I know a sewing machine should sit this way, but hear me out. You can't see all the cool details then. So yes, the sewing machine is backwards, but I don't care. Do you want to fight? Please don't fight me. My best move is a weak slap to the cheek. And probably the butt cheek. Anyways, so look, I'm painting this palette. And why am I doing that, you ask? So that I can peel it off. Okay, yes, this is something that I would do for fun. Look, we all have our things, okay? But it also makes for a decent skin jacket. Look at that. It looks realish, right? Now we have to do the other side, which I'm thinking a sweet shop. And I didn't mean like sweet as in cool. I mean like sweet as in cakes, like sugary things. Although they could be sweet sweets. Anyways, so I'm just making a counter to hold over our sweet sweets. And if there's one thing that a demented bakery is worried about, it's sanitation. So I'm making these little cardboard things to put our cakes into, which are little bear shapes. Look at them. They're adorable. Are they demented looking? No, but, and hear me out, you don't know what they're made out of. They could be made out of toenails and ground up bones. And now I'm making a cake plate to hold cakes, presumably. Are these cakes in shapes of maggots? Yes. And who knows, maybe those cakes are made out of sugar, though probably not. In fact, I'm pretty sure that they're poison cakes. See, that's how he's getting his experiments into the customers, is through the poison cakes. Nobody can resist cake and mushrooms. I mean, just ask Alice. Which, can we discuss this? Why does Alice eat random mystery cake off the floor? Or worse, she drinks random mystery liquid inside of bottles. She sort of deserved what she got. and her parents should be ashamed of themselves for not teaching her to not eat random mystery cake. Although, to be fair, I don't know how old Alice is, but my 5-year-old eats random stuff too. So maybe it's not that far-fetched, but I think Alice is at least 10, right? So she should know better. Anyways, we're done. What do you guys think? If you don't think that the sweet shop and the tailor are creepy enough, next we'll do the basement, and that's where the real fun happens, which I'm gonna think of right now. Okay, maybe not right now, but I'm gonna make this basement look more basement-y with basement stuff like these poles. Pretty sure basements have poles and pipes and all sorts of weird things. And look at that, this glue cap could be a valve. I think basements have valves, right? At least murder mall basements should. Am I just gluing all my junk to the back of the back wall? Absolutely I am. But you know what? One coat of black paint and you won't even notice that it's junk. See? That looks like a good basement, right? But if Home Alone has taught me anything, a good scary basement needs a boiler or a wood burning furnace, which is that the same as a boiler? I think they're the same thing. Or maybe it's that a boiler can be wood burning or gas. I'm not sure. I think it just heats up water, right? Because it's called a boiler and it boils water. I don't know. Maybe I should have paid attention more to Bob Vila. Anyways, so to make our boiler like rusty looking, I'm doing these bubbles. Look at these bubbles. Watch them. Ooh, they're so bubbly. See, it gives it like a rusted look. And then I just have to paint the hinges and bars so that they look more metal instead of wood, because if a stove was made out of wood, that would be a pretty huge design flaw. And then here's the side of the stove. Boop. Boop, which I painted and am now gluing on. See, there we go. We got one boiler, stove, wood burning thingy. Pretty sure that's the official name. And then I'm adding a whole bunch of little mirrors because I want the light that we're going to put inside to reflect and look like fire. But we need something for our fire to heat up. So I'm making little tinder sticks out of this wood. But some of this wood needed to be better wood shaped, so I had to carve it and jab it for some reason. I don't know. And then I glued it all in and started to paint it. But then I realized that the glue was not dry, and so it all came out. You know what? Sometimes I don't think things through, okay? But it's fine. I fixed it. It's good. Now we just gotta add the bones. And you might be thinking, Ashley, why are there bones in the boiler? They can't be a very good heat source. Well, if you notice, I'm putting the boiler right underneath the elevator. That's right, we're gonna get to the rest of the story. And look at that fire. Does that not look like real fire? I just wish I could make it twinkle. I haven't figured that out yet. Anyways, I should get on with the story. So if you remember, Otis bought an apartment building and then it burned down and he made it into a mall, and he was running experiments on all the customers. And then, you know, any customers that were left over and didn't make it through his experiments or, you know, complained too much, well, he would use them as mall merchandise. Otis has a noodle shop with interesting noodles. And then he has a tailor with interesting choices of fabric. And then he has a sweet shop where he's using cake to bait the people into taking the experimental drugs. I'm pretty sure this makes sense. But hold up, look at my little meat grinder. Isn't it cute? I mean, as far as meat grinders go. And you can probably see where the rest of the story is going. Because you know, a meat grinder in a basement can only mean one thing. Especially if the boiler is right below the elevator. Yep, the elevator opens, drops the, you know, experiments into the boiler/oven and cooks them into the food or clothing or whatever they're doing. And no, this story is not like Sweeney Todd, because Sweeney Todd was a barber, not a scientist, experimenter. They're totally different stories. I didn't rip anything off, I swear. But you might be asking, who's running all this? Because Otis is only one person, right? He can't be running all the shops and coming up with the experiments and doing the stuff in the basement. So it turned out that there were survivors of the apartment complex fire. Do you remember there was a fire? I don't know. It was a long time ago. Anyways, Otis trapped all the survivors in the basement and he makes them work for him, which is a whole nother level of evil, because not only did Otis mangle these poor people from the fire and the experiments, he's now forcing them to work for him, and all they want to do is go home. But there is no home anymore because Otis burned it down. And now they're trapped there forever. And I don't know where the rest of this story should go. Other than maybe they rise up against Otis and make him an experiment. Ooh, but hold up, check out my sign. Bright Plaza was changed to Fright Plaza. Get it? Because the dang hooligan kids keep graffitiing Otis's mall. Or maybe it's the ghosts in the mall. They're trying to like keep people away so that they don't, you know, get experimented on. Nah, I'm pretty sure it's the same kids that were doing the seance in apartment 4, if you remember. I don't know. I don't know where this story is going. I feel like this story could be really good if I were an actor actual writer. Oh wait, I forgot. I am a writer. I'm coming out with a book October 15th. You can pre-order it. Links in my bio. But hear me out. It's not a book about stories. Thank God. It's a creepy craft book. And there's no stories involved in making creepy crafts. I mean, unless you want there to be. But you know, if I were a story writer, I feel like I could have come up with a way better story for this art project with way more twists and turns that would have kept your attention. Which reminds me, are you still here? I hope you're still here because look at that, we're done. Look at our mini mall, our murder mini mall. Isn't it cool? And let's just take a minute to look at all these yummy details. Speaking of yummy, look at these yummy noodles. And of course the yummy circle window. I don't think I'm using the word yummy correctly. Anyways, okay, now let's look at it with the lights off because everything looks better with the lights off. Ooh, that's like 373% more spooky. What do you guys think? And if you have a better story, please tell it to me in the comments because I would love to know where I messed up. Okay, thanks, bye. So I bought a bunch of these little fruit slices and now I'm obsessed. I have to make something with them because they're adorable. Look at them. Is that not adorable? So I'm gonna make a little jar of preserves. Isn't that like the same thing as jelly? Only with chunks of fruit. So this jar has chunks of strawberry. Strawberry. I feel like I say that word wrong. I know you all came after me the last time I said the word library, and I feel like this might be a similar situation. Ew, look, this one has earwax. Just kidding. It's actually oranges. Look, they're so cute. Now we just gotta add the little tops. Okay, so I made the little jars of fruit, and then I was thinking, well, what could we put them in? Because I gotta use them in something. And you know me, I gotta go creepy-ish. Emily. Get out of here. So what's something creepy that I can put my little jars of fruit in? Hold up, look at this cracking. Isn't that cool? Well, what about like a fallout shelter bunker thing? I don't know. What's the difference between a bunker and a fallout shelter? Is there a difference? Here comes magic. Schwab, bam. But we're not done. Hold on, are you watching? Bam. That's right, we have a little fallout shelf and Emily's just testing the wood strength, making sure I'm using quality products. Nobody likes a fallout shelter that falls out. I don't know. But we gotta make it dirty because I like dirty things. Stop it. That's not what I meant. And here comes some more magic. Whap. All right, I am really trying to speed this up with lots of magic because only magic can turn a boring video into an awesome video. Hold up, here comes. Ha-cha-cha. Magic. That's right, not one, not two, but 3 barrels of mystery. What are in these barrels? Well, it's a mystery and probably a dangerous corrosive one. So we need to cap those barrels immediately with these little caps that I'm making. Aren't they cute? Say, why do they have that little hole in the top? I mean, you're not pouring them out from there, are you? And I don't think that's how the liquid got in them. Like, wouldn't you just take the whole cap off if you wanted to get in it? Unless you have some sort of hose that goes in there. That could be it. Anyways, now I'm just adding these little metal plates to make it more bunkerish. You know, more homey, as a bunker should be. And then I'm just putting this bird nest in the corner. Or maybe it's overgrown weeds, which doesn't really make sense now that I think about it. Because isn't a fallout shelter supposed to be like vacuum sealed so that the fallout doesn't affect you? Isn't that the whole point? So if there's weeds or a bird nest, that means that it's open to the elements. Unless we're eating the elements. Yeah, that could be. Maybe we're eating the pigeons. Well, not we. You know, whoever owns the fallout shelter is eating the pigeons because I'm not eating pigeon. Unless pigeon tastes really good. I don't know. It could taste amazing. But I'd have to be pretty desperate to find out. Anywho, so now I'm just making a hose because if you're going to be trapped in a fallout shelter, you're going to need some hose. Maybe this is the hose that goes into the barrel, or maybe it's just for water. I don't know. We'll just add it to the wall and let me test my drumming skills. Oh yeah, I think I missed my calling in life. Anyways, so why am I taking the ends off of these pencils? Well, they make the perfect little cans of food. I just have to fill them in with my silver chrome pen. And it has to be rusty. In fact, everything needs to be rusty. We don't know how long it's been in this fallout shelter. Can you eat food out of a rusty can? I mean, I know you shouldn't eat food out of a rusty can, but will it kill you? That might be a useful little nugget of information for when the, you know, zombie apocalypse happens. And look at that, we have bricks. I don't know why a fallout shelter would need bricks. Except maybe to settle conflicts. It's my conflict resolution brick. Or for short, it's a conflict brick. You get to decide how that conflict is resolved with a brick. Anyways, if you're going to be spending a lot of time in a fallout shelter, you're going to need some reading material. So that's what I'm making. I'm making these little tiny books. Look at it. But of course, it needs dirt too. Look at that tiny book. Now let's get a shelf full of books. And if you noticed, one of the books was called Axe Me Another. Yes, I did make the covers in Photoshop. Which reminds me, you can download those on my website. I just give them out for free in case anybody wants to make tiny little books. books. Anyways, so that book cover gave me an idea for the story of this box. Oh, right. By the way, I made napkins out of a ribbon. It's pretty cute, huh? Anyways, so that book cover gave me an idea for this box. So maybe this isn't a fallout shelter or a bunker. Well, maybe it's a bunker, but perhaps the owner is an axe murderer. And that's what these barrels are for. You know, he fills them with like a corrosive acid that eats away at the evidence. See, look, there's leftover evidence in that barrel right now. You know, I say he, but maybe it's a she. I guess I don't know. I mean, I know statistically that kind of act is done by men, but you know what? I feel like breaking some norms. I'm going to say that our axer, I don't want to say the big M word too much. Otherwise, the algorithm will algorithm this video, if you know what I mean. Anyways, so maybe the big axer is a woman. Hold up, look at my little jars. These are adorable. I love them so much. And look, I'm putting little fruit in them, or I mean vegetables. I mean, I guess tomatoes are a fruit. And I'm not sure what green beans are, but I think they're a fruit because the seed is on the inside, right? Anyways, look at them. Aren't they cute? And to think this all started because I bought tiny little slices of fruit. And I just figured if you're living in a bunker, you're going to want more than just fruit in a jar. You're going to want some vegetables, you know, some onions and green beans and potatoes. Although now that we're going with the whole, you know, axer, I guess they don't have to be living in the bunker. But I feel like why would you have all these vegetables and food if you weren't living in the bunker? So yeah, they have to be living in the bunker. Maybe it's not a murderer at all. Maybe this is just somebody who passed away in the bunker with her. And you can't exactly bury a body in a bunker. Also, yes, I am making a little jar of meat. Don't ask where the meat came from. You know, when Glenn passed away last week, we didn't want anything to go to waste. And it was unusual circumstances that Glenn passed away. You see, Patricia and Glenn had been sharing a room for years. And Glenn has this nasty habit in the morning of clearing his throat and making this noise. Yeah, it's disgusting. Oh, by the way, I had 2 extra jars of food that didn't fit, so I just put them back into my miniature box. But while I was in there, I saw these little candles, and I thought a bunker would definitely have candles, right? That seems like something emergency supply for some reason. I don't know exactly why, because it's going to burn up your oxygen and potentially start a fire, but for whatever reason, they're always in emergency kits. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they don't take batteries, and batteries go bad. Oh, look, I'm locking up the barrels. Uh-oh. Why would Patricia be locking up the barrel? If, you know, Glenn passed away from totally normal circumstances, and it has nothing to do with him being annoying. Or, hi, Emily. Speaking of annoying, here's my little annoying kitty now. Just yanking my chain. Anyways, back to Glenn and Patricia. So they get stuck being roommates in the bunker. And Glenn is not the most easiest person to live with, okay? For one thing, he's a close talker, and being in a bunker, there's not a lot of personal space as it is. Also, when he shaves, he just leaves all the shaving bits in the sink. That's so rude. But the most annoying thing about Glenn is the constant noises he makes. I mean, he hawks a loogie in the back of his throat and swallows it like every 5 minutes. And this drives Patricia crazy. So after years of plotting and reading mystery novels, like Axe Me Another, she devises a plan to lock Glenn up with these handcuffs that I just made. Are they cute? They're cute handcuffs. If handcuffs could be cute, they'd be cute. Anyways, so one day after Glenn was standing way too close while mansplaining something dumb like women's anatomy or something, then hawks a loogie and swallows it, and Patricia just snaps. I mean, I don't blame her. However, she forgot all of her planning, and she picks up this axe and does away with Glenn. Glenn is no more. Goodbye, annoying Glenn. Hold on, I know this is the most exciting part of the story, but what is this? Oh my god. Huh. Oh god. This is video evidence of me having a breakdown right now. And look, I think I kill it, but I don't. And I don't know that until I look back on the video. There goes. See, I think I'm clear. I think it's dead. It's not. This spider is currently in my studio somewhere, probably chilling in a teapot, making babies. If I go missing, we know it was the spider. Anyways, now that our adrenaline is thoroughly rushed, let's get back to the less adrenaline charged story of the axing of Glenn. Even though there's not much left to tell. I mean, Glenn disappeared, that meat jar mysteriously appeared, and Patricia locked a barrel. Who knows, maybe Glenn got claustrophobic and he went off on his own into the fallout. Well, Patricia is happily reading her crime novels in her bunker and getting some good protein. I don't know. Although I don't know what that other skull would be in that other barrel. Unless Patricia finds a lot of people annoying. Or maybe she lures people into her bunker just for the protein. Or to run experiments on the, I don't know. Anywho, look, I'm making a ladder. And apparently I can't figure out what color to paint my ladder. Finally, I just painted a whole bunch of different colors. And one of the last things I need to do is add the glass. Ooh yeah, it's like peeling dead skin. Is that not satisfying? Let's slide her in and look at that, we're done. Do you think this is a good showcase for my preservatives? Because remember, I have little fruit. Did you forget? I have little fruit jars. Also, don't forget to follow because that really helps me out. And comment and like and do all the things. Okay, thanks, bye. Check out this old globe that I bought at a thrift store. What am I gonna do with my globe? I'm gonna make it into a haunted hidey hole, only this one's not gonna be haunted. Though technically anything could be haunted. Hiya. I mean, that was kind of scary, right? Anyway, so I'm just making a circle window out of my globe because you know I love a circle window. And then I totally was not prepared for how much detail a globe has. This took forever and I'm pretty sure I missed some small islands. So sorry if you live there and I painted over you, but you'll be with us in spirit. And then Emily, my project manager, decided to manage from inside the globe. She thinks the world revolves around her, like most bosses. The least you can do is not attack me if you're gonna be in there. Get out of the globe, please. Emily, out. Get out of the globe. Aha, success. Thank you. And then I foiled this entire globe with foily stuff. Okay, now for the inside. So my ideas for this were either a octopus with arms coming through or a big tree. And I know you're thinking that I went with the octopus, but I actually went with a tree because I can do other art besides octopuses and scary things. Also, everybody in my house was sick this week. So I went with the easier route because an octopus sounded really hard, okay? Like, I'm still kind of sick. You can hear it in my voice. So we need a platform for our tree to sit on. And I had this leftover clock face from that miniature that I did with the clock. And I flocked the heck out of it and added these little weeds, but watch me do magic. Shwa bam. Are you flocking amazed? You should be, because now I grew some bushes. See my bushes? All right, and then we'll turn on the light and it's so pretty. Okay, next we need some clouds. So I took this fluff and I melted it into the shape of a cloud. I didn't know how else to make a cloud. I've never made a cloud out of fluff before. But I was kind of going for, remember those really expensive lights that look like clouds way back in the day? Well, that was my inspiration. Only a poor man's version. And then I added some moss around my hole. It's a mossy hole. And then honestly, I was just trying to use up all these little plants that I've been hoarding for years. Okay, so I'm gonna have to come up with a story for this. So why would there be a tree in the center of the earth? Ooh, maybe this is where Mother Nature lives. I know usually the center of the earth is like hell, but remember, I'm not doing anything scary this time. This is gonna be non-scary content because I am capable of doing non-scary things. Although now I kind of want to do another globe with like a scary hell in the middle. But that's not this globe. We're doing fun things, happy things only. Okay, I know. Since the outside of the globe looks like, you know, Midas touched the ocean and the earth looks all scorched and black, we'll just say that the apocalypse happened and everybody had to come into the center of the world to live. Or better yet, Mother Nature is inside the globe waiting till everything calms down on the outside and it's gonna burst through. Okay, but that's kind of scary-ish. I'm not sure I'm capable of making a story that's not at least a little bit scary. All right, but I'm gonna try. So what if little fairies live in these houses? And those crystals are what give the world power, you know, to grow things and whatnot. And I'm not sure why they live in the center of the earth, but they do, and that's why we don't see them. So when humans destroyed the earth, because, you know, that's inevitable, the fairies waited for everything to calm down and then they turned on the crystals to restart the earth. You know, they turned it on and off again. Man, I don't know. To be honest, I'm sick and my brain hurts. Can we just look at the pretty art instead? And just pretend that I came up with a really good story. Wasn't that a great story that I came up with? You know, usually I come up with real story turds, but this one was a really good one. They'll be writing this story into songs. In fact, I expect them to make a Broadway musical about that story, or at least local theater. Okay, thank God I'm done because I can't talk about that anymore. And let's look at this globe. Isn't it pretty? Do I sort of wish I went with the octopus? Yeah, kind of. But you know what? Life happens, and you go with what works for you at the time. For me, it was this tree. Is it the best thing I've ever made? No, but look at these lights. It's like a rave inside of the earth. What do you guys think? And I'm back with another spooky creation because it's spooky season. I've had this coffin for years and I've never known what to do with it. So today's the day. Look, we have to justify our hoarding by actually using the stuff that we hoard every once in a while. Okay, so since it's a coffin, I'm thinking graveyard. Is that too on the nose? Am I being too obvious? You know what? I don't care. I like the idea. So I'm just cutting out these wood platforms because this is a graveyard and graveyards are hilly, I think. but I'm too lazy to cut out a whole bunch of them. So I'm just gluing these beads on the bottom. Would it have looked better if I cut out a whole bunch? Maybe. But we're all about working easier, brain. Big brain, Ashley. Smarter. Work smarter, not harder. That's it. That's what I was trying to say. Okay, so I'm just painting a sky, and then I'm putting this glue all over it, and then I'm gonna flock it. I know that sounds like a bad word, but I can't get in trouble for saying that word because it's not a bad word. I'm flocking the heck out of this wood. This wood has been thoroughly flocked. Okay, this is getting weird, even for my standards. It's okay because I'm almost done flocking. And then we can move on from this terrible conversation that we're having. Oh, look, I'm assembling it. Yeah, see, it's a hill. It's a grassy hill. Okay, we're missing the dead people. I mean, what's a graveyard without some graves? Otherwise, it would just be called a yard with dead people in it. And it would be weird to have dead people in your yard without gravestones. Unless you're hiding secrets. Are you hiding secrets? You know what? Don't answer that. I don't want to know. We're just gonna move on and look at this hole that I'm cutting out. Can you guess what it's for? I mean, yeah, it's obvious. It's for a grave. But do you think that the grave is freshly dug? Looking at this gravestone, probably not. So does that mean that we have grave robbers? Or is this body being exhumed? Is that the right word? Exhumed for some reason. Or maybe it's a zombie. Although I don't know any zombies that would dig out a rectangle to escape from their grave. Maybe a super OCD zombie. Oh my God. Imagine being a zombie and having OCD. That would be terrible. You could never get clean. If limbs start falling off, you'd have to make sure that you're even. Hold up. OCD zombie would be a really good show. TM, I trademarked it. You can't make that show now. It's mine. OCD zombie coming soon to a TV station near you because that's how TV stations work. All right, well, now that I'm going to be a billionaire from my TV show idea, I can finally get my own circle window. That's right, you knew I had to weasel in the word circle window. Someday, as soon as I make my billions from OCD zombie, I will build that circle window, and my husband will have nothing to say about it because it's my money, and I can do whatever I want with it. Anyways, what were we doing? Oh yeah, we were building a graveyard. So every graveyard needs a fence to keep the riffraff out. So here's my fence. And here it is, my graveyard. I can only assume that OCD zombie put it up so that people don't fall down his hole. All right, and then here is the riffraff fence to try to keep the riffraff out. See, there it is. And then I add a second one right here. And then a final one on the back wall. Then I add this pile of dirt next to this gravestone like it's been freshly dug. Look, the zombie story just happened while I was editing. I didn't plan for it to happen, it just did. So it doesn't really explain the shovel. But you know what? Maybe somebody's filling in the hole. That's it. Whoever owns this graveyard doesn't want a lawsuit, so they're filling in the hole that the zombie dug. There, plot hole fixed. Get it? Hole? Hee. Anyways, what do you guys think? I even added some wood to the side to make it feel more like a coffin. And if anybody knows any TV people, let me know, because I got a really good idea for a TV show. So I made this shelf years ago, back when I was just a baby artist. I'm talking at least 15 years ago, so cut me some slack on this one. It was supposed to be trees in different life cycles and different seasons, I guess. I don't know. It's ugly, and I never finished it. So let's tear it apart and redo it. Not with trees, but I thought this would make a great haunted house. But first, let's get rid of all these ugly things. What even is that? A robot tree? And although this one isn't bad, it's just a stump. Oh, and then I just shove a real tree in there. I have no idea how I attached this one, but I wish I did because that thing's hanging on for dear life. Although I do know how I attached this one. With chocolate Ovaltine. I don't know. I guess it's a good thing I have my Fortress of Suction handy for all the sucking. Ew, look at that layer of dust. Hey, is it true that dust is just dead skin cells? My husband says that it's dust mite poop, but I don't think so. I heard it was dead skin cells. Although, how do haunted houses become dusty? If they're abandoned, who's leaving the skin cells? I mean, ghosts, obviously. Shwabam. Ooh, this is gonna be the porch. Snap-a-doodle. And that's gonna be the front entrance, which needs lights. Spoiler, they flicker. How cool is that? I'm not going to show you right now because I didn't get footage of me turning them on, but I promise I will later. Oh, and every good front entrance needs pictures of the people who live in the house. And who lives in this house? Ghosts. Shasha. All these ghost hunters trying to capture ghosts on camera, and all they had to do, zoink, was go to a ghost house. Bam. And take their pictures off the walls. Aha, why didn't they think of that? Oh, so this table's a little too big, so I snapped it in half like a Kit Kat bar. There, now it's the perfect size. But the perfect size table needs the perfect size teapot with a plant growing out of it. Who's taking care of that plant? I don't know. These are the questions that you don't need to ask. Shwabam. Watch as I make one chair into 3. Hey, even ghosts need somewhere comfy to sit, and I'll just add these to the porch in totally normal positions. There's no weird chairs here. Totally normal human chairs. And look at that, we got 2 rooms down out of 9. Next up, I'm gonna do this room right over here. And actually, it's my favorite room inside of a house. The kitchen. I like my snacks, okay? But I don't know if you're gonna want to snack in this room. You know, with it being a haunted house and everything. Ooh, what kind of snacks does a ghost eat? Cha-cha. Ice cream. Snap-a-doodle. Get it? Ice cream? Shabam. Okay. What's a ghost's favorite food? Goulash? Or is it spaghetti? Spooky-getty? No, that doesn't really work. Ooh, but I heard that they like blueberries. Blueberries? No, nothing? Blueberries? Right. So, anyways, if you were paying attention and not distracted by my awesome jokes that I may or may not have Googled, I made a pantry shelf, you know, for our kitchen. Okay, I say it's a pantry shelf, but really, it's just gonna be a bunch of bottles. Like, look, this looks like a little science experiment. Because maybe the people that lived in this house before they passed away were scientists. In fact, maybe that's why they're ghosts now, huh? They like experimented on themselves and now they're trapped in their own house with their experiments. I don't know. But look at all my little bottles. Aren't they cute? And then I added a skull. Don't ask. I guess every ghost scientist needs a skull. I don't know. You know what? It looked good. And really, that's all the justification I need. Oh, guess what? I put lights in this hole too. And this time I remembered to show you. Look, it's a red light because that's scary, I guess. Anywho, moving on to the next room. This is gonna be the living room. Which is off limits to all ghosts because it's the living room. Get it? Get it? And that's why there's no pictures of ghosts. They're just pictures of, I don't know, what are these pictures of? I mean, these are totally normal human pictures. That's what they're of. And as a human, you should know that. Okay, honestly, I've collected little printouts throughout the years for my miniatures. Oh, look, there's a clown. What do you mean you don't have a clown picture on your wall? That's a normal human thing to have on their wall. Anyways, I've collected a bunch of printouts for my miniatures, and so that's what I used. Oh, and so I made this lamp a long time ago out of a bead and a toothpaste cap, so I thought I'd use it in our living room because living rooms have lamps. And then I'm making this little table for our lamp out of a thread bobber thing. A thimble? No. Thread holder. I don't know. You know what it is. Ooh, and look at that. Our lamp actually lights up. But you know what? One lamp is good. That means 2 lamps is even better. And I'm actually showing you how I made this one. Look. See, it's super easy. Just some beads and a cap. And then you just shove the light bulb up into the shade. This one's going to be a floor lamp, so it doesn't need a thread bobber thingamajig because it goes on the floor, hence the name floor lamp. Oh, and so since this is the living room and there's nobody living in our house because they're all ghosts, remember? This room's gonna have to look like the most abandoned room. Oh, remember that tree that I pulled out of the hole in the beginning? Look at me reduce, recycle, and reusing things. I just shoved it into the corner because I assume abandoned places would have random trees growing out of them. I don't know. But they definitely have dirt, so that's why I'm adding all this dirt and leaves. Because the elements are spilling into this room because it's never used, I guess. I don't know. But look, we have 4 rooms done out of 9. We're like halfway there. Okay, next up, I know you're gonna think we're gonna do the center room because that's the next one, but just kidding. We're skipping that room for now because that's like the most important room and it's right in the middle. And I don't know what to do yet in that room, so we'll just procrastinate it for now until I come up with a plan. So what's this room gonna be? The bedroom, which means it needs a haunted bedroom mirror because this is a haunted house. See, the crack in the mirror is what makes it haunted. Did I risk 7 years of bad luck to make this? I sure did. Anything for you guys, but it's okay because I threw salt over my shoulder and went under a ladder. I don't know. How do you reduce a bad luck curse? Asking for a friend. Ooh, hold on. That gives me an idea for a story. Maybe this is the room where everything starts. So somebody broke this mirror and I assume it's a child because children break things. And also I'm pretty sure this is a child's bedroom. And when little Beatrice, that's what I just named her because that's an old name and it sounds haunted. I don't know. When little Beatrice broke the mirror, she put a curse on the whole family. And at first it was just little things like snap-a-doodle. I don't know, getting a splinter, stubbing your toe, having annoying solicitors come to your house. Anyways, so the parents kept trying different things to get rid of the curse because they were tired of the solicitors. Not to mention the stubbing of the toes. And so they tried all sorts of things like witchcraft and, I don't know, how do you get rid of curses again? Salt or holy water? Oh no, it looks like little Beatrice spilled her strawberry jelly all over her bed. Must have been the curse. Ooh, so since this is a child's room, I figured it needed some child little dolls. So I use these little tiny people for dolls or figurines or I don't know, things that children would have on a wall. And look, there's Beatrice's room. We've done 5 rooms so far. You know, it's really hard for me not to call them holes because they're like haunted Hidey holes. Anyways, the next room hole that we're gonna do is right up here. Ready? Snap. Hold on. Whoopah! Ooh, look at that wood paneling. Shasha! Bloop! We made a wood floor to go with our wood paneling. Look, it just barely fits. And what is this? A cage? Why would a cage be in a haunted house, Ashley? Well, remember the curse? That's right, Beatrice's parents thought the only way to get rid of the curse was to lock up Beatrice in a cage. Look, they weren't winning any Parent of the Year awards, trust me. But locking up little Beatrice wasn't working, obviously. So then they tried lighting all these candles for some reason. I don't know. Honestly, I think Beatrice's parents were just at their wits' end. And they were trying everything at this point. But uh-oh, what is this? A box of skulls? Let's see which one is more Beatrice shaped. Because Beatrice's parents forgot to feed Beatrice. Or maybe being locked up in a cage wasn't great for her health. Who can say? But there she is. And now she's a ghost. But you know what? Her mom was really sad, so she tried a Ouija board to communicate with her. I mean, sure, she was a terrible parent, but maybe she was a better parent in the afterlife. I don't know. Flick. Caw. So moving on to the next room. I left my little dangly things from my original box in this hole because I thought they were kind of cool and I liked them. Also, they were a lot harder to remove than you would think they would be. I mean, sure, I could have cut them, but that would have been rude. Oh, I don't know if you noticed, but there was a light in the back wall there. And I thought the perfect thing to put in front of that light would be a crystal ball. Because that room was kind of given hippie vibes. Not that fortune tellers are hippies, but I don't know, they kind of are. Ooh, and then I got my box of leftover miniatures out. You know, stuff I made for other projects that I'd never used. And I don't have the heart to throw away, which is good because it's perfect for this occasion. Ooh, so very, very shiny. See, I'm making like a little gem collector tray. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that that's a little dragon egg. No, hold on. I'm pretty sure that's a mermaid egg from my submarine miniature with the captured mermaids. Wait, do mermaids lay eggs? I mean, they are half fish, so I assume they would, right? Anyways, that's a whole different story. Back to this one, I'm adding a big rock of amethyst because that's the best gem, a candlestick, and a bottle of elixir. These are all handmade things that I made for other miniatures that I never used. Well, except the amethyst. I didn't make that. I mean, obviously, you knew that. And look, the light works behind the crystal ball. Next up, we're gonna need a rug, but unfortunately, because there isn't a tiny rug store nearby, I'm gonna have to make one by painting a rug pattern on a piece of fabric. Like, I kept it pretty simple because there's a lot going on in this hole, and I didn't want it to distract from, you know, the crystal ball. Speaking of crystal ball, ooh, look how pretty it is. We got 7 rooms done in our haunted mansion house. Guess what? It's time. We're gonna do the room in the middle. Yes! Because I finally had a good idea that's middle room worthy. First, I gotta get this terrible string off. You know, I tried to take out the floor, but whatever glue I used, this floor is not budging. If you can't beat it, work around it. Oh, and look, little Stumpy is back. I don't know if you remember, but this is the stump from the beginning of this project. I figured it wasn't so bad. Let's turn it into a table. Shasha. Oh, look, here's the tabletop now for our stump. Isn't that adorable? I would love a table like this in real life. Do you think I could make a real life version? I don't see why not. I mean, I don't think I'd want to use a real stump, but I'm sure I could sculpt something. Oh, shoot. I should be talking about this art. As you can see, I put tarot cards on the table. You know, I don't know if this table was set up before Beatrice died or after. Because if you remember, Beatrice's family is trying to get rid of the unlucky curse that Beatrice caused by breaking a mirror. And then her family thought that the only way to get rid of the curse was to get rid of Beatrice. But then the mom felt bad, so she tried to talk to Beatrice from the afterlife. But I don't think tarot cards let you talk to the dead, right? They just let you see the future. Maybe they were trying to figure out if they were going to be cursed forever. And if I remember my tarot cards correctly, which I'm sure I don't, but I think the swords are really bad, and that was the last card. So I'm guessing Beatrice's family got really bad news. And interesting little tidbit, I actually made this table to go up here, but I thought there was way too much stuff going on in that hole, so I moved it down here. I really think it's center hole worthy. I also left the little clouds in the background because I thought they were cute. So I guess not everything from this original design was terrible, just most of it. All right, let's move on to our last room hole. We're gonna paint it with a snap, a doodle, and then I'm gonna patina it up with this patina. What is patina? Only the best stuff ever because it makes things look old. Look, watch this time lapse. That was only like a few minutes. If I had left it for like a whole day, it would look really cool. But you know what? I got stuff to do. Like build these tiny plants. Shasha. And boop. See, I'm using all my plastic junk and I'm putting little plants in them to make little pots. Isn't that adorable? I love it so much. Look, I'm just gonna make a whole handful of potted plants and I'm gonna be excited about it, okay? And don't rain on my parade about being a millennial and just let me have this. And I know you're asking, Ashley, why are you making a whole bunch of potted plants? Will this haunted hidey hole room is gonna be a terrarium? I'm not sure if that's the right word. Maybe like a greenhouse, but not green, or a house. Okay, it's like a porch that has a whole bunch of plants on it. What would you call that? Just porch plants? That's boring. Don't be boring. Oh, look, it's one of those trees that I ripped out of this original box. And now I'm gonna shove it back into its box. Is it happy about that? Probably not. I think it was probably happy being free after years of being glued to a floor and then shoved into storage. But this time, its little prison has friends. Look at all those plant friends. Awesome, let's make some more. Hey, so do you name your houseplants? Because I do. I have Bruce and Stella and of course Steven, although Steven's looking kind of dead these days. I'm thinking I should just invest in fake plants. They're expensive, but they're way less work. And honestly, I'm gonna be saving money in the long run because I don't have to replace them when they die, right? Sure, they're the price of 7 real plants, but if I keep it for more than 7 months, it makes up for the price. Anyways, look at my little succulent pot. I think this one's my favorite. It's super cute. But unfortunately, I put it over here and you won't really be able to see it. Oh, who is this handsome devil? Is it a ghost? I don't think so. I think it's just a statue. Right, because remember in the beginning, we put ghost pictures on the walls and those were like sheet ghosts, not human form ghosts. But we don't want to create more ghosts, so I have to put up this railing. Otherwise, people are going to fall out of this terrarium, also known as the potted plant prison. And we've filled all 9 of our room holes. But as I was looking through all the holes, I realized we're missing some stuff. Like this back room is supposed to be a kitchen, but nothing in it says kitchen. So what's something that I could put in there that's kitchen-y? A kitchen knife. Does anybody else say the word knife in their head like knife? I also say the word scissors, skizzers in my head. Or Wednesday, but that's more because I can't spell. Anyways, moving on to adding things to my room holes. This middle hole could be more whimsical. A whimsical hole, if you will. Does that rhyme? It kind of does. I thought I'd add little pocket watches to the wall. I don't know why there's pocket watches on the wall. Maybe that's how ghosts decorate. I don't know. I'm not a ghost yet, but when I become a ghost, I will let you know. And then I added skizzers to the living room. There's no story behind that. It's the same reason why I'm adding these keys to the wall in the bedroom. It just looked cool. And look, we have the inside of our house done. I think it's looking pretty good. Now to work on the outside, because our ghosts are gonna want privacy, I assume. Flick-a-doodle. So let's add some privacy to our haunted house, which is going to involve doors and windows. Oh look, here's a door right now. It's a screen door for our front entrance, complete with real screen. Now, if only I could make that sound when you open this. You know what sound I'm talking about. You know that sound? Unfortunately, it's just a quiet screen door. Ooh, but what's this? Bam! Could that possibly be a window hole? Well, it's definitely not a hole for mail because that'd be too high and weird. So let's put some stained glass in it because stained glass is creepy, I think. Oh, and the best part, when we get to shrink the stained glass. Oh yeah, so now we're just gonna install it into our not mail hole. And look at that, doesn't that look neato? Right, so I was thinking about the story that we came up with, about the curse. And maybe the ghosts in the house are trying to warn everybody about the curse. And that's why the front entrance has ghost pictures. They're like, hey, if you come in this house, you're going to turn into one of these ghosts. I don't know. Also, I'm not sure how Beatrice's parents passed away, but I'm going to assume it was curse related because, well, bam, when the parents got rid of Beatrice, it probably ramped up the curse rather than got rid of it. Or maybe Beatrice got revenge. Snap-a-doodle. Ooh, double snap-a-doodle. With a schwabam. Yeah, no, we're going with that. Okay, so Beatrice got revenge on her parents because her parents locked her up in that cage. And I don't know about you, but that would make me pretty vengeful. And do you remember that sharp pointy object that we left on the kitchen floor? Boink. Maybe that was murder object number 1. Oh, and do you know what the second best window is? A bay window. Do you think they make circle bay windows? Caca. Nah, that's too good of a window, right? I mean, if they made circle bay windows, then everybody would have a circle bay window, obviously. Oh, so you know how we're adding windows and doors for privacy? Well, I didn't want the ghosts to have too much privacy, and I wanted to be able to see into their house. Look, I need to know if they're getting into trouble and mischief, because I assume that's what ghosts do. So that's why I put hinges on this bay window. That way I can open it up and you can see inside. Look how cute it is. Next, we're gonna have to add a window to that living room, but since it's a living room, we don't need it to open and close because the ghosts aren't gonna be in there. Cha-cha! Because a living room is for the living. So this room hole just gets a static window. But don't worry, there's going to be a circle window touched to the top. Oh, and I saw this really cool way to make curtains with just some fabric and fabric stiffener. And so I thought I'd give it a try. See, I'm just putting my fabric into a curtain shape and then spraying it with the fabric stiffener. And once it dries, it's supposed to keep its shape, which it totally did. Look, it worked. How cool is that? I'm gonna have to use this trick more. But seriously, what is fabric stiffener for? How does it work? And do you use it on real clothes? Why would you want your clothing to be stiff? I mean, I assume it's for fancy clothes and I don't have any fancy clothes, so. Also, isn't it gonna wash out every time you wash your clothes? So do you have to reapply it every time that you wash? This sounds like a lot of work. I don't think I want any clothes that require that kind of maintenance. Anyways, look at our living room with all the lights on. Doesn't it look awesome? Okay, so next up, you would think that I'd be doing the center hole, but I'm gonna procrastinate it a little bit longer because that's the most important hole, remember? And I've got to come up with a really good idea for that one. Shwaboom. So while I figure out that hole, shake, shake, let's do the porch. Or is it called a deck? You know, I'm not really sure the difference between a porch and a deck. I think a porch has walls, right? Or is that just a screened in porch? Or no, a porch has a roof. But then when I get a sunsetter awning on my deck, does that turn it into a porch? Ha-cha-cha. I don't know, it doesn't matter. We're moving on to the middle hole. Bloop. Which of course it's gonna be a circle window. Bam. The middle hole is the most important hole, which should get the most important window shape. Circle. And look, this one's gonna have hinges too. See, I can see you. The next couple windows, I'm just gonna go faster because you saw me make the first couple and you get the idea. And I don't wanna bore you. So I thought the cage room shouldn't have a window, but I did add scratch marks to the back because Beatrice really wanted to get out. Unfortunately, there was this gap that was problematic and Beatrice would have gotten out if I hadn't fixed it. And if Beatrice gets out, then our house isn't haunted. Normally, I would have cut this part out of the video because nobody cares how I close this door, but I wanted to show off my engineering skills because I thought I was pretty smart about this. Look, I added these magnets with little plates of metal, and then I glued the door to the little plates of metal, but this edge doesn't look right, so I fixed it with a wooden spoke bobber thingy. What? I think that's pretty smart. Look, it works. And now Beatrice is safely trapped. I know. You don't have to call me a genius, but you know, if you want to. I'm not gonna stop you. Anyways, moving on. So for our next window hole thing, we're doing the pretty dangly room. So I wanted a really pretty door window to match. And do you know what makes a doorway 73% more prettier? Stained glass circle windows. Let's just seal those windows up so that they don't leak. And look at that magical archway. You know, as I was painting this, I think I'm second guessing the color choices here. But the crackle paint is a nice touch. However, I think if I could go back to the beginning, I would have painted everything purple and green, bam, rather than the turquoise and mint that I did choose, which I have no idea why I chose those colors. I mean, they're okay. I don't hate it. I'm just not in love with it. So now I'm just adding a few little details around on the outside, like this little flower box, or should I call it a weed box, since it's mostly weeds. And then I added some scruff to the porch deck because I highly doubt that the ghosts are trimming their, I don't even know what you'd call this, vines that have died. And they're definitely not using a leaf blower on their leaves in their gutters and on their porch deck. Although maybe ghosts don't need a leaf blower because they're kind of wind anyway, right? Or would you call them gusty? Dusty, gusty ghosts? Ooh, that would be a good band name. Nobody steal it. It's mine. TM. You know, for when I make that band. Oh, and then I'm adding moss to the roof because that just makes sense. Anyways, this was a really long project and I added a few more things, but I'm not going to show you because I don't want to. Okay, really. It's because I think you'd be bored. So we're just skipping to the end. See? What do you guys think? Also, I was thinking about adding a roof, but I don't know. I feel like it doesn't really need a roof, but it also kind of feels like it's missing something. I mean, besides stairs to the porch deck. Shh, don't worry about it. Ghosts live here anyway, so they can levitate. It just deters the rascally teenagers that are gonna do weird things in my haunted house. Anyways, thanks for watching. And don't forget to subscribe if you want to. And maybe hit that like button, but only if you want to. It does help me out. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. Do you have stuff that's not really your style, but your style is weird and you don't want your guests to be weirded out by your weird style? Yeah, me too. Only I don't really care about my guests being weirded out by my weird style because they already know me and I'm weird. But if you do, come with me and you'll see the world of art on the back of other art as I transform this boring sign into something weird and maybe a little creepy for spooky season. So funny story, my brother-in-law, Patrick Merrick, he's gonna hate me for doing this, but he's a really good voice actor. So I hired him to do the rest of my voiceover on this video. Unfortunately, the only notes I gave him was the word baloney. It was the funniest word I could think of at the time. I had no idea that he was gonna come up with what he came up with. So without further ado, Patrick Merrick and the word baloney.
Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Baloney. Bologna? Bolognese? Bologna? Bologna. 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 Bologna, 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 Bologna. Baloney! 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 Baloney, baloney, baloney. Bolognese. Bologna, bologna, bologna. Bologna, bologna. Bologna, bologna. Bologna, bologna. Balloonu. Bologna. 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 Bologna, bologna. Baloney, 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 bologna, bolognese, baloney, 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 baloney. Baloney, 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 bologna, baloney, 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 baloney. Bolognese, Bologna, Bologna.
Hey, guess what time it is? It's time for another creepy shop. And this time I'm doing it in a clock. Since this clock is round, I need some flat surfaces. Ah, there's a flat surface. Now, before we jam it in my clock hole, we gotta paint it. I love checkerboard floors. I mean, not as much as I love circle windows, but it's pretty high up there on my list. And for some reason, whenever I think of a creepy shop, I always think of a checkerboard floor. But a clean checkerboard floor is not creepy, so I dirtified it. There, now I can shove it in my hole. Okay, so since this is a shop, we're gonna need some shelves to hold some product. So here I am just building and installing my shelves. Emily, stop sniffing super glue. You can't afford to lose any more brain cells. All right, there are my shelves. Now for the trap door. Look, I know you're asking, why does a shop need a trap door? Well, remember, this is a creepy shop, so I'm just messing up the floor pattern. I'm just kidding. It's actually a trap door. But I know some of you were triggered, weren't you? We've all seen those photos of the unsatisfying tile work where they mess up one tile. Ooh, now that's scary. Anyways, what were we talking about? Oh, right, this shop. Guess what kind of shop this is? It's a plant shop. And why am I putting holes in these shelves? Well, because there's something special in the basement. Look, these holes go all the way through, just like the trap door. But before I tell you what's in the basement, I'm gonna drag it out a little bit longer. Look, just be grateful I'm not making a part 2 of this video. I mean, I think that deserves a like and a follow maybe. Or maybe a comment. I know, comment why you hate part 2s and we can rally in the comment section. Or maybe you do like part 2s. Anyways, I'm just making a window. Yes, it would be better if it was a circle window, but that's not very shoppy. See, this is a plant shop, not a circle window shop. Although that could be a cool shop. I might have to do that next time. Ooh, or an octopus shop. I'm just using the cellophane to color these lights and some red cellophane for the basement because we don't know yet what's in the basement. And then I added some mossy stuff. And watch this. Oh yeah, I love doing that. If only it was that easy in real life. Okay, I'm just cutting out this wood paneling because wood paneling seems very basement-y. I don't know, but I'm making curtains for my window. But again, white curtains are not very scary, so they've been stained with a mystery fluid. Trust me, don't ask. You don't want to know. Okay, now for the basement floor. But this gap was bugging Emily, so I filled it with grass. She appreciated it. Boop. Now for my OSHA mandated potato break. I mean my lunch. But I am gonna use the foil. Yeah, I could go upstairs and get new foil, but that's like all the way upstairs. And this foil is only a little bit potatoey. It's fine. So I wrapped my potato foil in clay. Can you guess what's in the basement yet? That's right, there's man eating plants in the basement, or rather person eating plants. And then can you believe it? I burnt it in the oven. Stupid oven temperature cooking's hard. It's fine, I guess I'll paint it. There, one person eating plant. Oh no, it's got a taste for blood. Hee. But she's looking kind of lonely, so we'll give her a friend. There's 2 in the pot. I'm just gonna place them below this trap door for no reason. And you know what? Our totally real plant shop isn't looking very planty, so we gotta add some plants for people to purchase. They're totally normal plants. Nothing weird about them at all. I'm sure if you brought home this plant, it would definitely not eat you. I mean, what a really weird thing to say. It's totally gonna eat you. Speaking of eating things, yes, I am using a weeping angel as my cutting board. Don't blink. And she's gone. Okay, I'm making a crate out of popsicle sticks, which is a lot harder than it looks. They kept wanting to fall over. Anyways, so now that we know what's in the basement, let's talk about it. Okay, here's the story I'm thinking. So this started off as a normal plant shop, but the person who owns it is some sort of mad scientist. We'll call him Oliver. I don't know, I just like the name Oliver. So why is Oliver mad? Well, his mom always degrades him for opening a plant shop when he has a science degree. I mean, to be fair, he was top of his class and he opens a plant shop. But look, he's trying to follow his dream, okay? And his mom needs to mind her business. Anyway, so at a heated family dinner one night where she's just really laying in on him about opening a plant shop called Plant Shop, he could have at least thought of a better name. He stormed out and came back to his plant shop called Plant Shop, which is the coolest name ever, to create a person-eating plant, thinking it would solve all his mommy problems. So the next day he lied to his mom, telling her she was right. The name Plant Shop for a plant shop is a terrible name for a plant shop. Even though it isn't. And so when she came over to discuss different name options, he opened up the trap door and the plant ate her. But then the plant gained sentience from eating humans. And not only did it take over the shop, but it took over all the people working in the shop, including Oliver. You know, like a brain slug situation. Ooh, wait, I know. When it ate Oliver's mom, it gained her personality. And that's why it took over. Not because it was a person-eating plant. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because she's always wanted to control his life. And now she's got the ultimate control. So when a customer comes in and Cynthia's hungry, by the way, the plant's name is Cynthia now because that's Oliver's mom's name, the trap door is opened. But you know, she's not hungry all the time. And if everybody who entered your shop went missing, people would start to have questions. So instead of eating everybody that comes in, she just sells little pieces of herself to anybody who wants a plant. And that's why there's holes in the floor, because she's trying to spread herself around like a plague. And that's how the world ends. Little Cynthias take over the whole world. The end. What do you think of my story? And before you say anything, I did not rip off Little Shop of... Okay, I kind of did. But it's different. Sort of. Anyways, I'm adding this lamp right above our crate of body parts because we want to highlight those body parts. And I'm finished. What do you guys think? Here's a closer look of Cynthia and her food supply. And then we have the shop upstairs. Don't fall down that hole unless you want to feed Cynthia. And then we have Cynthia's babies. But hold on, what's it look like in the dark? Ooh, super spooky. Anyways, what do you think my next crime scene should be? I kind of like the shop ideas, but my last 3 were shops, so maybe I should do something different. What do you think? In this chapter, I'm doing miniature kits, but with a twist. Can you guess that that twist is horror? Because it is. So I bought 4 of the cheapest DIY kits I could find on Amazon, but I thought they're kind of boring, so I thought I'd make them my way. Here's what it's supposed to look like. Don't worry, we're not doing this. And we're soon gonna find out why it's the cheapest DIY kit, because within the first step, I noticed that these are not the right size. They're supposed to be 2 longer ones instead of 1. But you know what? I make it work. Because if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. No, if the men don't find you attractive, they should at least find you adaptive. Ooh, see what I did there? Okay, we're already off track. So I was supposed to wrap the base with this paper, but it was stupid. And so I painted it instead. And now I'm doing the back wall. Did you see that transition? Heck yeah. Double transition there. And then here's the floor. And that's right, you guessed it. The floor does not fit into the base, but that's okay. I adjust it with my handy dandy adjusting knife. Okay, the next thing that needs adjusted is the color, because that was boring. Much better. Okay, let's build the cabinet. And of course, paint it. And you know what? They want you to put these really ugly plates behind here, but that's super boring. So we're gonna go with intestines. Much better than plates. Also, they wanted me to cut plates out of paper. That's not gonna look right. In fact, they wanted me to cut a lot of things out of paper, but I opted to not do that because no. Okay, so we got our back wall and our floor. Now it's time for the cabinet. And look at this. They want us to wrap the countertop with this paper? No, it looks the same. Like, tell me that those colors are not the same. Ridiculous. Although we do need the sink. And then I gotta install the sink in my countertop hole. And then install my countertop on top of my cabinets. But everything's looking a little too clean. You know I like to make things dirty, metaphorically and physically. And look at that, it looks pretty good. So now they want me to add handles to the drawers, which involves removing this plastic on this wire. Okay, first off, how did they expect me to do that without a wire stripper? And second, why didn't they just give me wire without a coating? It's not like we use it later. I am 100% convinced that they did not expect us to actually add these handles because they're impossible. I struggled with these handles so much. I was supposed to put like 7 more handles on, but I opted not to. Okay, now for the light. And Emily wants to help, as usual. Stop it, Emily. I do love that this kit has lights. That's really cool. And apparently Emily thinks it's cool too. Stop it. I don't know what it is about wires and cats, but they love them more than string. Anyways, so now we need a faucet, and I guess we're making it out of this wire and this paper, of course. Gotta cut more paper out and wrap it around the bottom. And then we get these little tiny black beads that I add to the side. It's so cute, but it's not real enough for me, so I had to paint it. And here I'm just living out my plumber dreams. You know, my dreams of being a plumber and not caring what my crack does. Okay, and then now I'm making some flowers. And you guessed it, out of paper that they're making me swirl around, but it looks nothing like the picture. Look at the picture. I guess I lack the flower twirling skills. And then they were gonna make me add these leaves, but they looked really lame, okay? So sue me, I'm going rogue, I'm doing my own thing. Not that I haven't already gone rogue with this project. I mean, I highly doubt that they thought that somebody would splatter, you know, red stuff all over their kitchen. But here I am, and look at this little cup. I'm proud of that cup. I made the little handle and I glued it down, and then there's some red stuff coming out of that cup. Probably what's all over the kitchen. I don't know. Somebody's throwing Kool-Aid everywhere. Speaking of which, we should probably come up with a story for this haunted hidey hole. I guess I'm calling it a haunted hidey hole, even though I'm not technically making everything. I mean, I am making everything, but I kind of feel like I'm cheating because it's a kit. Although I am learning a lot from it. But let's not forget, it is a kit. Speaking of which, it is the cheapest kit ever, because look, they only gave me enough wire to do one of these stools complete. I mean, I may have mismeasured somewhere because I am terrible at following instructions. I didn't read any of the words. I just look at the pretty pictures. I also refuse to measure anything in my life. I don't know, me and numbers do not comprehend. And then I figured every kitchen needs a cutting board, so I cut one out of this wood and I paint it and of course add my meat. And then I realized that the kit actually comes with a cutting board, but you have to cut it out of, you guessed it, paper, which I've seen some flat cutting boards before, but not that flat. That would definitely ruin our brand new countertops. Not that the countertops aren't already ruined by Kool-Aid. And then I made a little knife out of Shrinky Dink plastic. Also not part of the kit. No, they wanted me to cut out a knife out of paper because how would that cut anything? Except maybe a paper cut. But the kit did include these tiny little forks, which let's face it, I am obsessed with. They are adorable. Anyways, we were gonna come up with a story. I completely forgot. Okay, so at some point this kit makes you add this acrylic box that goes over the top of it. And I get it. It's meant to keep dust off of our kitchen, but they don't know me. I like dust in my kitchen. So I'm just going to include that into my story. Here's what I'm going with. I think that these are little rooms that are housed in like a big room, little like murder rooms where people were, you know, murdered in, but now their lost soul is in these rooms. So some sicko has these ghosts on display, you know, these lost souls. And for a price, you could walk through it and look at all the lost soul rooms, like a weird ghost zoo, you know, in hopes that you get to see a ghost. But he has to torture them in order to make them active. But the glass dome keeps it safe for everybody who's viewing them. So the keeper of these spirits has to go in every day and torture the ghosts somehow. I don't know, probably mentally. And this room belongs to somebody from the, let me think, 60s names. So like Barbara. Yes, this is Barbara's room. Anyways, so Barbara's really angry because her husband wouldn't allow her to get a circle window and she really wanted one. And they got into a big fight and somehow she ended up, you know, not alive anymore. Anyway, so she hates men. And the keeper who keeps all these spirits happens to be a man. And when he went in one night to like torture her with the circle window pamphlet, you know, he was like, you could have this circle window, but you can't. And then she gets really angry. Well, one night she had enough and she got revenge on the keeper of the room. I don't know. Okay, this is sounding a lot like 13 Ghosts. But you know what? I like 13 Ghosts. That was a good movie. Also, I kind of had a crush on that guy, the Scooby-Doo guy. Anyways, I'm done with my haunted hidey hole. I don't know why that was a question. I'm done with my haunted hidey hole. And check her out. What do you guys think? Do you think it's cheating that I used a kit? I did learn a lot. But stay tuned because I have 3 more kits to build. But let's do the final looks on this kitchen.
I can see you from behind. You can hear.
Oh, look at that. And here's the office now. This is a little too quaint for me. So in my last haunted hidey hole video, I did the kitchen, and this time I'm going to do the office. Or I guess it says studio, but whatever. It's an office to me. So I'm just unpacking all the little bags, and I'm just making the base, and then I got to paint it because I'm not putting that stupid little paper on it. Look, they wanted me to do a lot of things in this DIY kit, but you know what? I'm an adult, and I can do whatever I want. I don't have to follow your stupid instructions. What you gonna do, come after me? I don't think so. You got to find me first, and I'm like a ninja. See, look at my ninja skills. Hiya. and then they wanted me to cut out these little panels. I guess to make the wall look thicker. I don't know. But I went rogue and I did real wood for the trim. And then I wanted to distress the wallpaper because, you know what? Nothing is creepier than wallpaper that's falling off the wall. Okay, there might be a few things that are creepier than that because that's like a relatively cheap fix, but you know what's not cheap? Holes in your floor. Oh, now that's creepy. I mean, as a homeowner. And then look at this little shelf that I make. Oh, bam! But then I went to go paint it with this chalk paint. Is that mold? Has anybody had mold in their chalk paint? Ugh, that's gross. But I just ignored it and kept painting because if you ignore your problems, they'll probably go away or be 10 times worse. I don't know. Don't ever take advice from me. But look at these little picture frames that, yeah, I had to cut out of paper. But, you know, it's okay. They make cute little pictures for on top of my cute little shelf. It's so freaking cute. And look at that. One thing that I don't need to cut out of paper is this little Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower. But then here's 7 more things that I need to cut out of paper. I think it's worth it though, because look at the little maps and the picture frame and the box. I'm not sure why the side says no bunnies, but okay. All right, I know you're saying that this is not creepy enough, Ashley, and I totally agree. Do not worry. We're going to make this creepy because we're doing a haunted hidey hole, not a cute cubby hole. Although you do have to admit, these books are pretty cute. But I'm gonna speed past this because I know you're just waiting for the creepy stuff. Okay, next I need to build a desk. And luckily we have these handy dandy transitions to make it quick. Did you see how quickly I built that desk? And I don't know why I installed the handles before painting, but I guess I like to make things difficult for myself. Anyways, here's my desk. Now let's creepify it because something creepy needs to be in the drawer. Are those intestines or brains? You decide. And don't you worry, I have the best story for this box. One that totally never been told before. It's totally unique, but you're gonna have to wait a little bit because right now I'm making a lamp. Look at that little shade. It's a shady shade. And then all lamps need a light bulb. There's my light bulb with the wires that go through the desk. That's pretty fancy. And then those wires go through the floor. And then I did debate replacing this picture with a circle window, but I'd already glued the wall down and it would be hard to re-glue it. And sometimes I just take the easy way out, okay? I know that the circle window would have made the circle light that came through it 473% better, but it is what it is. Move past. Okay, the time has come, my friend, to talk of creepy things, of hearts and floorboards and intestines and other things. Is that not how the poem goes? Okay, so I'm sculpting this tiny little heart, and can you guess where it's gonna go? That's right, the floor hole. You know, the hole in the floor. Okay, here's my story. So there's this guy, and we'll just pick a totally random name, Edgar, and he is a writer, and this is his office. And one day, he wrote a love letter to a woman called, we'll just name her Lenore. Hold up, look at my little tiny wax kit. My husband got this for me years ago, but I never used it because I didn't want to waste all the little wax pellets. But you know what? You can't take it with you when you die, so I might as well use it. Anyways, back to this story. So Edgar writes the love letter to Lenore, but when he gave it to his maid to mail, she accidentally dropped it behind this bookshelf right here. So he assumed that she had gotten it and just chose not to write him back. How rude. Whoops. Did you see me accidentally cut that? That's okay. A real feather is going to look better anyway. But do you know how impossible it is to get feather fluff out of your studio? It's almost as bad as glitter, but not quite. Okay, so Edgar's heartbroken, right? And then he sees Lenore hanging out with this other guy. So in a rage of madness, he invites this guy over, asking if he knows how to install circle windows. And this guy happens to be a circle window rep. Hold up, look at my little typewriter. Typity type type. So this guy comes over because he's all excited to sell some circle windows. Wish he'd come to my house. And Edgar he unalives him, thinking that now Lenore is gonna love him, but he's got to hide the body, so he puts it in the floorboards. And it's not the telltale heart. I swear it's not that story. Anyway, so it turned out that this guy was not Lenore's stud muffin. No, in fact, it was her brother, and it upset Lenore so much that her brother mysteriously disappeared that she vowed never to fall in love until she found her brother again. So if Edgar had not done what he did, Lenore probably would have loved him, and this drove Edgar so crazy that he thought he could hear the heartbeat of Lenore's brother in the floorboard. So one night he ripped up all the flooring, hoping that maybe he's still alive under there, even though he knows better. I mean, he knows what he did. But the noise that he heard ended up being floor maggots. You know, in the floor. Ugh. Yeah, I know, it's disgusting. So as Edgar is ripping up the floorboards, the police come by to question him about Lenore's brother being missing. And of course they see all the, the floor guts. And Edgar is in prison. The end. What did you think of my totally unique story that's not stolen from anything? Now that we're done, let's do the final looks.
In your mind, run so fast as you can go.
All right, let's build this reading nook and not follow the instructions. I know what you're thinking. Ashley, what do you mean not follow these instructions? I mean like this right here. They want me to put this stupid paper on the wooden base that basically looks like, no, get out of here, paper. I'm much too lazy for that. And then I cut out this floor and adhered the floor to the wood. And wait, watch this. Hiya, boop, boop, boop. There's one floor. Next, I'm living out my electrician dreams by making a teeny tiny lamp. And now for the reason why this kit caught my eye, right? It's a half circle window, which is half as good as a circle window. But you know what? I'll take what I can get. However, whoever installed this half circle window did not do it properly because it looks like there's mold and, I don't know, whatever this is, growing on the inside. Was mold in the instructions in this kit? Absolutely not. But I mean, to be fair, is mold ever in any instructions? Are there mold projects out there? Maybe moldologists. Is that a thing? Moldologist? I think it is. Oh, and then they wanted me to put this back on this shelf, but no. I like myself an open concept shelf. Thank you very much. And then we need shelf clutter because I don't trust anybody with clean shelves. That's weird. You should at least have some very weird pictures and rope inside of a box on your shelf. And I don't know why I added a rock, but there it is. It's a rock in a box. Oh, and you don't remember me painting the shelves with flowers? That's weird. I could have swore I filmed that. But I didn't forget to film me making this flower that won't go together right. Like this whole thing was supposed to go in there, but I was also lazy during this part. You know what? Laziness for the win. All right, our shelf clutter is coming along nicely. Now here's me trying to follow the instructions. Emily, get out of there. Yeah, I tried to follow the instructions, but these picture frames were boring. I had to spice them up a little bit. See, look at this cute little spicy bunny. Or does he have spunk? It's a spunky bunny. And then this is just a picture of when that UFO visited the farm that one time, you know? And we took a picture of it. And then our friend Bigfoot here. Okay, let's compare. Boring, spicy. All right, much better. Let's add our spicy okay, that sounds bad. They're not those kind of pictures. Ooh, but look at all these books. And this one caught my eye. Does this not look like Handmaiden's Tale? And I'm pretty sure that this one's supposed to be like 50 Shades of Grey. Instead, it's 50 Shoes. Like, I didn't make these books. They came with the kit. I mean, I could have made my own books. Because did you know that I wrote a book? That's right. I wrote a Creepy Crafts book, and you can pre-order it. Links in my bio. Anyways, on with this miniature kit. So that's right. We got a record player, but these records seemed awfully floppy, and there's nothing worse than a floppy disk. So I found this fake coin and I glued it on. I think that looks a lot better. And then I glued on this bead, which also wasn't in the instructions, and set it on my shelf. Okay, and then the kit came with this bird, but this bird has no beak. What happened to your beak, bird? That's okay. We love you anyway, even beakless. You will not be left out. And I know the lack of skulls in this project was unsettling, so of course I added one. Okay, I'm bored, which means you guys are too. So I'm just gonna speed through this and get to the story, because you know I like a miniature with a story. Are they good stories? No, they are not, but they are still stories. Okay, so since this kit is giving off like 60s reading den vibes, I'm gonna assume that this house was built in the 60s. So we need like a 60s name. Maybe Muriel? Seems like a 60s name. I don't know. Oh, look at this 60s looking chair that I'm building. This stupid chair is the devil. That's right. If the devil was a chair, this chair would be it. I don't know how this kit expected me to build this stupid chair and make it look right. It looks like it was hit with an ugly stick. And I tried my hardest. It looks nothing like the picture. Look at that perfect chair in that picture. There's no way. This kit is lying to us. But that's okay. This is where we go off script. Because instructions are for lamey lamos who can do the art better than I can. See, I covered all my embarrassments with string. Except this back. Don't look at it. It's still embarrassing. But that's okay because we're gonna cover it up too. Look, it wasn't worthy enough to be Muriel's favorite chair. That would have been nobody's favorite chair. In fact, that would have been the chair that you would have set your husband who wouldn't let you get a circle window in. That's what kind of chair that would have been. Anyways, I forgot that this was a story about Muriel. And I guess her husband. Okay. So I guess they owned this house in the 60s in a town in the middle of nowhere. In fact, the town was called Nowhere. Wait, hold on. Who lives in the middle of nowhere with her husband, Eustace Bass, who won't let her get a circle window. But creepy stuff happens in the middle of nowhere, so it's up to Courage. Okay, sorry. I guess my 90s is showing. Okay, let's get back to being serious, but not too serious. So obviously this farmhouse was abandoned as a pup. So something must have happened. Emily, stop it. Okay, I promise I'm gonna get through this story. Emily! Seriously, I don't know what her deal is. She's making this 10 times harder. Just ignore her. All right, now that we've been distracted about 100 times, I'm going to tell you this story. No matter what happens on the screen, Emily, we're just going to ignore it and I'm going to tell the story, okay? Ready? Go. There was a group of governmental scientists that went rogue. I guess it would be called a scientist gang. Or is the technical term for a grouping of scientists a herd? I'm going to go with a herd. Anyways, so this herd of scientists are out in the middle of nowhere doing whatever scientists do in a herd, which probably included testing out time travel. I don't know. I've never been in a scientist herd, but I assume that's what they do. So they're running their time travel experiments in Muriel's house because, because her husband was one of the scientists. So he tested it out in their basement, which he had to do secretly because there's no way Muriel would have let him do that. In fact, that was one of her house rules, was no testing out time travel experiments in the basement. But you know, husbands will husband, and he did it anyway. He figured it was just a little bit of time travel, you know, not like a lot of time travel. But anyways, so they get stuck in like a time loop because the experiment went horribly wrong, obviously. Remember, we're making a haunted hidey hole here, not like a everything is fine happy hole. So obviously Basically, the experiment went terribly wrong, and everybody, including Muriel, are trapped in the house, reliving the same day over and over, but everything's still decaying at the same speed. So even though that their house is growing older, they're not. And no matter how much cleaning they do, they can't get rid of the mold, which is the real horror story here. And the mold feeds off of their energy and the trapped souls inside of the time loop, because this is time loop mold, not regular mold, which is apparently different. So now they have to decide if they're going to outlive their house or if their house will outlive them. Anyways, here's the final look. What do you guys think? So this is the last miniature of my cheap miniatures that I bought on Amazon. And again, we're not going to follow instructions because instructions are for lamey lamos who are lame. I don't know. I'm just kidding. If you follow instructions, I actually implore you. Applaud. I applaud you because I can't follow instructions. I get bored reading the title of these miniatures. I didn't even realize what they were called until somebody pointed out that they were called something funny, which this is not a sponsored video, so I can't really tell you what they're actually called. Well, I mean, I could, but I don't really stand by these miniatures. I mean, they're cool, but they definitely have some quality issues, and I don't sponsor them at all. I just want to make their stuff. Anyways, let's get back to this miniature. I didn't mean to go off topic so much. Oh my god, it's a spider. Oh yeah, so I'm doing a cafe, and it was supposed to be like a coffee cafe, but that's boring. Oh look, they want me to make a little thing of straws, but I did not feel like cutting the wire and stripping it for the straw part, so I'm gonna make flowers. Okay, so instead of coffee, I'm thinking like a witch's cafe. You know, like a place for your local witch to stop and drink some tea, because I assume witches drink tea over coffee. Actually, that's probably not true. I don't know. Tea seems more witchy than coffee anyways. So these are the little tea containers, which I painted. And like the tops are little button nipples. Can I say that? I don't know if I can say that. And then I got to make little teacups, which is the biggest pain. Oh my gosh, this wire does not want to stay on the teacup. I know I make it look easy, but trust me, that took me like 17 tries. I didn't even do the second teacup. And then every little witch's cafe needs amethyst because it's purple and I love purple and I love amethyst, and that's a good enough reason for me. And next I'm going to do the lights because we need to light up our tea hut. Is it a tea hut? I have no idea where that word came from, but I like it. So I'm kind of envisioning this, I guess we're calling it a tea hut. Witch's hut? Yeah, I'm going to go with witch's hut. I'm kind of envisioning this witch's hut as like a place you would stop and talk to other witches and, you know, pick up different potions and elixirs. Are those the same thing? Pretty sure a potion is an elixir, but an elixir is not a potion. So you would stop and drink your tea and like get all the gossip. You know, the witchy gossip. Who put a hex on who and who got a circle window this week? Spoiler, it wasn't me. But look at my circle sign. I had to replace the coffee symbol with something, so I just went with like the 3 spiral symbol. And then I built the cute little counter where the witches would sit at. But a clean counter would be boring, so we're gonna clutter it up. And then look at the little vase I'm adding with little sticks. Or I mean wands. Didn't you know that it's impolite to not leave your witch's wand at the door? And then we need a spell book. Look, I do realize it says Treasure Island, but nobody's gonna know, okay? Look, I flipped it over. It could be the Treasure Island spell book. I don't know. Okay, so now I'm just adding it to the base, which I add a second base because otherwise the battery's just sitting there in the open and I don't know if that's an issue. So I cover it. And check out my little tarot cards. Look, every witch's hut needs a couple tarot cards, right? And also they're super cute. So yeah. And then I'm using the glue cap and a marble to make a fortune teller ball, a crystal ball, that's the word. Okay, so maybe I should come up with a story because I don't know what else to talk about. And you all seem to like my stories, though I have no idea why. Most of them are pretty terrible. So I guess here's another terrible story. So the owner of this tea shop, this witch's tea shop, we'll just call him Bob. So Bob has been overcharging people for years at his witch's hut. And he's been running kind of a shady practice. And I don't mean that he was selling shades in the back. All right, that was a terrible joke. Anyways, so if you came in and you gave him like the code word, which the code word is octopus, by the way, he would give you black magic potions. And that's kind of a faux pas in the witches community here. But Bob has no standards. He's just in it for the money. And he has a fairy dust problem. So he needs a lot of money at the moment. So he's giving out as many black magic potions as he can. So one day Bob gave this girl
girl who we'll name Stacy a black magic potion. Because look, Stacy was jealous of her mom, who apparently has it going on. And she was tired of her mom always stealing the boys. So she did what any young person would do. Buy a black magic potion from a super shady shop from a shady part of town. But Bob is overworked from all the black magic potions that he's been trying to pump out so that he can pay off his fairy dust debts. And he accidentally mixed up the word beauty with the super secret word octopus. So after drinking the potion, she turns into an octopus. And as you can imagine, she's not happy about that. And can you blame her? I mean, here she just wanted to be beautiful. And let's be honest, she was beautiful to begin with. But now she's an octopus, which, you know, is beautiful, but not quite what she was asking for. So she goes on a rampage and unalives Bob, who's the only person that can turn her back into a human. And so now she just hangs out at the witch's hut, hoping that somebody can turn her back. But it doesn't look too good for her. And all because Stacy's mom had it going on. Anyways, let's just take some final looks. And then some final looks on all four.
I can see you from behind. You can hear me in your mind. Run so fast as you can go. Time will catch you.
Comment down below what your favorite miniature is, because you know that really helps me out, and I'm genuinely curious. And if you want to subscribe, hit that little subscribe button. Thanks. Okay, bye. And one of the first things that got me into art was teapots, which means some of the videos are really old and the audio might not be the best, but I left them for the end so you can skip past them and go to the next chapter if it bothers you. Have you ever heard of a tea shop inside of a teapot? Well, I'm about to blow your mind, but first the spider check. Aha! Wait, what is that? Is that a spider? Oh, thank God, it's just a fluff ball. Okay, so I'm trying to split this teapot in half. And look at this, the whole bottom just popped out. I was not expecting that. I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely was not that. And this teapot took a few hits with the hammer before I got any sort of progress. Why is it when I don't want to break something, I break it, but when I do want to break something, it's impossible? Look, I keep just getting little windows. Ah! Finally. Now, I know that breaking teapots give a lot of people some big feelings, and that's okay. We can have big feelings, but if it's not your teapot, you can't really tell me what to do with it. I'm just saying. If I want to glue this butt to the bottom of my teapot, I can do that. See, look, it's like in the shape of a butt. But it's not because it's the bottom, so it's the floor, which is sort of the butt of the teapot. I don't know, but I'm using this clay to glue the floor on because I trust this clay more than any glue. And look, I hear you when you guys ask what kind of clay I use. I use Epoxy Sculpt by Aves. I've told you that. What, are you guys not listening? Do we need to get our listening ear? I'm just kidding. I know, not everybody sees all my videos, and people have bad memories. I have a terrible memory. What were we talking about? Ooh, look, creepy crawlies. Because it wouldn't be an Ashley project without a little bit of creepy and a little bit of crawly. And did you see that super cool leaf that I made as a window? What? That's cool, right? Now, one thing that a tea shop needs besides tea are shelves, because, you know, we need shelves for all the tea paraphernalia that the bowls can knock over. Isn't that a thing? Like bowls in a tea shop? Or is it? No, it's a china shop. That's right. So my tea shop is going to be run by spiders because I have an intense fear. I don't know if you know this, but I have an intense fear of spiders living inside of my teapots. And I just know that one day I'm going to lift up that lid and there's going to be a whole family of spiders just staring at me rent-free, kind of like Emily. Emily, what are you doing? That's right, you're my rent-free kitty. You don't even catch creepy crawlies, do you? Oh, I see you try, Emily, but I'm pretty sure she operates on a catch and release basis. Anyways, so I'm adding this spider web right to the handle. What do you think spiders would name a tea shop? Ooh, how about Cobweb Cafe? Tangled Webs Tea? Creepy crawly tea creations? Although I would bet that spiders don't think of themselves as creepy. Hold up, check out my bubbles. Yeah, I add bubbles to everything just because it makes things look old and imperfect. And I like imperfect, okay? And look at that, I just painted everything white. I don't know, I just figured it's a teapot, so teapots should be white, I guess. But I like a little pop of color, so I used these shards that I broke off and glued them to the side. Look at that pop of color. Oh, and here comes the most important part, the circle window. You know, everything needs a circle window. Now, if only my husband believed that. Would you see that? I added all the cobblestones. And now I'm painting all the cobblestones. That way it looks like tea has been inside inside the teapot because it's a teapot and it makes sense, okay? Is it a store? Is it a teapot? Yes. Yes, it is. Also, it just makes all the details pop and you know that dirt is my favorite color, or maybe it's a design choice. Yeah, it's more of an aesthetic. I mean, I don't want dirt in my own home, but I'm definitely like making dirt paints, painting dirt onto teapot. What? Words not working. I don't know what I'm saying. I guess it doesn't matter because I'm done with the dirt. Look, we got a tea shop. Next, we need the little teapots. And look, I'm actually adding tea to this teapot. Even though nobody's gonna see that there's tea in that teapot, but I will know. I will know that there's tea in that teapot. And if I didn't add tea, it would have haunted me. I would have known that it was just an empty teapot inside of a tea shop being all fake. It was a fake teapot. But now I can sleep soundly. So you might be wondering what the heck this thing is. And I think when I made it, I wasn't really sure. Other than I knew that I had to put something on the other side of this teapot. But look, it's a chain octopus with 4 chainy tentacles. Anyways, so I made a little chandelier, but it's not just any chandelier. It's gonna be really cool. Hold on. I promise you it gets cool. Right now I'm painting it, but watch this. See this little platter thing? I put it right in the middle and it sits there perfectly. Right in the middle of our chandelier. But what else do we put on our chandelier? That's right. Teacups. I only want my teacups on top of chandeliers, along with my tea cookies or biscuits if you're from the UK. So this is gonna be like a serving chandelier, like the Lazy Susans of chandeliers. Whoa, check out these super glue strings. I've never seen this before. They like dripped and hardened into string. It's weird. Anyway, so now I didn't like the graphic on that teapot, so I just sanded it off, you know, like a criminal's fingerprints. Speaking of criminals, Emily, quit stealing my stuff. Schwab Bippy. We got some sticks that I painted and I'm going to use them to hang my Lazy Susan chandelier. I don't know who Susan is or why she's so lazy, but I feel like we need to rename the Lazy Susan to perhaps the lazy husband. Although that's kind of sexist and not all husbands are lazy. However, I would argue that more husbands are lazy than Susans are. And I'm not saying that my husband's lazy because he's not. Hold on, watch this. Whee! Anyways, if he wanted to prove that he wasn't lazy, I could think of a few circle projects he could work on. However, my point is that some men have the reputation of being lazy in the kitchen. Unlike Susan. Oh my god, it's a spitter. Oh, it's so creepy. Anyways, so we renamed the Lazy Susan. And if any husbands have anything to argue about this, imagine how Susan feels. So anyways, maybe I should get back to the art instead of offending husbands everywhere. So look at that. I made a spider. Isn't it? It's creepy. I can only imagine that this is like the mama spider that runs the tea shop. And she lets her babies run all over the place. Yeah, it's one of those establishments. I don't even know what I meant by that. Ooh, I know. So like her boss won't let her take time off because her babies are sick. So she had to bring them to work. What's she gonna do? She's a mama spider. She gotta take care of her kids. And if the boss is gonna be a jerk and not let her, you know, take time off to take care of her kids, then they gotta come to work with her. And they're coughing all over the cakes and biscuits. It's gross. Wait, don't spiders die after their babies hatch? I don't know. All I know about spiders is what I've learned from Charlotte's Web, so I guess they're pretty good spellers. And I'm pretty sure that there's a family of them living in one of my teapots somewhere. And it's their life's mission to pop out and scare me at some point. That's all I know about spiders. And I don't really care to know anymore. So don't come in my comments with spider trivia because spiders scare me. Anywho, look at my little tea table with the little skulls from their enemies. But every teapot tea shop needs a tea cake. Emily, it's not real. You can't eat that. She's just making sure. Anyway, so look at my little tea cake. Isn't that cute? And look at the little whipped cream poop that I put on top. It's freaking adorable. And you can't tell me otherwise that these cakes are not freaking adorable. Look at this one with the oranges. I can't even control how freaking adorable these are. So apparently spiders are really good bakers too. I mean, they do have a lot of extra arms. I bet they're really good multitaskers. And I'm just gonna say this now. I bet their kitchen has bugs in their cakes because spiders eat bugs. Get it? And look at that, we're done. What do you guys think of my tea shop inside of my teapot run by tea spiders? Wait, tea spiders? Is that a thing? Anyways, don't forget, I have a Creepy Crafts book coming out October 15th. The link's in my bio. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. So I got this teacup at Sabres for $3.99, and it looks like somebody hand painted it. Elise, I don't know what thoughtless person you gave this beautiful mug to, and then they savagely donated it to Sabres. But don't worry, I'm gonna make it into something beautiful. Maybe. Hopefully. I just hope I don't turn it into trash. I mean, let's be honest, it was probably destined for the trash anyway, but I saved it from Sabres. Wait a second. Is that why it's called Sabres, or is it because you save money? Anyways, so I filled my cup hole with tin foil. Or is it aluminum foil? Or is that the same thing? I mean, isn't tin and aluminum two different metals? I actually don't know. But if I had to guess, I would guess that tinfoil is like the old version and aluminum foil is like the new version. But that doesn't actually matter because I covered that with popsicle sticks and clay and then painted it purple. Now, I made this door like a while ago. Here you go. Here I'm making the door. But you get it. It's a clay door. And then I installed it into my teacup. And bam, more paint. Now it's definitely missing that razzle dazzle. So I got out my jar of razzle dazzle and razzle dazzled my tea hole. Or is it a cup hole? I don't know. You get the idea. I put glass shards around my hole. Now, the one thing that we are missing is a staircase because I think the edge of this cup would be really slippery, especially if you have any snow or rain. And we don't want our fairies to slide down because then they're going to end up in funniest home videos and be super embarrassed. And that just does not look good on me as a fairy home contractor. Which reminds me, did I tell you that we're making a fairy home? I mean, I know it looks like a hobbit hole, but it's a fairy home. And all good fairy homes need a fence to keep the fairy bunnies from eating their gardens, obviously. And stupid fairy bunnies always chewing off the flowers and eating all the fairy carrots and pooping on the grass. Look, it's a real problem. So we just put up a fence. Problem solved. And look at this little sign that I made that says home sweet home. Unfortunately, in my fairy contract, I'm not allowed to put any nail holes in this roof. So I had to get a little crafty with hanging it. And then I went ahead and paved the sidewalk and installed the anti-slip texture because remember, we don't want our fairies to slip. And then I made this mushroom like a really long time ago and never used it. And it's just been collecting dust in a drawer somewhere. But it's a good thing I'm a hoarder because it fits really well right here. And then I thought maybe our fairies could use a table. Although it ends up looking kind of like a stump that they never got crowned out. But that's all right because you can use a stump as a table. And then the outside needed a little something. And you know what? Elise worked really hard on this paint job. And we're not like that heartless person that donated her cup. We think her cup is beautiful. I'm not covering the whole thing. Just random bricks. Look, I know in your real house you wouldn't have just random bricks on the walls. But this is my house. And I can do what I want. So we're also missing a back door. Because every fairy needs an escape route for when that mob fairy wants its money back for selling him fake fairy dust. Oh yeah, we know. And that's why we're building you a door in the back of your house. So you can make a safe getaway. And then back on the front of the house, it was missing some foliage. So I added some moss around my cup hole and a few other plants. Anyway, so I was thinking is if the mob is after our fairy, it'd be kind of hard to keep up on your house, right? You'd always be looking over your shoulder. They don't have time to clean. So I'm adding some fairy dirt to these bricks, which is like regular dirt, but more colorful. And there's our finished fairy home, complete with fairy escape door. And what do you guys think? Now, I couldn't have done it without Elise, so I left her name on the bottom and just added my own. And then here's my favorite part. The sign moves in the wind. Ooh, so fancy. Anyways, leave your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to read them. And if you're not following me already, go ahead and follow me if you want. I mean, you don't have to, but it would be nice. I'll see you at the next video. Goodbye. Okay, that was a really weird ending. I'm sorry. I'm a little teapot, short and stout. Here is my hammer. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, I'm totally gonna regret that intro. Anyways, so you saw that I broke my teapot in half, but it's okay. We're gonna fix it, sort of. Maybe we'll make it better. Maybe we'll make it worse. Maybe we'll just add a butt to the back and call it good. Because doesn't this look like a butt? It looks like a butt. I mean, it's not actually gonna be a butt. Although here I am adding a butt crack. Whoa, advert your eyes. I'm actually gonna make this into a miniature. Oh wait, I guess it technically is already a miniature because it's a miniature teapot, but I'm gonna make it more miniature by adding miniature things inside. And lights. Of course we need lights, but our lights are a little too long, so I cut them. And then fed them through the back hole of our teapot. It's definitely not the butthole. Because teapots don't have butts, come on. And if you know me, I like to make things look abandoned and old, so I'm adding some weeds to my teapot hole. And then here's my jar of hoarded trash. Like, it's a small jar. I don't hoard a lot of trash. Okay, avert your eyes from the plate. Don't look at it. I might hoard a lot of small trash, but everything has potential. Like this little mirror that I smashed and I'm gonna make into like scrap metal. And oh, look at that. Actual scrap metal is going in this teapot. And a cute little spring. Can you guess what I'm doing yet? I mean, obviously it's gonna be an abandoned robot factory. So I'm using these wires that I got out of that claw machine that I made. I guess I didn't make the claw machine. You know what I'm talking about. They're like Five Nights at Freddy's goodies. Well, I stole all the wires from it because I knew I'd use them in something. They definitely wouldn't just sit in my pile of trash forever. And then did you know that if you flake off the back of a mirror, you can see through it? So I glued red cellophane to the back and then attached it to the light, making the light glow red. Because we don't know what happened in this abandoned robot factory. Maybe the robots revolted and caused the whole world to be abandoned. I guess it wouldn't be abandoned. It'd be the apocalypse. Although you would think if the robots did take over, the only thing not abandoned would be the robot factory. Emily, stop it. So the one thing that this Emily, seriously, why are cats like this? No, correction, why is this cat like this? Anyways, just ignore Emily. The one thing that this robot factory is missing is a robot. So I'm making one out of this old light bulb and whatever its arms are. And then there was a time where I had a whole bunch of old pocket watches and I took them all apart and got this little jar of gears. So I'm using that for detailing. And then a jack makes the perfect little switch for the back of our robot. Do kids still play with jacks? I know I didn't as a kid. I'm not even sure I know how to play jacks. And then our robot arm fell off, so I replaced it with an axe. Look, the robots needed some sort of weapon against the humans, so an axe makes more sense anyway. And it's totally not because it sticks better to the side of this light bulb. And look how cute our robot is. Aww. Let's add it to our teapot. He's looking pretty good. So I have no idea what this piece of trash is. I'm pretty sure it's some sort of electronic, but I figured it needed to go back here because it was interesting looking. And then I was thinking maybe before the robot revolt. Is that the right word? Revolt? Maybe it was an overthrow or an upheaval. Anyways, before all that happened, they got a shipment of boxes and they're just sitting there waiting to be opened. And then I needed to add some plants because it wasn't the plants that the robots upheaved over. It was the humans for making them their robot slaves, and the robots weren't happy about that. And so without the humans around, the plants overgrew. Or maybe it just looked good. I don't know. So did you notice that this whole teapot is made out of the trash from other projects? Like this little wall. I mean, that for my graveyard, and I just never used it. Okay, so I think the inside of my teapot is looking good, but we need to work on the outside. Shabam. Hold up, we gotta make it rusty. Bang. Okay, so I assume that the robots have been held up in this, hold on, look at my circle window. Oh yeah, you know I love a circle window. Okay, anyways, so I assume that these robots have been held up inside the robot factory, so they're gonna need some fortifying. They need to fortify their factory from the fleshy fellows who are trying to fight and fetch their flux capacity. I don't know. I thought I was onto something, but maybe not. Anyway, so I added my circle window. So to further fortify this factory, that's a mouthful, I'm adding barbed wire around my teapot hole. I mean, that way nobody can come over the side and break into this teapot. I mean, okay, there is a big hole in the front, but I assume that that's just a door that's open. And you know, eventually they will shut the door and it will be fortified. In fact, here's the door mechanism that opens and closes the door. All we need is a lever, which I'm gonna make out of this glue cap ring, and you guessed it, another jack. Well, it's the same jack. I only have one jack. And you know what? There was room for jack on this door. Anyways, this video is getting really long, so I'm just gonna quickly show you how I put glass inside my spout hole, making it look like fire. Insert inappropriate joke. And then I painted that butt on the back. And ta-da, I'm done. Now, I do have a quick little announcement. There is somebody stealing my videos from TikTok and making a fake Facebook account of me. It's got like 100,000 followers or something crazy right now. But yeah, that's not me. My real Facebook account is in my link tree. I don't know. Click in my bio and you'll see it. It currently has 400 followers. So, you know, if you want to help me out, go report that page and follow mine. Or don't, because Facebook is toxic. Okay, thanks. Bye. Aw, look at this little teapot. Quick, get it with a hammer before it runs away. Hiya! Every time I smash a teapot, they're way stronger than I expect. Like, what am I doing? Little taps? That obviously is gonna do nothing. You gotta really smack it with a hammer like this. It's a really good way to get your anger out about the current state of things, if you know what I mean. Okay, now I'm getting angry. And you won't like me when I'm angry. Stupid freaking teapot. There, finally. Now we gotta suck up all the evidence. Kind of like what a certain government's trying to do right now. Ugh, who said that? Anyways, okay, what are we doing today? Oh, gotta suck up some more evidence. Well, obviously we're doing a teapot because I haven't done one in a while and I thought it was about time. But first we gotta smash these balls together, you know, to mix the clay. And why are we making clay? Remember how we broke the teapot? Well, now I'm fixing it. Like this, shwabam. If only everything could be fixed with clay. And now we have a little cute teapot butt. Look, it's not as cute as this little plate I have though. And before you guys get on me about using good china or whatever, look, this one came from Avon and it has a little chip. So that means I can use it in art, okay? Somebody else would probably throw it away because of the chip. Not me, because I'm making a teapot tea room. I don't know why I'm so sassy today. I'm sorry. Anyways, I gotta cover up these sharp edges because safety. Look, I don't want a fairy lawsuit. However, I don't want to remove all sense of danger from this teapot. Did you know teapots were dangerous? They can be, especially if you make them angry. So that's why I added these little, spikes? Thorns? Teapot thorns? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're thorns. And where do thorns grow? On trees, I guess. Actually, do they? I think that's more of a plant thing, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to make my teapot look like a tree. I mean, why else would it have thorns? Is it some sort of fairy security system? Maybe. Ooh, but we need to add a circle window. So I get my circle window tool out. See my tool? And to make myself a circle window. I wish it was this easy in real life, because one day I want a circle window. But for now, I'll just have to live my dream through this teapot. All the fairies get circle windows. I don't know why I can't have a circle window. In fact, they get 2 circle windows. That's 2 more circle windows than what I currently have, in case you're counting. But it's fine. It's fine. I'm not disappointed at all. Anyways, that's enough rant about circle windows. Let's get back to this teapot, which I guess I'm still covering with clay. To be fair, it's a big process. Have you ever tried to cover a teapot with clay? It's a lot of work. But it's worth it if I want to make it look like a tree. You know, like a teapot tree house for our tea drinking tree fairies. Okay, now say that 10 times fast. Teapot tree house for our tea drinking tea fairies. Teapot snap. Boop! I don't think that was the right sound effect, but it's the one I went with. Okay, so I painted my teapot blue to match the plate, and I'm adding these little red flowers. I don't know why that's a question. They are indeed red flowers. Anyways, I added the red flowers to also match the red flowers on the plate. It's not a style that I would normally go with, but I'm glad that the plate made me go in this direction. Anywho, here's what I'm thinking with this teapot. And I've sort of done this before, but not exactly. I mean, to be fair, I've done a lot of teapots in the past. But here's what I'm thinking. What if we put a tea shop inside a teapot for fairies? I mean, I know we've already covered this, but I'm just reiterating. But what if the tea fairy that owns this tea shop, or I guess it would be a tea owning tree fairy, what if they were secretly a pixie in disguise? Shabam. I don't really know the difference between pixies and fairies, but for whatever reason, the fairies, they don't like the pixies, which is totally unfair because pixies are actually really nice if you get to know them. And they make really good cake, like this cake right here that came from my cake bag. Do you not have a cake bag? You should get one, along with a tiny teapot bin where I got this tiny tea tray. Okay, so it's a cake plate. It doesn't sound as good. Anyways, this is not a story about a cake plate. This is a story about a girl who cried a whole river and drowned the whole world. And while she looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her because her name was Tina or Trixie, and she was actually a pixie who had to pretend to be a fairy. Okay, sorry about that. Right. So Trixie, she owned this tea shop and she has to disguise herself as a fairy, which I don't know what that involves, but I guess producing some sort of fairy dust, maybe? Yeah, that sounds right. So she had to make fake fairy dust, which is how she got so good at baking because counterfeit fairy dust is often used in really good pastries, or so I'm told. And the fairies don't know. They have no idea. Pixies and fairies look pretty much the same. Also, they didn't question it because she gave her fair share of dewdrops into the fairy fund, you know, for having her tea tree shop. So the fairies were only benefiting from her, even though she was a pixie. Anyways, so Trixie lived there for years, and the fairies grew to really like her. In fact, they loved her, and they loved her cakes. She was a great asset to the fairy community. And you know what? When they found out that she was a pixie, because at some point producing fairy dust from a pocket, bam, you're gonna get found out eventually. But they didn't care. Snap. They made her an honorary fairy anyway. Just because she was born not able to make fairy dust doesn't mean that she can't be a part of the community. She even, boop, fell in love with a little fairy fellow and had little fairy pixie children. However, one day, this tyrant of a fairy got voted in by lying to all the other fairies. And for whatever reason, they believed him and he hated pixies. Hold up, look how many times I changed the middle of this table. I struggled figuring out what to do. Anyways, on with the story. The leader fairy wanted all the pixies gone no matter what. He didn't care that Trixie was an honorary fairy. So one day he flew into Trixie's tea shop. I guess her fairy Thorn security system didn't work very well because he flew in and demanded that Trixie show her fairy dust to him. And she's like, nah, man. That's kind of personal. He didn't like that answer, so he ripped her away from her family to imprison her and her children in separate spiderweb prisons. Even though her children were fairies, he just wanted to hurt Trixie any way he could because he had so much hatred. But you know what's attracted to hatred? Owls. Owls are attracted to hatred. So a wise old owl swooped down and ate the orange fairy. I mean the lead fairy. And that's when the fairy community banded together and made a law against hatred. The end. And look at that, we're done with our tree tea shop. What do you guys think? I'm back with another creepy teapot. I got this one for $4.99 at Savers. Now let's do the spider check. Spiders, are you in there? They said no, so we should be good, right? I don't know if I trust spiders to tell the truth, so let's shake it just in case. Oh my gosh, I knew they were lying. Yeah, I'm just kidding. It's just a plastic spider, but I had you going, didn't I? I totally should have been an actor. Or maybe not, I don't know. Anyways, I promise I will never do that again because I am terrified of spiders inside of teapots, as you know. But I figured with this project, I might as well face my fears and make this teapot into a spider teapot. And look at this, it's a teapot on top of a teapot. How cute. Or at least it was until I started adding these spider legs. Unless you're one of that rare percentage of people that find spiders cute. I mean, I'm not one of those people. Unless you're talking about like that jumping spider on TikTok that talks. Here she is, mini Robo Muppets. I highly recommend going and watching some of those videos. They're so cute.
I'm gonna eat all the bugs.
Okay, you're just gonna eat them one at a time though, okay?
Okay.
No, wait, I meant after this video. Come back, come back. Please don't leave because my algorithm has not been algorithming lately. And I'm sure this little tangent didn't help it. So let's get on with this project. And forget about that other video until I'm done. And then go follow her. Anyways, I figured a spider on top of a teapot that's spewing out little tiny baby spiders needed to also be a spider. See, we're Spidey fighting? Spider fire. We're making everything spiders. And these little pus bubbles are the eggs, I assume. Pus bubble is a really weird, really strange word. Okay, so on to the paint. This is where I kind of messed up. I wanted it to be colorful, but I hated this purple. So there was only one thing to do, and that was to wipe it all off. But then I decided I kind of liked the purple, so I taped it off and spray painted it the same color. Honestly, I don't know why I'm like this. Because spoiler, at some point I hated the purple again, but I decided it is what it is, and I just moved on with my life and went to painting the bottom, which didn't go any smoother than the top, but I ended up painting it all black. See, watch my magic. Ooh, and the best part, taking off the tape. Ooh, look at that tapey goodness. I love that part. Okay, next I added some green accent colors, and then Emily's tail got in the way. I swear, come on, Emily, move your tail. Anyways, so apparently I thought the green was a great idea, which it was not, because I kept going with the green. So much green. Green feet, green whatever these things are, a green pus bubbles, and egg pouch. And then I added blue. I don't know why I added blue. It wasn't in the plan. The plan was supposed to be green and purple, and I don't know why I went off script, but there it is. I think my brain just said blue. You got to do blue now. And I don't know what your brain tells you what to do, but when my brain tells me what to do, they can be mean. And rather than upset it, I went with the blue. Don't worry, I paint over it again. I mean, spoiler. Oh, look, and yep, here I am. I'm painting it gold now. But not the whole thing gold for some reason. I just did little spots. I'm not sure what I was thinking. And I mean, we've come this far, so I might as well just slap some foil on top of it. Which, by the way, foil is really messy. I hate this stuff. I don't know why I use it other than it looks nice. It's okay, we got the fortress of suction to suck up all the foil that wants to infiltrate my studio. Trust me when I say foil is worse than glitter. It literally gets everywhere. It will not come off your hands. Look at that, I'm multitasking. I can suck and brush. And then this is where I just sort of gave up, and I gave the whole thing a coat of gold paint. I even painted over the foil, so I don't know what the purpose of that really was, except, you know, I made a little sparkly spot, I guess. I mean, this was totally planned. This is exactly how I wanted this teapot to be, with just so many layers of paint. But you know what? In the end, it looks fine. It's fine. It's not terrible. I mean, I've only painted and repainted these spiders about 100 times. And I sort of like the finish. It's like a old brass teapot, and then we gotta add its hat. There, now his head won't get cold. I do like its silhouette, so you know, that's something. Anyways, what do you guys think? Do you think it's okay? Should I have kept the colors? I know a lot of you are gonna say that you liked the colors better, but you're wrong, in my opinion. Oh, by the way, this project reminds me of a project that's in my book. Oh, hey, did you know that I wrote a book? Hold on, don't leave yet. I know most people leave when you start self-promoting, but seriously, if you want to make a project kind of like this that's, you know, more well thought out than this one, the link's in my bio to pre-order my book. See, here's a picture of it. It's a teacup with legs, Kind of like this teapot with legs. Only it's way cooler because it's a teacup. And it's in a book with other creepy projects. Anyways, thanks for watching. Please subscribe. Bye. Oh my god, look at all these little teapots. They're so cute. And since they were 75% off, I bought them all. That's right, all the tiny teapots were mine. I had to fight off some old ladies. Okay, no, I didn't. But I think some of them give me the hairy eye. That's a phrase, right? The hairy eyeball? I don't know, but I'm sure they thought somebody with 27 tiny teapots in their cart was up to no good. And they'd be right, because I'm gonna make something crazy out of them. Okay, not that crazy. I'm making tiny teapot creations modeled after my big teapot creations. Because shrinking something makes it 153% cuter. Trust me, the maths. And the first one I'm doing is my tiny teapot trash town. Okay, it's really a city, but town sounded better. Yo, check out this little Monopoly house. You'll go right here. And you know, we gotta add that circle window. Oh yeah. Okay, so why is this town a trash town? Because I'm using trash to build it. Did you not notice all the trash? Yeah, I got some old popsicle sticks and whatever that is. Okay, that's not really trash, but the cardboard I used under it is. Okay, but we don't want our town to look too trashy, so I'm gonna add these amazonite stones. I've got to be saying that wrong. There's no way that that stone is called amazonite. That sounds totally made up. Whoops. Get back on there. Anyways, that's like what you name something that you have no idea what to name it, and you're like, this stone is amazing, so we'll call it amazonite. Kind of like unattainum. You know, the stone from that movie. That sounds totally made up. I mean, it is made up because it's a movie, but you know what I mean. It just sounds fake. Oh, did you see that? I almost dropped my swelligant. All right, who's naming these products? We got amazonite and swelligant. Put them all together and you got an amazing, swell, elegant teapot creation. Is that how that works? Do they make any products called Follow Me Blue, or perhaps click that heart button red? No? Okay, well then don't do it, because I didn't use those products, so you can't follow me or click that heart button, and that's not reverse psychology at all. Psh, I wouldn't do that to you guys. Anyways, so this teapot needs to be up off the ground because it's elegant, remember? It can't just be sitting on the dusty countertop. I don't know why your counter's dusty. Maybe you should dust more. But look, I don't judge. I can't remember last time I dusted. Anyway, so I made this plaque and I'm putting it on there. But the plaque's boring by itself, so I'm adding all these crystals around it. Look at it, I should have stopped there, but I kept going. I went crystal crazy. And look at that, we're done. Holy crap, that's a lot of crystals. Do you think it looks swelligant? That Monopoly piece looks awesome. Good thing we added that awesomite. Oh, look at the stairs next to the circle window. That way you can look at the circle window while you're going up the stairs, because we all want to look at the circle window. Anyways, yeah, what do you guys think? And remember, don't follow me or click that heart button. Nah, look at this lovely teapot with the flowers. I got it for $4.99 at Savers. It says Mud Pie 1998. Do you think there's anything inside? Let's find out. And man, one of the leaves fell off. All right, we'll just put that right there. Just a quick peek. Run away, spiders. Whew, there's nothing in there. Okay, I'm gonna do an Alice in Wonderland teapot. Remember to wear protection because chemical burn is no joke. Take a little bit of this one and a little bit of that one and squish your balls together. Hee. Okay, let's add her to the teapot. I know, aren't my camera skills amazing? Oh, now we're centered. All right, I went with some viney stuff on this side just to complement the flower. And of course, we gotta add eyeballs. I mean, let's be honest. Is it really an Ashley project if you don't add eyeballs? And oh man, another leaf broke. Well, when life starts falling apart, glue it back together. There, good as new. And I made these feathers for the top, but nobody really cares. So I'll skip right past it. Now, on to the fun side. Look out, I have teeth. Lots of teeth. If you know Alice in Wonderland, you probably know what I'm doing with all these teeth. That's right, it's a Cheshire cat, but I knew you knew that. God, look at all these teeth. Hopefully you're not bored while I'm playing dentist, because this is tedious. Toothiest? These teeth took time. Tooth, 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 tooth. And here comes the nose boop. Boop. Boop, and some nose holes. And swish, 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 swish. Ooh, look at that texture. Boop, 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 boop. Doesn't that look cool? I was gonna leave it at this, but I thought it needed some eyes. So here's the one eye, and then just pretend I did it in reverse on the other one. There, see? 2 eyes. Now for some ears. All right, my Cheshire cat is looking pretty good if I do say so myself. And here's what the other side looks like. Now for some paint. Yes, this is the best part. Ugh, so satisfying. Don't forget the smile. And if you've seen my videos, you know I gotta show you the bubbles. I love the bubbles. Bubbles are life. More paint. Oops, too much paint. Dang it, another leaf broke off. What the heck? I'm surprised this teapot made it from 1998. I mean, I know the 90s were full of questionable quality products because I had the blow-up couch to prove that. Side note, it was bright green. Oh, why was it bright green? Because it matched my bright green laptop, of course. Yes, the 90s were weird. But I'm being pretty careful with this teapot and everything's still breaking off. Anyways, it's fine. I just glued it back on. So here's the outside of my teapot. Don't worry, I'm not done yet. I'm gonna put something on the inside. What do you think? Rose tree, tea party, Queen of Hearts? What do you think I should do? Hey, remember my Alice teapot? Well, it's time to do the inside. And since it's a teapot, I'm gonna do the Mad Tea Party. Man, don't you wish all grass was this easy to grow? I mean, I guess they do have AstroTurf. Now let's fold it like a diva cup and fit it inside. There we go. I'm doing something completely different with this teapot. What am I doing? I'm drilling a hole through a teapot. Actually, my husband is. Why is he doing it instead of me? Well, if he ruins it, I can blame him. Hey, look, you didn't break it. And now I have a hole. What am I putting in my hole? Lights. That's right, it's gonna be lit. So I gotta feed it through the hole. And look how long these lights are. It goes on forever. Okay, so I thought the end might need some extra protection, so I started to duct tape it, which for some reason I thought was a bad idea. I'm such an idiot. I chose design over function. Obviously, the duct tape was trying to tell me something because it did not want to be removed. Anyways, always listen to your duct tape. Okay, so now I'm painstakingly gluing this all into the teapot. So much glue and so much work. Anyways, my tea party needs a garden, so we're gonna need some flowers. And my little baggie of moss. And so much hot glue. I'd say the inside is about 90% hot glue right now. Look, it's so sparkly. Now let's add the flowers. With, you guessed it, hot glue. Okay, a few dozen flowers later. Look how pretty it is. But it's missing the teeny tiniest little deck of cards. Oh, it's so cute. Why do I love little things? They're so adorable. So let's add them to our bushes. And a boop. Okay, so I thought I was going to make some cake for the inside. Well, I did make some cake for the inside, but the inside is a lot smaller than I thought. And these cakes are huge, but it was just too satisfying not to share. I mean, look at this one. Look at the rainbow. That was a lot of hard work and I can't use any of it. Well, I used one slice right there, but all that work for nothing. I also made this really cool toast, which I'm really proud of. I mean, look at it. It looks so real. Anyways, I need a table for all my stuff. So I painted a piece of wood and put on some corners. And next, my table needed legs, obviously. So I did this thing with some wire and voila. Table leg. Is this table poorly crafted? It sure is. But you're probably not going to notice underneath all my teeny tiny goodies. And there's Edgar thinking they're his teeny tiny goodies. Stupid cat. Okay, after I pried them away from Edgar, let's decorate this table. Look at these cute little cookies. Oh, and a little teacup with a spoon. And I gotta have a sugar bowl and a sugar spoon. Hold up, is that a teeny tiny pocket watch? It sure is. A few smaller details. Look, I even added tea to this teacup. We're just missing a teapot and a tea mouse. Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at. Up above the world you fly, like a tea tray in the sky. One tea mouse added. I also sculpted this Mad Hatter hat, which is pretty cute, and very carefully glued it into the bushes. Kind of like that game Operation. Anyways, here's the inside of my Alice in Wonderland teapot. Isn't it pretty? Yeah, I thought so too. But remember how I stupidly took the duct tape off the lights? And how I was worried that my husband would break my teapot? Well, it ended up being me that broke it. If only I'd left the duct tape, this wouldn't have happened. I guess the hole was a little too sharp. I don't know what to do at this point. I mean, I guess it's okay not lit, but it could be so much better. All right, I'm back with another teeny tiny teapot. And we got to do the teeny tiny spider check. Here we go. Whew, it's empty. See the spooky eyeball? That's for spooky season. But first we must massage the clay and then jam the eyeball in. Okay, so I was going to go with the American McGee's Alice teapot creature thing, hence the eyeball. But then the vision got lost somewhere. And then I did my own thing, which happens a lot because I get bored or something. I can't explain it. I think I really just wanted to use this green clay. And so it turned into like a nature-y type teapot, which I'm okay with. It's not quite the creepy teapot I was hoping for, but that's fine. You can't always get what you want. Anyway, so we got lots of leaves. I'm kind of getting bored of these leaves. There's a lot of them, and I apparently filmed every one of them. No good, we're moving on to the top, but it's a spiral, just kind of like the front. You know, I'm just now realizing how lame this design is. Maybe these legs will save it. That's right, we gotta add legs, because adding legs makes it 37% more creepier. So it sort of resembles the teapot I was going for, but not really. Kind of like a lazy version of it. I don't know. You know what? Recently, my videos haven't been getting the views that they used to get, so I'm just gonna be happy making art for myself. And if somebody views it, so be it. Anyways, we're back to massaging the clay. Get your mind out of the gutter. And what's this? Could we possibly be using the cap from my soy sauce bottles? No, not really. I'm just using it so that our teapot stands up while it dries. And there she is. And get out of there, Cap. No, seriously, get off. Dang it, I forgot to wrap it in saran wrap. It's all right, we'll get it off by threatening it with a hammer. It's free! Boy, this cap really left an impression. Look, you can even read it. Sanding didn't work, so we'll just cover it with clay. It's really my solution for everything. Okay, this teapot's missing some sparkle. Do we want red sparkle, green sparkle, brown sparkle, yellow sparkle? Definitely yellow. We're going with yellow because it's a yellow kind of day. And yellow is my favorite color. And whee! More spirals. Here's your little hat. Now let's just add your coat of paint. Get it? Coat of paint? Because she's got a hat and coat. I don't know. It's not always easy being clever, but let's smack that coat off. Smack, smack. All right, and we're done. And check her out. She's looking pretty good. Not too shabby. What do you guys think? She's not as creepy as I wanted, but that's okay. We can't always be what we want.
Okay, I'm back with another teeny tiny teapot.
And gotta check it for spiders. Nah, not today, spiders.
Look, one of these days there's going to be a spider in there. And you'll be glad that I did the spider check. Because without it, it could jump out and attach itself to my eyeball or something. And nobody wants to see that. Anyways, so like I said, I'm doing a teapot today. And I'm going to fill it with flowers. Plants. I guess they're not flowers. And then I'm going to put moss next to it. Because there's a gap there. And nobody wants to see a gap. And then, Emily's got to check it out. And then I got my tote of lost abandoned projects that I either never finished or I never used in the projects that I am now cannibalizing for other projects. Like this one, which is going to be a little teapot house. A tea house? A place for all my fairies to spill the tea. And if you've been following me, you know that I've made dozens of these houses. And one of my top priorities is the safety of the fairies. That's why I'm installing this fence. And of course, circle windows. Although that one was a hexagon window, which is almost as good. And then this teapot is missing some bling. So I got my bling box out and pick out my bling. I got soda light. So is that like diet soda? I don't know. I like the color, okay? It sort of reminds me of that Blue Rock lupus? That's not I don't think that's the name. Isn't that Latin for bunny? Anyways, it doesn't matter. What does matter is I'm installing these shelves on the back of my teapot because, I assume fairies have a lot of stuff and they need places to put that stuff. I guess they could put their stuff inside the teapot, but we can't see inside that teapot. We don't know what the storage situation is. But let's be honest, look how big this teapot is. It's only got to be one room, maybe two. I would guess it's more like a studio teapot or a one-room cottage. So if I can give my fairies extra storage, that will up their property values like 307%. I know that their property values are already pretty high because of that circle window, but they could always be higher. Although then you have to pay more in fairy taxes. So I guess it's a give-take situation. Maybe they can supplement their income with the plants that they're growing on top of their house. Okay, but honestly, have you seen the price of plants? I guess I get it because you're growing something that I could never grow, but you can get plants outside for free. Is there a chance that it's a weed or poisonous? Yeah, highly likely. But if it's pretty and I put it in a pot, who cares? Just don't eat it unless you have cats. You can't really tell them not to eat it. But you know what? I feel like cats know when not to eat something because did you know that cats are allergic to garlic? Yeah, don't give your cat garlic. And my cats will not eat garlic. So it's almost like they know, sort of. Unless you have a cat like mine, Emily, she literally eats the wall. She won't eat garlic, but she will definitely eat the wall, which is not poisonous. So I'm pretty sure that cats have like a poison radar to a point. Anyways, I'm done with my teapot. What do you guys think? I know it's not spooky like all my other teapots, but if I put it in the spooky lighting, it kind of is. Okay, so I bought this super groovy teapot at Savers and I have this mirror. So why not merge the two and make a teapot mirror? But I can't end it here. That's boring. So all my teapots have some sort of theme. And let's see if you can guess this theme. So I got tree branches. And what is that, a skull? No, it's not a skull. It's multiple skulls. You know what they say about skulls. If you see one skull, there's probably more. Wait, is that a saying? Or is that mice? I'm always getting skulls and mice mixed up. Anyways, they're just in time for the spooky season. Dang, I put a lot of skulls on here. This is getting boring, sorry, but look at these crystals. That's a little less boring, right? But then I'm right back with these leaves. And now they're just white leaves with this crystal. This video went from boring to cool again. And look at me use this mirror. I could have been an artistic film director. Okay, not really, but look at my box of bling. It's my bling box. I got all sorts of different colors of bling. I got this orange bling and this darker orange bling and another lighter orange. I swear, I have more colors than orange. But it's an Ashley creation because I'm putting some mushrooms on it. Yeah, you thought I was done with mushrooms? I'm not. I'm not done with mushrooms. They're just getting creepier because look at the skull. That is creepy, right? Skulls are creepy. Or are they cute? They're kind of cute unless they're real. It's all in the eyes. See, you can make a cute skull if the eyes are cute. I guess not eyes, it would be eye sockets. Skulls don't have eyes, Ashley. God, you're so stupid. I can't take you anywhere without embarrassing yourself. Anyways, so we're putting some more mushrooms on this because I like mushrooms. We got some handle mushrooms. We got some skull mushrooms. We got some leaf mushrooms. And what is this thing? Why is this on here? Why does the spout need a spout? It's okay, I evacuated the spout impersonator and added these branches. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and ask you not to leaf because insert skull pun. I don't know. I'm not feeling very punny today. And I know what you're thinking. I ruined it with all this paint. So look, I'm wiping it away. It was a style choice, I swear. And hold up, are these bubbles? I haven't done bubbles forever. Check out these bubbles. Ooh, they're so bubbly and satisfying.
going. And now we're just painting the bubbles. And then I add this foil, but that's boring, so I'm gonna speed through it. And ta-da, look at it. And let's just take the lid off and check it out inside. It's gold in there. Oh yeah, and here's the mirror. Ooh. I don't know, what do you guys think? I know it's not as complex as my other teapots, but I like it. It's nice and simple. Hey, guess what? I have another teapot, and I got it for $4.49 at Savers. There's nothing on the bottom. Let's do the spider check. Look, I don't know what happened to it between now and then. A whole spider family could have moved in. And here we go. Oh, thank God it's empty. And it has really weird staining on the side. It doesn't smell like tobacco, but I think it's tobacco. Gross. Okay, so remember how I'm really into octopuses? I don't know. Maybe you've seen those videos. Well, I'm making a teapot octopus. Okay, so in my mind, octopuses guard treasure. Or is that dragons? They're pretty much the same thing, right? Octopuses are the dragons of the sea. Or maybe that's krakens. Anyways, so I'm sticking a bunch of treasure on the side of this teapot. Okay, it's more like trash, but it's like stuff that octopuses would like. Because honestly, what is an octopus gonna do with real treasure? Spend it? On what? Shoes? Anywho, speaking of octopods, octopodres, here I'm just making her legs and giving each one a nice fleshy coat. And then attaching them to the top of my teapot. Ooh, look at this one. I'm putting it through the handle. Yeah, it's a handle leg. Anyways, I attached all the rest. And I counted this time, there are 8. There are 8 legs, 8 arms, tentacles, appendages, whatever. There are 8 of them. And look, our octopus is pouring herself a cup of tea. Isn't that cute? Okay, let's add some eyes. So I got my eye box out and picked out 2 eyes and then jammed them inside her head. It probably didn't hurt. Time for the suction cups. Okay, now that our octopus fully sucks, I added all these little dots for some reason. I don't know. Sometimes I just make weird choices. I sort of regret it, but it's fine. Then I painted the whole thing blue. And I had this foil that I thought would look good because it kind of looks like water, but you know, maybe this was another questionable design choice. So then I thought sparkles, because sparkles and bacon are the only 2 things in this world that nobody can argue with. And I was fresh out of bacon. And then I accidentally broke my teapot. I mean the octopus's teapot, not the teapot octopus. So I tried gluing it back on, but that just didn't work. So I just used some leftover clay to attach it back on. But it kept falling, so here's my attempt at holding it up while it hardened. Then I gave up and just shoved some gloves in there. You know, sometimes the best solution is the most simple. Okay, obviously our octopus is not sparkly enough, so I'm adding some gold to her. And hey, get off my brush. Man, this stuff is clingy. Hey, look, it's a new technique. I just fling it at the teapot and hope it sticks. And here I am just painting the suction cups. And what's that? You don't remember me painting those dots white? Yeah, that's weird because there they are, they're white. Moving on. So I think the one thing that this teapot is missing is seaweed because we're underwater and there's seaweed underwater. Does it make sense that our octopus is pouring itself a cup of tea underwater? No, it does not. But we're gonna look past that. It's fine. You know what? If SpongeBob can do it, I can do it. And SpongeBob has like whole fire underwater, okay? Make that make sense. Anyway, so here's the end product. What do you guys think? I think it pulled together pretty well, even though I ran into a few issues. Look at this cute teapot. But don't get attached because I'm going to make something out of it. Look, it says it's hand painted. All right, you know we got to do the spider check because we don't know what crawled in it when I wasn't looking. Here we go. Ready? Get out of here, spiders. Oh, thank God it's empty. Actually, it's super clean. All right, say goodbye to the cuteness. And hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to foil you again. Okay, I promise I'm not going to sing. But check out this foil. It's so shiny. All right, we're doing a witch's pot this time. So I designed these little signs and then traced them onto shrinky dink paper. Gotta check the hole punch. Yep, looks quite punchy. Punch, punch. Okay, ready? Let's shrink them. Shrink, shrunk. Oh yeah, this one's a double-sided shrinky shrunk. Shwabam. Do you see that transition? It's almost like I'm a witch. Which is on topic because this is a witch's pot. Check it out. And I'm even adding these little crystals. What is luminous stone? Is that a made-up crystal? I feel like it's not real in nature. I think they're lying to me, but they're really cool because they glow in the dark. Okay, so I like to think that the witches in this teapot have little shops. And one of the shops is named The Garden. I know, the name is super creative. Look, they're witches. They don't have time to come up with creative names. They're busy making potions. Ooh, and of course we need a circle window because everybody needs a circle window. Now, how do we convince my husband? Oh, and everybody needs a shelf. Where else do you put your knickknacks? On the floor? Don't put them on the floor. That's where they get broke. I made some knickknacks out of clay. Now, what kind of knickknacks would the garden sell? Potted plants, right? Unless the sign is more like the Olive Garden. But why would witches open an Olive Garden? Look, I get it. Unlimited breadsticks, but who can eat that many breadsticks anyway? Anyways, here's all the plants for sale at the garden. I think they're having a 2-for-1 right now. So if you stop in, you can get 2 plants for the price of 1. Is anybody else obsessed with plants? Like, I love plants. Is that left over from our ancestor brain? Because I feel like I'm not alone on this. When I walk into a store, I want to buy all the plants, but I feel bad if I do because they'll be dead soon, which is super rude because I water them, I feed them, I take them on walks. Okay, it might be the walks. Are we supposed to be taking our plants on walks? Anyway, back to this teapot. Ooh, look, a marble. Nope. It's a freaking crystal ball. Look at it. Look at it. And then I'm making a wicker basket because we got to put our deadly nightshades somewhere. We can't just have it hanging out in the kitchen. That could be dangerous. Look at this little black kitty I sculpted. He's going to take a nap right here. All right, our witches need some spell books. So I made a couple of them and I put them on the shelf along with this candle. Look, I made it out of beads and the backs of earrings. All right, enough of the knickknacks. We need to add some cool windows. Oh, look, here's some cool windows. Would they be cooler if they were circle? Yes. But you know, you can't have all circle windows. Or can you? Wait, can you? Asking for a friend. Anyways, so I had this witchy lace necklace that I'm never gonna wear. So I thought I'd make a really cool witchy crown around the top. And our final touch, man-eating plants. And no, not woman-eating. Yes, they are sexist plants. I don't know. Look, it appears this one has already eaten a man. Must have not got his wife a circle window. And then here's the finished witchy teapot. I added some crystals and some mushrooms, of course. And hold on, look at this little teacup. Look, it's hanging on a vine. It's so cute. And then look at these little keys. See them by the door? What do you guys think? And for some reason, this light box is like cracked to my cats. Emily. Oh, stop it. Oh. Emily. Stupid cat. Guess what I'm making? If you said fairy home, you'd be right. And I accidentally broke this one. I was just walking with it and this wall came out of nowhere. Like, you haven't done something stupid like that? Anyways, I got this teapot for $5.49. And you know, we gotta shake it. Even though I'm pretty sure I would have scared all the spiders away when I broke it. But I'm checking anyway. And we're all good. Now I just gotta glue it back together. Oh yeah, look at that fit. Why is that super satisfying? So I have some trust issues with E6 doves and glue. Don't worry, we're in couples therapy, but I still trust this clay way more than I do any kind of glue. So I'm just sculpting mushrooms around my crack. And I'm adding lights to this one because no fairy deserves to live in the dark. Oh yeah, look at these. They even twinkle. But these ugly wires are just not doing it for me. So I'm installing some plants. Wouldn't it be nice if you could cover your power lines with plants and it wouldn't be a fire hazard? I mean, I guess if your wires are buried, they're technically covered with plants, but you know what I mean. Anyways, I thought I'd make some fancy windows. So I got my shrinky dink paper out and I shrinky dinked some windows. And I colored just the back thinking it'd be a little pop of color when you turn the lights on. Because I love little secret things. I mean, if we're honest, I accidentally did it the first time. But we're just gonna pretend like I did it on purpose. Because I liked it. And then I'm just installing more vines. And the lack of circle windows is troubling. I know I have one circle window, but I need more than one. So instead of coloring this one, I'm just gonna put glass shards in it. And it'll be colorful when the light shines through. But we gotta match our mushroom theme, so I'm turning it into a mushroom circle window, which is way better than just a normal circle window. However, we do have a lack of doors, and as much as I'd like to make a teapot that's just windows, that would be super impractical. But that doesn't mean that our door can't have a window. So I'm just using this plastic in the spaghetti box to install a window. Though a clear window is boring, so I'm using this wasabi tape. Is that how you pronounce it? Wasabi? I always called it that, but I love wasabi, so I might just be projecting. Anyways, I'm using that to color the window. And then I got my bling box out and blinged the heck out of this door. Because every fairy deserves a little bling. I used green fluorite, rose quartz, and amethyst. But our door could use a ladder, so I'm getting my matchsticks out and cutting off the heads. And then use this wire to connect them all together like a ladder. A little bit of paint later and it's ready to be installed. That way, any handicapped fairies will be able to make it to the door. And then I thought some of the child fairies might need something to play on, so I'm making this swing and then installing it onto the handle. Look, it actually swings. Why am I so easily amused? Anyway, so I thought maybe our fairies run a small business because, you know, they gotta make money too, or the fairy equivalent to money. So I installed their sign that says gems. Because, I mean, what else would fairies sell besides pixie dust? Or fairy dust. Wait, is there a difference between pixie dust and fairy dust? Are pixies and fairies the same thing? For some reason, I feel like pixies are trickier. Like they're the tricksters of the fairy pixie world. But I'm probably wrong. Anyways, let's check out these lights. Oh yeah, this teapot's lit. Oh wait, maybe gems are their money and they're bankers. Or maybe they're loan sharks. Anyway, I think we're missing one big circle window. Now I'm gonna be honest, I did trace this from a real stained glass window. I hope that's not cheating because I don't know how to design a real stained glass window this complex. So I think it's okay, but I don't know. I guess just disclaimer, I did not design this window. And Emily, what are you doing up here? You know you're not supposed to be on the table. Anywho, before I was rudely interrupted, I'm just installing some bricks around my window. So I thought the fairies could use a shelf because everybody needs more storage, especially if you're living in a teapot. Nobody complains that they have too much storage. So what are they putting on their shelves? fairy dust. Because remember, our fairies are loan sharks. And this is like collateral for their loans. Oh wait, maybe that would make them a pawn shop. Either way, they're definitely doing something seedy. Wait, is that the right word? Seedy? Or am I thinking of skeevy? Extevia? Okay, it's definitely not that word. I think that was a commercial. Anyway, so since our fairies are doing something seedy skeevy, I gotta install some better lighting, so that's why I'm putting in this lamp post. That way they're not doing all their transactions in the dark, because that would be dangerous, and we want our fairies to be safe. And now I'm just adding some plants to this flower box. But I did notice that our mushroom fairy teapot is not very mushroomy, so I'm gonna make some mushrooms out of the sculpty. And whoops! Oh man, I burned it. It's alright, I'll just cover it up. Nobody will know, except you guys. But I trust you, you're not gonna tell anyone, right? And since fairy dust can be kind of a dangerous substance, we gotta label it. That way nobody thinks it's sugar or flour and tries to bake with it. Unless you want special fairy brownies, in which case, go for it. I don't judge. All right, and I'm done. Here's what it looks like all lit up. And then here it is just in normal light. And what do you guys think? So a lot of you ask what clay I use, and I use Epoxy Sculpt. No, you don't need to bake it. Can I use the teapot? No, that angers the fairies. And another question I get is how long it takes me, and I'd say about 40 hours. And I do sell my artwork. My Etsy shop link is in my bio. If you're interested, check it out. Anyways, thanks for watching. It's teapot transformation time. This one's from China and has a weird squiggly mark on the bottom. So I'm just violently shaking the potential spiders that made a home in my teapot. Hey, that's a legit fear. You ready? Aha! Oh no, maybe they moved to the lid. Whew, thank God, we're good. Okay, let's do some math, I guess. I don't know what I'm doing here, but it all looks very technical. I'm sure it'll come in later. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Just checking the glue gun. We're locked and loaded. Oh, by the way, I'm using lights on this teapot because you guys seem to really like lights. Remember my last teapot that I put lights in and it failed miserably? Well, the second time's a charm, because this time I'm putting them on the outside instead of the inside. Hopefully I won't screw it up this time, but let's be honest, I probably will. And I'm just hot gluing them down around, and then I'm surrounding them with Epoxy Sculpt. So this time I'm doing like a fairy garden. So I need some circle windows, because if you know me, you know I love a circle window. I'm just using the lids off of these jars, and then I'm going to turn them into mushrooms, because I assume that's a fairy's preferred home, but I don't know. And then I was thinking a dome window would be nice. So I'm cutting out a dome window from this packaging, and yeah, it wasn't quite empty, but I just shoved them back into the closet without the packaging. I'm sure I'll totally find it later when I'm looking for it. Lied the Ashley of lies. Okay, back to this window. So I'm gluing this glass in to make it more colorful, because we like a colorful window. And ouch, did you see that? That glue gun assaulted me. Art is pain, but I think it was worth it. Now let's glue them on the teapot. 1 window, 2 windows, and 3 windows. Ooh. Okay, let's turn it on and see. Oh yeah, that looks good. But we still have a lot more to go. So I'm adding more clay, doing this thing with the clay, and then finishing off these windows with the clay, because we can't have unfinished windows. That would be totally lame, and we're not about being lame. But do you know what's not lame? More mushroom windows. That's right, I'm making 3 more mushroom windows. I want this teapot to be covered in mushrooms. You get a mushroom. You get a mushroom. Everybody gets mushrooms. Okay, but not all the fairies can live in mushrooms, so I have to make a couple buildings. So here I'm just making a circular building? Or maybe it's more like an arched building. And it's not quite circular, but it does have circle windows. And that's super exciting because I love circle windows. Okay, now I'm just covering it with some clay. This time I'm going with colorful clay because it's easier to paint. And now let's stucco our building. Is this how stucco works in real life? Or is it like a paint? Or is it like big slabs of rock that you glue onto your house? I actually don't know. Don't forget the doorknob. Boop. And all magical places need a tower with some tower windows. Okay, ready? Bam! Super smooth transition. Here's all the buildings I made, but they look a little too clean, so I gotta make them dirty. And then I made the biggest mistake of my life. See, I'm putting glue in, and what is that? Why am I doing this? Why? Apparently I thought it needed glitter, but then I can't get the glitter back into the thing, and then the glitter's everywhere. What am I doing with my life? Well, at least it can't get any worse. It's all contained on this Oh, shoot. Oh, no. It's okay, don't panic. This is totally not going to come back to haunt me later. I mean, this is only the table that I do all my art on. It's totally fine that everything's going to have glitter on it from now until forever. I'm not panicking. You're panicking. Stop panicking. Man, it's all over my hands. That's it. I'm a glitter artist now. I have no choice but to make glitter art forever. It's fine. I've accepted my fate. So I'm just adding the buildings onto the teapot. And of course, some more mushrooms. After all, this is a mushroom fairy teapot. And our evil friend is back. Stupid glitter. Maybe if we cover the source of the glitter with this plastic, it'll stop tormenting me. Which the glitter did make one last ditch effort to ruin my life. But it's okay because we have the Fortress of Suction. And the sooner that I can contain this Tower of Terror, the better. So onto the teapot it goes. And then I thought it'd be really cool to add this glass around the tower. You know, sort of saying, back off, this tower has glitter in it. Don't touch it, it may ruin your life. Okay, I need another window-like structure, so I have this small container that I'm melting down because it was just a little too tall. Don't try this at home. Because ouch, and I accidentally put a hole in it. Great. It's fine. We'll make it work. I know. Let's cover the hole with this totally real diamond. Totally real. It's not plastic at all. So onto the teapot it goes. Actually, a diamond window would be kind of cool. But you know what's just as cool as a diamond window? A flower window. So that's what I'm doing. I'm making a flower window over this diamond window. Okay, actually, I was trying to make a mushroom here, but it turned it into a flower, and so I just ran with it. As Bob Ross would say, that's a happy accident. And we love good old Bob here because he's the man. And let's be honest, I make a lot of mistakes. I mean accidents, happy accidents. Hence the reason this tower needs a cap. Okay, so I used to be into making butterfly jewelry, but then I wasn't. That's just life with ADHD. Anyways, so I had this leftover butterfly wing pendant, and I thought rather than it just collecting dust, I'd make it into a window. Because come on, circle window with butterfly wing? Life goals. And then I couldn't just have a window, I needed a door next to it. I mean, what good is an awesome room with a cool window without a door to get into the room? I mean, unless it's a secret room that you have to like pull a mushroom to get into it and the door opens. But we didn't do that, we made a door, so don't worry about it. But I am making this ladder, so it's a little bit easier to get to the door. Although for some reason I put it here instead of in front of the door, so you have to like climb over top. But it's fine, it's cool, it's for decoration, it'll be fine. Plus, fairies can fly. They don't even need a ladder. It's not like they're a moth trapped in a bath. Bonus points if you know where that's from. Okay, I'm back to making some more windows. I feel like this teapot is covered in windows, and that strangely makes me happy because I love circle windows. And if my husband Jake is listening, I'm still waiting for you to install my circle window. I even picked out a spot. Look, I'll even go cut the hole if you want me to. If you don't respond to this video in the next 20 minutes, I'll just assume that's a yes and I'll go cut the hole. And then what are you gonna do? You're gonna just have a hole in the wall? No, you're gonna install a circle window, right? I think this plan is flawless. It's totally not gonna backfire on me. Okay, anyway, moving on. So I'm just putting this vine around the handle because it seems like the right thing to do. And then I decided that this mushroom fairy teapot could use a few more mushrooms. After all, mushroom is in the title. So I'm just making these mushrooms out of Sculpey. I'm using Sculpey because this Sculpey glows in the dark. And while mushrooms are cool, glow in the dark mushrooms are way cooler. Trust me. And then I cover the lid with these ugly leaves. Actually, they're not really ugly, but then I cover them in this really ugly powder. Well, honestly, it's really pretty powder, but I don't know why I do it because it doesn't really go with my theme that I planned. Here's where we're at this point, and then here's what it looks like with the lights on, and then here's the first coat of paint. I would have filmed me painting this part, but I thought it would get boring, and I didn't want to lose you partway through this video, so instead I'm bringing you the exciting part of these bubbles. Look at these bubbles, they're so bubbly. And then I will show you a little detail painting, like these hollies, or maybe berries. Ooh, and this window. Oh, look at it, it's so cute. And then I'm painting the bricks, along with these brick lines. And then just a few other mushroom details. And then I slather the whole teapot with blue paint. Have I gone crazy? Probably. Maybe I've gone a little too overboard. So let's just smack some of that paint off. There, all better. Okay, and in an effort to make the lid match the rest of the teapot, I add the shimmer powder to the bottom part. See, there I'm adding it. And here, and there, and a little bit there. And apparently I've decided that we've come this far, so I'm doing some green. Green here, green there, some more green on that spot. Ooh, and here's some glow-in-the-dark green that I put on this guy. Oh yeah, glow-in-the-dark vine. Okay, this teapot's not shiny enough. It could use some gold leaf. Also, there's this ugly white stripe right here that I realized is gonna show when I put on the lid. And we don't want that. We want it to look seamless. But it's just a little too shiny, so I gotta dull it down with some paint. There's the paint. And there's the lid, still not matching. Stupid lid. I don't know what I was thinking. It's fine. We're gonna just spray paint it. See? Spray painted. And then hold on. We're gonna do the bubbles again. You ready? Here they are. Look. Look at the bubbles. I love bubbles. Okay, and these leaves need to be just a little bit more leafier, so I'm painting them green. And then I found the coolest foil ever. Look at this stuff. It looks like an oil slick. Oh yeah, look at that peel. I think I'm in love with this foil. I may have gone a little overboard, just a little bit. I mean, I did the entire bottom in it, but it's fine. Look how cool it is. It was worth it. Okay, and we're missing some overgrown plants because fairies live here, and I feel like they're one with nature rather than cutting stuff down or mowing. I mean, where do you even get a tiny lawnmower? At the tiny fairy hardware store? I doubt it. But anyways, I'm just gluing on various plants, and then I'm gluing this lid down because if fairies live in here, they need a little privacy. You shouldn't be able to just lift off the lid and see what they're doing. That would be so rude. And trust me, you don't want to be rude to a fairy. They're incredibly tricky. They will ruin your life, or at least make it 23% more difficult. And you know what? Life's already difficult. We don't need 27% more difficulty in our life. Anyways, that's just my advice. What do you think of my fairy mushroom teapot? And look, I didn't screw up the lights this time. They still work. Are you surprised? Because I am. And then I put it on this little turntable to really look at it. Because there's a lot of detail here and I don't know what to show off. It's a lot to take in. But I'm pretty happy with it. I mean, if I were a fairy, I'd live in it. But I do like circle windows, so... Which reminds me, I have a hole to cut. Oh, look at this lemon teapot. I got it for $6.99 at Savers. Now let's violently shake the teapot so that any spiders will die. Get out of there, spiders. Okay, moment of truth. Baha! Whew, not today, spiders. You know, a lot of people ask me if I've ever found a spider in a teapot, and sort of. So the spider check started when I picked up a teacup in my art studio, and the biggest spider you've ever seen ran out of it over my hand and then stood between me and the door. It was the biggest spider I've ever seen. So apparently I disturbed it from eating a centipede inside the teacup because I used to welcome centipedes in my studio. I don't care. Centipedes are super cute. And then I realized that centipedes are just lunch for bigger spiders. And that's when they all had to go. All of them. Centipedes were no longer my friend. And then one time I found a dead spider in a teapot that was sealed. And it did startle me, but not quite like the first one. So now I take no more chances with spiders and teapots. Anyways, that's my spider teapot story and why I do spider checks for all my teapots now. If you have any other teapot questions, just let me know and I'll try to answer them. Now, on with this teapot. So I thought I would challenge myself with this one by trying to work with the colors that are already on this teapot. Hold on. Sorry, I just had to get that out of the mold. How do you do it? If you're not just violently hitting stuff to make it work, then what are you even doing with your life? Okay, actually, that's terrible advice. Don't listen to me. Okay, so back to this teapot. I'm trying to match the colors, blah, blah, blah. The teapot has a picture of a lemon, so yellow, blue, and green. So I'm just adding all these leaves and vines and flowers. And of course, lots of circle windows. Ooh, check out that gold pin. It's so shiny. But not as shiny as this gold leaf, which get off. Why is this stuff so clingy? I've heard you can use like some sort of spray, like a microfiber. No, that's not it. Is it called a static cling spray? Is that real? That doesn't sound like a real thing. Anyways, circle window update, day 3073. Hold up, watch me make this flower. Oh yeah, so satisfying. Okay, so it's day 4087 of my husband's denial of a circle window need. So, you know, Jake, if you're watching, Christmas, hint, hint. Okay, now that that's said, back to this teapot. This teapot's missing something, and it's definitely not a circle window. I know. What makes things less boring? Hell yeah, it's cats. Look at my cats. I got a handle cat. She just sits in the handle. And then I'm making a sleepy cat, because, you know, cats. And cat naps. Look at this one. He's showing his little belly. Gotta give him whiskers. And of course, this one's an orange cat because what other cat would be laying up here like that? And then here's my tea spout cat. He just sits in the tea spout. And you already saw a handle cat. And then here's clinging to the wall cat because cats are weird and they do weird things. Anyways, what do you guys think of my kitty teapot? And here's what it looks like all lit up. What kind of teapot should I do next? Also, wear gloves with epoxy clay. This was before I knew. All right, I am back with another teapot, and I got this one for $5.49. Nothing on the bottom. Let's shake it. Make sure that there's no spiders. Hello, spiders. Whew, I think we're good. But maybe they're in the spout. Aha. Nope, all good. Okay, let's spray paint it with camouflage. I've never understood why the matte black is called camouflage. Where are you hiding? Except maybe in the shadows. Anyways, let's foil it. I got this foil from Southern Belle Glitter. It's called Oiled, and it's so pretty. After I added the glue, I'm just wrapping it around this teapot like so. And then I violently rip it off like a band-aid. Ta-da! Okay, but it's a little bit too shimmery, so I'm gonna make it less shimmery with some paint. Smack, smack, smack. And then I add Swelligant to patina up this teapot. Boy, that's a mouthful. All right, on to the doors. Did you know that teapots need doors? Well, they do if tiny little witches live in it, because tiny little witches are gonna live in this teapot. Whoa, why is everything pink? I was just showing you what it'd look like if you looked out this door. Because who wouldn't want a pink window? Okay, honestly, pink wouldn't be my first choice in real life, but it matched my teapot, so it's what the witches get. However, a spirit board would be a cool window. Just, you know, be careful not to summon a demon while cleaning it, because that could be a problem. And then I added pink cellophane to this window too, but I hated it. There's too much pink. It had to come off. Goodbye, horrible design choice. Ah, that's much better. But it stained my window, so I had to cover it up with this leaf. There, you can only see it if you tilt it like this, which don't do that. You'll anger the witches inside, not because you'll see my mistakes. No. Okay, now I'm just installing some shelves because witches have a lot of knickknacks and maybe a few paddywhacks, and then they give a dog a bone. Anyways, I'm just adding a few supports out of toothpicks, and ta-da, we have 2 shelves. But they're kind of boring, so I'm gonna bling them out with my bling box. Unfortunately, my bling is too big and I'm out of the small bling. So we tried to smash it with a hammer to make it smaller, but it doesn't quite go as planned and is a little bit dangerous. But I'm able to get a few pieces. Now to add it to our shelf. Ooh yeah, look at all that bling. So pretty. Look at this big bling. Blazing. Blazoom. It's been blingified. Okay, now for some wall bling. And yes, I should be wearing gloves. I made this before I knew I should be wearing gloves. So, you know, don't be stupid like me and not wear gloves because you will develop an allergy. Okay, service announcement over. Here's a circle window to cheer us up. Because who doesn't love a circle window besides my husband? And while we're at it, let's add a second circle window. Look, you can't have too many circle windows. I just want to put it out there that I currently have 0 circle windows in my house, but not by choice. Husband. Moving on. So I thought having one door in this teapot could be a fire hazard, so I'm adding a second one. But we also don't want it to be a security hazard, so we're gonna lock it with these keys and then hang them on the wall where anybody could reach them. That was not thought out. You know what? They're witches. That maybe they're magic keys that only they could use. I don't know. Anyways, we gotta fill this shelf with junk because an empty shelf would be suspicious. If I walk into somebody's house and they have an empty shelf, I'm wondering what's up. It's the same thing if somebody has empty walls. Like, where's all your stuff? How have you gone through life without accumulating anything? It drives me crazy. It probably because I go a little too far the other way. There are 2 types of people in this world. People with stuff and people who hate stuff. And we both think that each other are creepy. Anyways, now that I've ranted, check out my sign. Is that not cool? But not as cool as this moon window. Heck yeah, moon window. Just mooning around, doing cool moon things. Anyways, we need some brooms because we got witches and they need to get around. And I got 2 brooms. Clink, clink, clink. And they need a broom garage, which is basically just a hook on the wall. Ta-da! 2 brooms hanging on my broom garage. Okay, time for another shelf because we need more shelves. Always more shelves. But let's put some books on those shelves. Here, I'm just making a few books out of paper and cardboard. And then I put the paper in the cardboard and whoa, look at all these books. They're so cute because they're tiny. Let's glue them on the shelf. I'm just gonna pretend that the glue is like magic and the witches can undo it whenever they want because they're witches and they have magic. And I'm making a crystal ball out of a marble. And then I added a skull, but we don't talk about the skull, okay? And what else do witches need? An herb garden. Or is it a herb garden? I always wonder if I'm saying that wrong. I'm pretty sure the H is silent, but I don't know. I say everything wrong. And we have to properly label our herbs. So I added 2 little signs. And then last but not least, we gotta do the top. It's like the crown on top of the witch's lair. Witch's hut? Maybe it's just a house. Anyways, we're done. We'll quickly go around and then we'll go slower because there's a lot of details on here that I don't want you to miss. And I know half of you have skipped forward to this part. Like, I look at the analytics, I know. It's okay, I totally understand. But don't look at that skull. We don't talk about the skull. But you can look at my cute little door. And of course my circle window. Oh, Edgar, get out of there. Anyways, what do you guys think? I also added a few mushrooms and a few other details that I didn't show you before. And of course the star door because our witches are stars. And maybe hoarders, but that's another story. Also, if you could like and follow, that'd be awesome. Thanks, bye. All right, listen up. I got this teapot at Savers for $6.99. And it has no markings on the bottom. Weird. And y'all know my fear with teapots, right? That something either dead or alive with babies is inside. You laugh, but someday it'll happen. Watch. And you'll wish that you drowned all your baby spiders because all your baby spiders are just living their lives inside your house now. That's right, and they're procreating and not paying rent. Did I still shake it? Of course I did. And it looks like there's nothing in there. Okay, let's make this creepy. The teapot, not the video. I promise I won't do anything creepy. I mean, unless you find making creepy art creepy, and then I guess I am. Anyways, on with the video. Some of you were asking what clay I use, and I just use Sculpey. Or is it Sculpey? Sculpty? For some reason, I always want to add a T. Anyways, it's just a polymer clay. I like it because it doesn't harden until you bake it. And no, none of my teapots can be used as real teapots. They all unfortunately have to be display only. I wish I could make them usable, but I have no idea how to make the paint stand up to washing. The clay would probably be fine, but the paint would all wash off. And you'd probably be picking out little pieces of paint in your tea. And nobody wants that. And I don't need a lawsuit. Not that any of the products that I use are toxic, but I don't know. I don't need you swallowing an eyeball or an ear. Speaking of which, did you notice that this teapot is covered in ears? I don't know if you noticed, but it is. I went with ears this time because why not? Who doesn't want a teapot full of ears? And don't forget to spank your teapot. And I always have to show the bubbles. Look at those bubbles. Oh, those are some good bubbles. Okay, you get the idea. Embossing powder makes bubbles. I'll just show you the good stuff. Yep, that's it. More bubbles. Oh, and here's some different colored bubbles. Anybody else find this weirdly satisfying? It's just me. Okay, let's move on with some paint. And usually I go black, but this time I'm gonna try white. Okay, I ran out of white spray paint, so now I'm just brushing on some white. I would have done this anyway, because spray paint always ends up being really sticky, but it sticks a lot better than acrylic paint, so it's really good for a base coat. Anyways, I added some fleshy tones too, and yes, I am aware of what this looks like. It's not my fault they made the teapot this way. Okay, it's at this point where you might be asking yourself, what's so creepy about this teapot? It's just ears. And Ashley promised us a creepy teapot. Well, just wait, I'm about to creepify it because nothing's creepier than dirty ears. So much dirt, and then we wipe it away. But no, I didn't stop there. What is this brown ooze? I don't know, maybe it's tea, or maybe it's earwax. Either way, it's definitely gross, and most definitely creepy. Though everybody has their own creep factor, but if it's not creepy, it's definitely weird. But I'll take weird. In fact, I like weird. Weird is who I am. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is it gross, creepy, or weird? All right, I am back with another teacup, and this time I'm going creepy, so trigger warning, if you don't like teeth, scroll on. I got this teacup at Savers for $3.99, and listen to this. Oh yeah, that's a high quality teacup right there. Actually, I don't know. They probably all sound like that. Wasn't there a guy on TikTok that would do that? He would check the quality by tapping it. What happened to that guy? He used to be all over my For You page, and now I haven't seen him in months. Did you hear that ring? I don't know why, but that was super satisfying. And so's putting all these teeth on this cup. Oh yeah, look at that, a whole set on this teeth cup. But I'm not stopping there. Remember I gave a trigger warning in the beginning? Well, here's your double warning. Get out now before it gets too weird and disturbing. Honestly, I don't think your stomach can handle it because look at all these teeth. And do you think I'm gonna stop there? No way. You see, the way I figure it, nobody has perfect teeth. So I'm gonna add some fillings on some of these, which out of curiosity, is a gold tooth a filling? Or is it just for decoration? I don't judge, but I think it's a really weird design choice for your face. I've never thought to myself, you know, my face looks great, but if only there was a way to draw more attention to my teeth, that would be perfect. Though to be honest, I've never really wanted to draw attention to my face. Anyways, so back to this teeth cup. See what I did there? It's a teeth cup. Yes, it's very clever. So back to this teeth cup. I think it's missing some saliva, but not just any old saliva. We're going red saliva. And look, I don't want my video to be taken down for gore, even though I've given you ample trigger warnings to get out of this video, and yet here you are. So that's your own fault. But we're just gonna say that these teeth ate something red, you know, like a red popsicle. And there's no other reason why these teeth could be red. Although I sort of feel like I put too much red popsicle on it. But here's the final product. What do you guys think? And I feel like I should do something with this plate. Any ideas? Check out my little teapot. And before I make it into art, I gotta do the spider check. Ah, spiders. Okay, we're clear. So to do the arting to this teapot, I'm gonna have to break it, which you would think would be easy, right? It's just porcelain. Or is it china? I think those are the same thing, right? Anyway, so I got my little hammer out, and then I got the big hammer out, and I really tried. I hit it so many times with this stupid hammer, and then I remembered I could just throw it. So that's what I did. I threw it on the ground. Ah, we have success. Okay, so if teeth creep you out, you might want to scroll past this one. I'm just letting you know now, this is your warning. And yes, I did say teeth, not tea. I know how you would think it would be tea, being a teapot and all, but no, we're gonna add teeth to it. But first I gotta fill it with this fleshy clay and put the fleshy clay on the side. Don't worry, this is not R-rated. I mean, unless gore is R-rated. Is this even gore, putting teeth on a teapot? I mean, a teapot. Okay, I'm not even gonna edit that out because I stand by a toothpot or a teeth pot. Anyways, is this gore? I would say it's more unsettling than anything. And can you R-rate something because it's unsettling? I don't think you can. Anyways, I'm gonna add this tongue to the middle, which, you know, makes it even more unsettling. So how do you think this teapot came to be? I'm thinking like a Fly situation. You know that movie? I don't know the name of it, but where they try to invent teleportation and the fly gets in the way. And then the guy turns into, is it just called The Fly? Anyways, I think somebody accidentally left their teapot in the teleportation pad and the scientist got his DNA mixed up with it. I guess it's dangerous to leave your teapots everywhere. Oh, hello, Emily. She thinks it's interesting. You know what? Everybody's a critic. But what do you think of my tooth pot? My tongue pot. Would you call it unsettling? I think it's a little bit unsettling, but definitely not R-rated. I don't know if this is a good price for a teacup, but $3.99 isn't too bad for art supplies. And if you watched any of my videos before, you know I'm going to turn it into something creepy. So commence with the creeping. Okay, that might mean something else. Commence with the making of creep art. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty creepy. All right, let's just cover it in clay. Did you see the clay? Here's the clay. Putting clay on the creep art. Oh, gotta cut my nails. You ever try to use clay with your nails long? It's next to impossible. The real question is, why did I film it? Life is full of mysteries. All right, you get the idea. I covered them all with clay. And oh man, we got crackies. See the cracks? So many freaking cracks, trying to fill them all. And that didn't work, so on to plan B, which involves tacky glue and some water, just some good old-fashioned paper mache, and wrap that around a whole bunch of times. All right, you get it. I wrapped all the paper around the legs. There she is, looking a little vulnerable. I didn't really like the texture of the paper, so I'm gonna try this blue shop towel. But I just wanted to show you guys, look at it when it shred, the blue shop towel. So I put some paper behind it, and check this out. How cool is this? Okay, maybe I'm just amused by little things. Anyways, I just wrapped it around like I did with the newspaper. And there it is. I think we're ready for some paint. There's the paint. Black like my soul. I'm gonna glue some texture on with some tack glue again. Squeeze. And shake, shake, shake. It's like shake and bake. Remember shake and bake? Man, I dreaded it when my mom brought out shake and bake chicken. Frickin' sandpapered chicken. Yuck. Pretty sure this teacup tastes better than shake and bake chicken. Anyways, I just slathered it in paint. I'm trying to make it look like oxidized copper. So I'm using copper and some greens. A little pat, pat, pat. And just swirly, swirly, swirly. So I really want to bring out the copper feel. So I'm gluing on some metal leaf. Some copper metal leaf, that is. But it's super messy, so I do it in this box because I'm not a psychopath and don't exactly enjoy picking out metal flakes from all my future art projects. It's so shiny and way worse than glitter. This crap gets everywhere. It's alright, it's contained in my fortress of suction. And there she is, in all her copper glory. You wouldn't even know that wasn't copper, but let me know what you think. And stay tuned because she needs a friend. Okay, listen up about this teapot for $4.99. And of course I'm going to do something creepy with it. And why do they make these stickers so hard to come off? Come on, guys. All right, almost got it. I almost got it. Come on. Really? Ugh. Of course I got to sand it. Let's go a little bigger. There, good enough. Now I'm using this wire to add legs. That's right. My teapot's going to have legs. Hey, I warned you guys it was going to be creepy. Okay, ready for this? Glue, stick. Glue, stick. Glue, stick. Glue, stick. Glue, stick. Glue, stick. Glue, stick, glue, stick, glue. Okay, enough of that. Here's the clay I'm using, and I'll just quickly show you how I molded around the legs. Pretty simple. I mean, you get the idea, so I'll speed this up. Okay, now the tricky part, the flip. Here it comes. I'm gonna flip it, and flip. And bam! Look at that creepy teapot. Ooh, it's so creepy. Oh man, it cracked. Commence with the fixing. I sort of feel like a doctor here. Anybody need a cast? Okay, now I got a spray paint. Unfortunately, I used this gold, but I ended up spray painting it black later. Oh, see, now I'm using black. The gold just wasn't creepy enough. But here's the fun part. No, that's not a cloud. I'm trying to make oxidized copper. Or rather, make it look like oxidized copper. So I'm adding some greens and some copper tones and drying it with a heat gun, of course. Ooh, look how pretty that is. Smack, smack, smack. It's looking good, but it could use some more copper. So I'm going to gold leaf, or rather copper leaf, some metal foil onto the side. My bad, it's bronze. I'm bronzing. I think bronzing is actually something different. This is just slapping some foil on, but it makes a huge mess. So I'm doing it inside this box. Sort of. I guess I'm holding it above this. Whoa, what am I doing? Stop. Did you see all that stuff fly off? It's okay, I got my handy dandy dust buster. Oh, that's so pretty. And slightly creepy. What do you guys think? Not half bad for $4.99 at a thrift store. Ah, I made him a friend. Hey, remember this that turned into this? A lot of people said I should do the plate, and I agree. So I got my box of eyeballs. You know, everybody should have a box of eyeballs. If you don't, you're missing out. And I stuck them on the plate. There's eyeball number 2, and a swish. Eyeball number 3, and I gotta pop this one out of its socket, and a pop. There's eyeball number 4. I kind of feel like the demented version of the Count on Sesame Street. If you had counted eyeballs, I would have been way more interested. Okay, I just have to add some texture, but I'm feeling lazy, so I'm just gonna time lapse this. All right, it's definitely missing something, so I'm gonna add an ear. I've never made an ear in clay before, but I'm pretty proud of this. I mean, it doesn't look super real, but it could pass for a mannequin ear, right? Maybe I have a job in making mannequin ears. Now I wonder what that pays. And do you get paid per ear or per pair? Anyways, I painted the whole plate black. and was super careful not to get any paint on the eyeballs. And now I'm going to use this embossing powder to make some texture. Now I know tacky glue isn't suggested for embossing powder, but it works. Just don't tell anyone. And shake off the excess. And a whole lot more tacky glue with some more powder. And the best part of the morning is wiping the crust from your eyes. Now I'm going to add a ring of the finer embroidery powder, which just happens to be black, but I'll end up painting it anyway. Okay, now let's add the heat, which is always my favorite part because it gets all bubbly. Oh yeah, look at that texture. Then I started to layer on the colors. I got some blues and bronzes. I'm just blending with my shop towel. This is the point where I realize these eyes look wrong. There's too much going on here. And it really hurt to do, but I have to paint these eyes black. What a waste of time to try to keep them clean while I was painting. But it had to be done. And trust me, this looks way better. Okay, I'm not going to bore you with the details, but I basically added gold leaf to it, or I guess bronze leaf, and added a whole bunch of bronze leaf to the back, along with some paint. And there she is, along with her friends. Now I kind of wish I added eyes to these other ones. Ready for another teacup transformation? This one had a weird stamp. Hopefully it's not worth anything. Also, if you have any tips for sanding porcelain, I would be grateful. It's almost like it's meant to not be scratched. Okay, hold on, watch this. Bam. Isn't that satisfying? I've just got to add a few more eyes and a schnoz with some schnozzle holes. You can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friends? I don't think that's right. You can't pick your family? That's not right either. Anyways, here's my nose. One nose down and one ear to go. And I'm positive you shouldn't pick your ears. Everything needs more eyes. Add more eyes. More! Okay, I think that's enough eyes. But could use more brains. Or is this a mistake? I don't think we want this thing to be smarter, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. I filled it with tinfoil. It probably won't take over the world. And kerplunk. Alright kids, listen up. This is your brain on drugs. Just say no, for the most part. And moving on. Okay, I'm just coloring in my brain to make it look pink and squishy. Onto the teacup. You got a little paint in your nose. And I'm way too lazy to edit this, so enjoy this time lapse. Time lapse over. Time for some texture, which I will add with this tacky glue. Man, this project's so tacky. Time to apply the embossing powder. With a shake, shake, shake. Whoa, that was a big shake. Hey, you get back in the jar. Now I apply the heat, which I love this part. Look at these bubbles. Ooh, it's so bubbly. Is it just me or does he look scared? Okay, one coat of paint later. Aw, cheer up. Don't be so blue. Here, let me smack your tears away. Okay, I'm just adding a few more details here. And I absolutely hate it. I thought picking all blue eyes would make it look better, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna paint these blue eyes black. It worked on my last creation, so why not this one? Okay, for the inside, I'll just quickly show you my poor decision making. First I went black, and then I went red, and then for some reason I went blue, and then lighter blue, then started completely over and spray painted it black, only to paint it red again. I had poor decision making skills, and apparently that red turned maroon, but whatever, we're moving on. Hey, it's everybody's favorite game, brain in a cup, and this brain needs some brain fluid. I think that's the technical term, brain fluid. I mean, don't quote me on that. And hey, look at that, we're done. I think he's looking pretty snazzy, and there's his brain. What do you guys think? Hey, remember when I was really into mushrooms? Well, that was a really long time ago, but I still have the videos, so let's look at them. You know, with our eyeballs, I guess. It's been a while since I've done a mushroom, so why don't we do one together? That's right, we're doing shrooms. I mean, I'm sculpting shrooms, not doing shrooms. Anyways, so I covered my foil mushroom with clay. And by the way, I know people ask, the clay I use is Epoxy Sculpt by Aves. It's great clay, but remember to always use your gloves and ventilate your space. Speaking of which, I have a Creepy Crafts book out. That's right, I wrote a book. Take that, middle school English teacher. But if you need some project ideas to use this clay in, or, you know, other clays, I use Palmer too. Check out my book. Links in my bio. Okay, self-promotion over. Back to the show. Ooh, look at that. We've added many mushrooms. It's not just one mushroom. We're doing multiple shrooms here. But you know what would make this mushroom better? Crystal. Look, Crystal makes everything more magical. Does Crystal know that she makes everything more magical? Probably not. Maybe we should tell her. Good job, Crystal. Ooh, look at that. We have the stuff that I'll never use box. And look, I'm using the stuff from it. I got a little leaf. And then a little, I don't know what that is. Look, it was in the stuff I'll never use box. Most of the stuff in there is questionable. And look at that, we're adding teeth, because why not? Look, you knew you were watching an Ashley video. There's like a 37% chance that you're gonna see teeth get added to something. It's either that or octopuses and circle windows. Bet you can't guess what I'm gonna add next then. Is it a circle window? Nope, it's an octopus because I'm a one-trick pony and I only know how to do octopuses, circle windows, and mushrooms. Oh, and teeth. And the occasional haunted hidey hole. Look at that, we got a tentacle. And we're gonna attach it to our mushroom. Hey, do you all remember that song like in the, I don't know, early 2000s? It was like, mushroom, mushroom, badger, 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 badger. Oh, it's a snake. No? Just me? Cool. Guess I'm old. Look, it was a different time back then. That was our entertainment, okay? We didn't have TikTok. We had stupid repetitive videos about mushrooms and bulbous bouffants. Now, that one probably went over everybody's head. Hold on, I think it went like blubber macadamia, gazebo, bulbous bouffant. Okay, we're getting way off topic. Anyways, let's get back to this octopus. So I'm actually making the head of the octopus separate from the tentacles so that it looks more 3D, because otherwise if I sculpt the whole octopus all together, the head wants to like melt into the rest of the body, because we don't want a melted head. We want like an up in the air 3D head. Oh, and then this time I swear I added 8 tentacles. I counted. I know usually I do 7 because I don't know how to count, or more like I run out of space. But this time I planned ahead. I know it sounds not like me at all. Where did Ashley go? Usually I do things by the seat of my pants, which is a really weird saying. Who made that up? And what does it mean? Fly by the seat of your pants? Am I even saying that right? Because if it means like leading with your butt, what? I don't get that. Unless it's like you're flying, like you can fly with the seat of your butt. No, I don't know. Anyways, so back to this mushroom. I painted the teeth to be more fleshy like, to give it that creepy vibe. But then the octopus looked out of place. So that's why I'm repainting him like a million times. I just could not decide what a creepy octopus color should be. So while I pondered this conundrum, I added some grass. Sometimes when you're not sure what to do, you just put it off until you figure it out. That's how I approach most problems in my life. You know, procrastination for the win. And that's when I figured it out. Our octopus needed to be more fleshy, like our flesh room. You know, the fleshy mushroom. Honestly, I kind of wish I would have done the octopus more like worms, like a wormopus. That would have been way creepier on top of our flesh room. Although I did try to make it look like the octopus is slowly changing to the mushroom's color. I think octopuses do that in real life, right? Okay, so you might be wondering, what's with all the red stuff? Well, that's from the octopus's victims. That's right, we have a metapus on our hands, unless it's from the mushroom. Ooh, or it could be from both. Creepy. Anyways, I'm done. What do you guys think? I always have leftover clay from whatever project I'm doing, and this stuff hardens really quickly, so I have to either use it or throw it out. And since I hate wasting things, I just use it. But I usually have a really limited time to figure out what I'm going to make before it hardens. So for some reason, my mind always goes to mushrooms. I have no idea why, but I've already made a few of these. So apparently I can't think of anything else. I don't know, maybe I was a mushroom in my past life. Can one be a mushroom? Maybe I was killed by a mushroom, like a poisonous mushroom? Not like a murderous mushroom with a knife or anything. That would just be a little too far-fetched, but more like I was accidentally poisoned. Probably my own fault. I can't be the only one who wonders what things taste like. Or maybe I have a brain fungus and this is its way of saying hello. I mean, that's not likely, but I'm not ruling it out. I mean, how common are brain funguses, really? Do I need to be worried? I'm not worried. Are you worried? Because I'm not. That's probably not it. Although how crazy would it be if it was it, and somehow the fungus is communicating with me? Okay, I'm now giving that like a 10% chance, but I think it's more likely that I just like the look of mushrooms, and they're just really easy to sculpt and I'm lazy. Anyways, here's the mushroom I sculpted, probably not with the help of a brain fungus. And I swear, this is not the brain fungus talking. More? You want more? You all are a bunch of weirdos, and I love you guys, so of course I'll do more. In fact, this is a commission. Can you believe that? Somebody's actually paying me to do this one. If somebody's gonna pay me to do this, maybe I should quit my day job and become a full-time mushroom maker. Ooh, I could get a she shed and just sit out there all day making mushrooms. Ooh, it'd be a she-shroom shed. She-shroom shed. She-shroom shed. Try saying that 10 times fast. No, seriously, try it. It's really hard. It's all right, I'll wait. In fact, while you're making a fool of yourself, do you want to maybe follow me? I hate asking that question. It's like asking someone to be your friend or to go on a date with me. Awkward. Anyways, let's just pretend like I didn't ask that. And let's get back to the she-shroom shred shack. So every time I make one of these videos, I always hashtag it mushroom, and all these crazy commenters come on my video trying to sell stuff. Look, I'm going to hashtag this and see if you see any. I mean, they get deleted pretty quickly, but they can't be real people, right? And how do they do that? Is it some sort of robot doing this? It's super weird. I know they're trying to scam people and I hate it. So I'm just warning you, don't fall for it. Anyways, enough about that. Let's get on with this mushroom. And it looks like I'm finished. What do you think of my mushrooms? And should I make a she shed shroom shack? I don't know if that's a viable business plan, but I can dream, can't I? Don't you hate it when your eyeballs stick to your teeth? I know, it's a real problem. Anyways, I'm back with some more leftover clay that I have to use up, you know, before it goes bad. Because once you mix the stuff, it hardens in like an hour or two. Can you guess what I'm making? No, really, guess. There's no way you can ever guess what yeah, that's right. I'm making another mushroom because we've all decided that that's what I do now with my leftover clay. I do mushrooms, I guess. Okay, I promise. The next time I have leftover clay, I'm not doing a mushroom. I'm not doing it. I'm probably going to think of something better, maybe. Not that a mushroom isn't cool. I like mushrooms, but we all know it's my go-to thing when I can't think of a thing. And it's often that I can't think of a thing. I know. I should write down my ideas, but that requires planning and ideas. I'm also a terrible procrastinator, so there's that too. Also, whenever I think of an idea, I want to actually do it. And then when I do it, I have leftover clay. So really, it's like a vicious cycle. So it's not really my fault. That's what I'm going with. It's not my fault. Anyways, here's my mushroom again. What do you think? And do you have any ideas that I can write down? I'm going on vacation for the first time in like 5 years. And for some reason, I hate writing my out of office. So somebody suggested that I use Chatbot. So I thought, what the heck? Let's give it a go. At first, I came up with some really lame stuff. So I had to replace the word office with art studio. And when I did that, it got weird. Here's what it came up with. Greetings and salutations. What is a salutation? Anyways, thank you for contacting my art studio. I am currently out of the art studio, possibly off somewhere trying to find a muse or at least some coffee. Does it think that all artists are just really into coffee? Because I don't know, maybe we are, but it seems pretty accusatory. Anyways, I will be away from the studio until date, possibly wandering aimlessly around the city. Wait, why would I be wandering around a city? What a weird thing to say. Okay, continuing. But don't worry, I'll be back before you can say abstract expressionism. Abstract expressionism. Well, nobody can say that. Come on. If you have urgent inquiries? Okay, it's just me. I can't say words. Please contact my assistant, who is always happy to help. Who is my assistant? I need to get their number because I didn't know they were assisting me. And how do we know that they're happy? Maybe they're miserable. So bold of you to assume. Thank you for understanding, and I look forward to creating some masterpieces for you soon. If your request can wait, I'll be back to you as soon as I am back. Well, duh. If it can't wait, please seek out another artist for the job. Okay, that's kind of rude, but I might even just leave the assistant part and then not leave a way to contact them. Or no, I could put my cats as the assistant. I'll put however they are cats and they lack thumbs. Required for typing. Okay, I'm definitely using that. Unless, do you think it's kind of rude? Would you be offended? Oh, right. I forgot I did these eggs. Some people did not like them, so feel free to skip forward if you want to, even though I think they're excellent. So Easter's coming up, and I thought I'd do it my way. And what is my way? The creepy way, because I do creepy art. Also, I have this basket that I want to use. Anyways, so I mean, I could do a creepy bunny, but then I thought, what's creepier than a creepy bunny? Creepy eggs, and it's not just because they're expensive. Trust me, eggs have been creepy from day one. You don't believe me? You don't know what's in the egg. That's the creepiest part of all. I mean, what if you opened an egg and a spider came out? Just that possibility makes an egg creepier than a bunny. Because if I saw a bunny on the street, I'd be like, oh, look at that cute bunny. But if I saw an egg on the street, I'd be like, what the heck is that egg doing there? And what's going to come out of it? That's the thing. You don't know. You don't know what's in that egg. You don't know what laid that egg. I mean, sure, it could be a chicken egg, but what if it's a platypus egg? Anyways, so I'm doing eggs. And of course, one of the eggs has to have teeth all over it because I put teeth on everything. But I also want it to look like skin. Like, I don't know, disturbing skin eggs. Does that make sense? So I'm also going to paint the eggs skin colored and give them like a skin texture. What is a skin texture? I don't know, with like pores, egg pores. You know how eggs aren't like perfectly smooth, and neither is your skin. I mean, I don't know, maybe your skin is perfectly smooth, but mine definitely isn't. Ooh, okay, now I'm gonna do a really weird egg. Okay, I know that they're all weird because they're skin eggs. I mean, how weird is that? But this one, I'm gonna hollow out in the middle. That's right, you weren't egg-specting that, were you? Get it? Egg-specting? Oh my gosh! Why am I not using egg puns? I could totally be seeing egg puns out of my face hole right now. I'm so freaking excited for all the potential egg puns I will be saying. Mostly for you. That's right. I'm mostly excited for you because I'm sure you'll be cracking up at my extraordinary yolks. Instead of jokes, it's yolks. Stop it, Ashley. It's not funny if you have to explain it. Sorry, egg-splain it. Almost missed an egg pun there. You could say that I would have had egg on my face. Okay, that was bad. The egg puns are totally not going to get old. And you're totally going to keep watching this video because you can't ignore me. Oh, okay, I'm done. This is getting a little extreme. Anyways, let's talk about the art because that's why you're here. Probably, maybe. I hope you're here because of the art and not the egg puns. I mean, let's face it, my egg puns are excellent. Last one, I swear. I'm going to question your sanity. And this is coming from somebody who's making disgusting flesh eggs. Yep, I'm questioning your sanity and I love it. You're egg-mazing. Okay, fine. That one didn't work, but you know what? It's hard whipping up egg puns. Anyways, and look at that. We're on to another egg, which means we can move on from whatever I was doing before. We'll just forget whatever happened. Seriously, forget about it. Because in this egg, we're doing a belly button. I don't know why I did a belly button, but I did. And I'm adding these little pieces of yarn to make it look like veins around the belly button. I don't know why a belly button would have veins around it, but this one does. I don't know. Maybe it's like stretch marks. Or maybe not stretch marks, but like bulgingness. You know, like this egg is pregnant because that makes sense. You know what? These aren't normal eggs. If I want my eggs to be pregnant, they're going to be pregnant. Assuming that they're eggs, there is life in them, right? And that's like being pregnant. You know what? It's so deep that I don't even know the meaning. Anyways, look, that one's done. That means we can move on to the next one. And what's the next one gonna be? Will you just wait? I mean, I don't know what else he would do other than wait. But this one, I promise, will be equally disturbing, probably. Okay, here's the deal. I wanted my egg to look like it was hatching something, as eggs do. And so I made a little hole, and I'm going to make a little finger. That's right, a finger coming out of the hole. Do you think it's just hatching like a whole hand, or is it a whole person? I almost made it a 2-finger hole, but then I decided that was a little too much. And now it's just a 1-finger hole. I didn't want to overcrowd my hole. Because an overcrowded hole is a sad hole, and we only want egg-static holes in our eggs. Speaking of which, let's talk about these eggs. It seems like they're hatching humans, right? So did these eggs come from an alien race that misunderstood how humans were born and they're trying to imitate us? No, wait, I know. Maybe they're skinwalker eggs, because do we know how skinwalkers are born? I don't think we do. Somebody write this down. Skinwalkers are hatched from skin eggs. It only makes sense. Which means I have to add some hatching juice to my skinwalker egg. And look at that, this egg is done. On to the next egg, and you're gonna ask yourself, how many eggs are you gonna do, Ashley? I can hear it. That's exactly what you're asking right now, because we're on our, what, 5th egg at this point? Well, this is the last one, okay? Would it have been extraordinary if I had done a dozen eggs? Yeah. But who has that kind of time on their hands? And my egg vocabulary is not that extensive. I don't think I could handle 7 more eggs. So I saved the best egg for last. That's right, we're doing an eyeball egg, complete with eyeball egg lashes. Did you know that you could just buy egg lashes at the dollar store for your eggs? Yeah, they just sell them in packs of 2. I don't know why you'd need 2. Because everybody knows that an egg only has 1 eye. If anything, they should be sold in packs of 12. But it was nice of them to include an extra one in case you mess it up putting it on your egg ball. Because egg adhesion can be tricky. Or so I'm told. Anyways, now I'm just adding some more yarn veins to my egg ball. That way the eye looks more realistic. And then I want my eye to be nice and glossy, so I'm adding this resin to the top. But it started to drip down, and I kind of like it because now it looks like it's crying. Don't cry, little skinwalker egg ball. I'm sure you'll give somebody nightmares real soon. And wow, look at that. We are finally done with 5 eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold up. Where'd this one come from? Oh my gosh. Are they multiplying? I'm just kidding. I made it. Okay, now let's put them in the basket. And this basket is way too big. But the whole reason why I made this project is because of the basket. Okay, well, I guess I just have 6 skinwalker eggs here with 0 basket. Do you guys have any ideas where I can put my eggs besides my mouth? Ashley, stop it. Don't put that in your mouth. You don't know where it's been. Okay, what am I doing? Stop. Ashley, you're making a fool of yourself. Stop it. Anyway, should I make a basket that's smaller, or should I let them like individually shine? I don't know. Wait, I know. Do I put them in the fridge to freak out my husband? Yes, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. All right, there they are in my fridge. What do you guys think? And which egg do you think is the creepiest? And why is it the tooth egg? Anyways, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all the things because it really helps me out. And if you like this video, you're gonna love the other videos that I have on my channel. So go check them out. Okay, thanks for watching. Bye. Oh wait, no, come back. Don't forget, I have a book out, Creepy Crafts. Links in the description. Okay, now you can leave. Bye. Mutant Tins. Tinned mutants. That's what our next chapter is. So I guess let's watch. So I have these little tins that my aunt gave me, and I thought I'd finally do something with them. And no, I don't mean whatever this is. I'm gonna make them into art. And these tins look like they came out of a kid's kitchen playset from like the 60s. So I thought maybe I'd do something that looks a little bit like food. And one of my favorite foods are oysters, which honestly, I don't know the difference between an oyster and a clam, other than you can eat oysters raw, which is the best way to eat oysters. But you know, oysters, clams, mussels, they're all kind of the same, right? Are oysters the only ones that have pearls? What would you call an oyster with a crystal instead of a pearl? A crystal? A crioyster? Croyster? A croyster. I mean, honestly, I'd rather have a crystal than a pearl anyway. Sorry, Pearl, Crystal's in charge now. So anyways, I'm thinking like mutant food. Like this has been sitting here for a while and fermenting. Is this what it looks like when things ferment? Okay, so as I'm adding these little balls to the top of these oysters, sorry, oysters, it reminds me of this time that my husband and I opened oysters and it had crabs, like alive baby crabs inside. I was like, is this an STD for an oyster? Do we need to throw these out? I should throw these out immediately. But then I looked it up and it's like a thing and it's totally fine. The oysters were fine. I ate them and I didn't die, which is criteria number one for being a good oyster. You know, non-death. The internet also told me that I could eat the crabs, but I was not willing to trust the internet that far. So we did not partake in eating baby crabs out of an oyster. In fact, I'm pretty sure that I have some sort of PTSD from it because now I make my husband open all the oysters. It's a little too much like a spider inside of a teapot situation. And you know I have a phobia of spiders inside of teapots. Well, now I have a phobia of crabs inside of oysters, but I still eat oysters and I still drink tea. So it must not be that big of a phobia. Anyway, so back to this art. See, look, I've got it all sculpted. Now I just got to make it look wet because dry oysters would be gross. Or I mean, cloisters. I forgot we renamed the oyster to a cloister. So that's right. I'm adding resin, but you know what? Just plain old clear resin would be boring. So I'm making this glow in the dark resin. So now it's going to be like sitting in its own little glow in the dark juices because it's a mutant. I forgot, did I mention that it's a mutant? So I think what I'm going to do is all of these little tins, I'm going to do little mutants and hopefully they'll all match. You see, I have 3 tins. What other little food mutants should I do? I have a little muffin tin and a little rectangular tin. Rectangular tin. Oh, and look at that. It looks like we're done. What do you think of my mutant cloister? Complete with crystals and little pearls. So I guess they're not all cloisters. Some of them are oysters. And I'm back with a tiny little muffin tin. Look at it. Or would you call this a cupcake tin? Either way, it's the perfect size to add my little mutant to it. What am I talking about? Well, if you remember, the last tin that I did was a little mutant oyster, complete with crystals. Here, I'll find a picture. There it is. And now I have to think of something to add to my muffin tin. And no, it's not a turkey, even though this kind of looks like a turkey. Well, you know how there's mutant turtles who may or may not be ninjas? Well, what about a mutant frog? That's right, I'm doing a mutant frog. Only my frog is a peaceful frog, so he's not going to be a ninja. He's going to be a teenage mutant non-combative frog. You know, a real name that rolls off the tongue. In fact, my frog is going to be so peaceful that he'll lull you to sleep with his music. No, hold on, what am I adding here? That's right, those are sleep mushrooms on his back. You know, mushrooms that put you to sleep. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. And of course we gotta add crystals because crystals are awesome and I add them to everything. We don't know, they could be sleep crystals. Anywho, so now I have to get on with the painting because this is looking a little flat and we want our frog to be bodacious. I think that's the correct word. So that's why I'm using these bodacious colors. I know it's not colors that I usually use, but I wanted it to match the other tin. Ooh, check it out. This frog has a hypno spiral for additional lulling to sleepness. Or, you know, basic mind control, whichever. Anyways, so it's looking kind of dry. I mean, this is a frog. Frogs need to be wet, right? I assume frogs are slimy. I don't know. Actually, I've never held a frog. I mean, I've held a toad before, but I assume that they're different. And my frog has to be a hypno frog because I'm pretty sure hypno toad is copyrighted. Okay, so a little bit about our hypno frog. So he sings to attract you. And then when you get close, he uses his little like hypno mouth to hypnotize you. And then he uses the mushrooms on his back to like put you to sleep. And I don't know what the crystals do, but I'm sure it's related. So no, I know. He sucks the life out of you like an energy vampire and he turns you into a crystal. I don't know how. It's magic. And that's the story I'm going with, apparently. And the little plastic pellets, those are just bubbles. There's nothing special about those. But if you do get turned into a crystal, you can power a whole fairy city. And that's something. So it's not all bad. Anyways, what do you guys think? And also, I always forget to ask, but don't forget to follow. I mean, if you want to. Okay, thanks, bye. All right, I am on my last mutant tin. Tinned mutant? Mutant creature inside of a tin. And hold on, watch me do magic. Shabam. Not 2, but 3 times. Because 3 is the magic number. But hold up, the magic's not done yet. Bam. I'm just feeling magical today, I think. So what are we doing inside of our 3rd tin? Well, if you remember the last 2, insert picture now. We did animal-like things. So this time I'm going to do an animal again because I want them to match. See, I'm doing a whole series. A 3-part, well, it's not really a 3-part. It's more like just 3 different animals that look alike. And this is the last part of the series. So you won't have to suffer through it too much longer. Not that you were really suffering through the first 2. You could have just skipped the video. Why didn't you just skip the video if you didn't like it? How come I'm just hearing about this now? What do you mean you want my haunted hidey holes back? You know what? I'm getting to them. I promise I'll be back to the haunted hidey holes eventually. Anyways, stop getting me off topic. So let's get back to the art. I do realize that these look like vulture heads, but you know what? They're not. They're not vulture heads. These are beautiful lizards, okay? And how dare you hurt my lizard's feelings? They're just mutants. They can't help it if their faces look like vultures. And if I'm a terrible sculptor, I don't know why I'm getting so sassy. Maybe they are part vulture. They're mutant vulture lizard mushroom creatures. And they are beautiful. Okay, they're kind of ugly and not even in a cute, homely sort of way. But maybe I make them better. Maybe we should hold our judgment till the end. Quit being a judgy McJudgerson, and maybe we shouldn't talk badly about them because they could eat your face off with their weird mushroom powers. But in order for them to grow their weird mushroom powers, they have to be in liquid because mushrooms grow in moistness. Ugh, I hate that word. Moist. Although I wouldn't really call this moist. I would call this wet or maybe even drowning. Okay, maybe not drowning. More like bathing. Although in this tin, it's more like marinating. Marinating moist mushroom mutant lizards that can mesmerize you to be miserable. Yep, that's what I'm going with. But you know, their marinating bath can't be super clean because that would be unrealistic. So I'm going to add these little bubbles. Look at these little bubbles. Aren't they cute? They're cute little bubbles. Unlike these moist lizards. You know what? I'm just going to lean into the word moist now. Moist is now my personality. Can it be a personality? Well, it is now because I've said it so much in this video that it doesn't gross me out so much anymore. Although it still kind of does. Anyways, look at that. We're done. And here I'm just showing you all 3 of my mutant tinned animal things. And this is what it looks like in the dark. And thanks for watching. Okay, thanks. Bye. This next chapter is Cursed Miss Gifts. That's right, a whole chapter of Cursed Miss, which I guess just includes 2 gifts, but whatever. Okay, so since Christmas is next week, I thought I'd do a Christmas project. I'm not a huge Christmas fan, but maybe if I do Christmas my way, I'll enjoy it. And what is my way, you ask? With a buttload of eyeballs, of course. Look at all those eyeballs. That's a lot of eyeballs. Who knows? Maybe it'll make Christmas 352% better. We don't know, but we're about to find out. So the idea here, get it? Idea, because I'm adding eyeball. Anyways, so the idea here is a Christmas present. Only a creepy Christmas present. In fact, I would call it a cursed Christmas present. Oh, I know. It's Cursed Miss. Cursed Miss? It's a Cursed Miss present because it's probably going to be cursed. I mean, what uncursed present has this many eyeballs? That's right, none. You can't think of a single uncursed present that has this many eyeballs. So if you were paying attention, I made a box. Then I covered that box in tissue paper. And then I glued eyeballs to the box. And then covered the eyeballs on the box with tissue paper. Well, part of the eyeballs with tissue paper. That way it looked like eyelids. And now I'm just painting it a cursed fleshy tone. But you know what our eyeballs are missing? Well, besides eyelashes. Because eyelashes make things not cursed. In fact, they turn curses into uncurses. And we don't want that. That's right, we're missing string. Okay, sort of. It's string that I'm going to make look like blood vessels. See, I don't know if you know this, but cursed eyes are always bloodshot. Probably because they're always watching you and they never blink. Or maybe it's because they never use eye drops. I mean, they don't have fingers, so how are they supposed to administer the eye drops? I don't know. That's things to think about. And look at this disgusting hairball that I just made. Okay, I'm going to be serious right now. I have a fear of hair. And I don't mean the hair attached to my head. I mean like stray hair, like in the shower drain. Ugh! That's why I didn't just like cut off my own hair to use in this project. I had to make fake hair. And the fake hair grossed me out. So imagine if it was real hair. Oh my gosh. Ugh, gross. Anyways, back to the project. It's looking pretty good. All we need to do is add some lights. Where are we going to add lights to a Christmas present? Well, inside of the Christmas present, of course. So it looks like something amazing's in there. It's going to be like, you know, from Pulp Fiction when they open up the briefcase and it glows. Only ours is going to glow red instead of gold. Because remember, it's cursed, and cursed things glow red. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm like 32% sure that that's a fact. Whoa, did you see me make that hand out of wire? And I'm now going to dip my hand into this gigantic bottle of Mod Podge. Mod Podge? Mod Podge. Modius Podgius. And now I'm sprinkling my hand with grass. And I know you're thinking, is that the Grinch's hand? Psh, no, it's a Christmas tree hand. Because the Grinch is mean, but he's not cursed. And I guess Christmas trees are? I don't know. But look at these little vines that I'm making, and then I'm going to wrap it around the hand to make it look more Christmas tree-like. Or maybe it's more wreath-like, because if it was Christmas tree-like, it'd have needles, and these are leaves. Yeah, I don't know. But the Christmas tree hand needs some Christmas decorations, so that's what I'm adding now. Little red cursed Christmas tree balls. I mean, I assume they're cursed. They are coming out of the cursed box, attached to the cursed hand. So I don't exactly have a story for this one. I know you guys like a story, but you know, it's a creepy box with a creepy hand coming out of it, and it's Christmas themed. I don't know, there's not much to work with there. Unless the box came from hell. I mean, isn't that where most cursed things come from? I don't know. Maybe it came from hell, and hell was really angry that Christmas, you know, that everybody gets Christmas and hell doesn't get Christmas. I guess I don't know that they don't get Christmas, but I assume. And whoever runs hell, I don't know, Hades or Satan or Diablo, one of those, they were feeling really left out. So they decided to make their own box and send it up to the real world to celebrate. You know, this is sounding a lot like Nightmare Before Christmas. Okay, see, it's impossible to make a story that isn't already a story. And you know what? We don't need a story. Let's just enjoy the art. See, look at the art that I'm arting here. It's an eyeball ornament. Oh shoot, I just thought of a better story. See, this always happens, and whenever I go back to the art, I think of something better to story about. Okay, well, I might as well just tell you. So here's what I'm thinking. The eyeball present, you know, the cursed eyeball present, the Christmas present comes down and it watches you to see if you've been naughty or nice. And depending on if you've been naughty or nice, will depend on what kind of present you get inside of the present, the Christmas present, because it's always watching you. And if you're a bad boy, okay, that sounds weird. You know what I mean? If you're bad, the tree of justice comes out of your present and does bad things. It curses you. The Christmas tree of justice? Sure, why not? Anyways, it will curse you and give you bad presents. But if you're good, then you get the opposite of curses. What would that be? Good tidings? What is a tiding? You know, it's from the song, Good Tidings to you and your kin. Is that how it goes? That can't be it, can it? Oh wait, I know. If you're bad, then you get the whole 12 days of Christmas. That's right, you're getting partridges in a pear tree and all the birds. Because that is the worst Christmas gift. 450 pounds of bird poop. Anyways, look at that, I'm done. What do you guys think? And make sure that you're good this season. Otherwise, you're gonna get a whole bunch of bird poop. Okay, thanks, bye. I'm back with another cursed miss present because the last one wasn't cursed enough. I don't know. I just felt like I needed to do another one. And if I want to do another one, I'd have to wait till next Christmas. And it's Christmas next week. Are you ready? Do you have your circle windows wrapped? Okay, this time I'm doing bugs because bugs are cursed. Look, you know how much I love spiders. Not very much. So they're cursed in my book. Speaking of my book,
Did you know that I came out with a Creepy Crafts book? That's right, I did. Links in my bio. Go check it out. Anyways, back to the art. Again, I started with a box, and then I'm gluing spiders to my box. And then I'm going to cover those spiders in tissue paper so it looks like the spiders are crawling underneath the skin of the box. Skin? I mean wrapping paper. The wrapping paper of the box. Although now that does give me an idea. But hold on, I'm going to do magic. Ready? Shwabam! Look at that. Wouldn't that be handy when you're wrapping presents? You could just like smack it with the wrapping paper. Imagine how many presents you could wrap. Okay, when I get bit by the radioactive Santa Claus, that's the superpower that I'm hoping for. But with my luck, it'll probably be something lame like putting on weight or the ability to go down chimneys. Anyways, back to the art. Oh, looks like I did go with that skin wrapping. Yeah, sure, wrapping. And now I'm adding lights to my skin wrap because I added lights to the other one and I gotta make them match, which means I also have to make them glow red. Now, how do I make not red lights red? With my gigantic bottle of Mod Podge and some red cellophane. Okay, so I know that you're gonna want a story for this box, and I don't really have one because it's just a creepy Christmas box. Not everything needs a story, guys. I mean, what do you want me to do? Just ramble until a story comes up? I mean, yeah, I could do that. Okay, maybe I should do that. Okay, let's try it. Christmas box, Christmas, bugs, hand coming out of box, oogie boogie. Okay, surprisingly, that might have worked. I might have something. What if this box just showed up underneath somebody's Christmas tree? No, not somebody, like a family. Because whenever you involve kids, it's creepier. But the family didn't know where it came from, and they are really puzzled because it shouldn't be there. So they go to open the box to see what's in it. Come on, you know you would. Mysterious box shows up underneath their tree. You're gonna open it before Christmas, aren't you? But that's when they realize that the wrapping is actually skin, like a live skin. And the parents are like, absolutely not. And they throw the box out. But it shows back up under the tree. It's magic. It's Christmas magic. Oh, hello, Emily. Emily's not so sure about this story. But it doesn't matter because she's just a cat and she doesn't know anything. Okay, so like after the 10th time of throwing this box out, the parents are starting to get freaked out. I mean, I don't know why they weren't freaked out the first time. They should have called the cops, but for whatever reason, they didn't. And so they left the box there because what are they going to do? Burn the box? I mean, they probably tried that. I know I would. And then, so they just forget about it because they can't do anything. And then Christmas comes. And the box opens and something crawls out of it. And then, I don't know, it seeks revenge on whoever didn't give their wife a circle window for Christmas. No, okay, seriously. It eats all of Santa's cookies because it's like a cookie monster. No. I mean, the obvious thing would be that it eats the whole family, but that's a little too dark. I know, it's Anti-Claus. You know, instead of Santa Claus. And Anti-Claus is made out of coal. And he's here to steal all the presents. Even that suspiciously round Christmas present underneath the tree that you're hoping is a circle window, he steals it. And you never know if you got a circle window for Christmas because it's gone. And that's the real tragedy of the story. Anyways, look at that, we're done. What do you guys think? This next chapter is tiny glass domes. Did it need a whole chapter for itself? Not really, but I did it anyway. Yay for organization! Okay, ready for it? Shwabam! That's right, we opened with a transition. And check out my little glass dome. But what am I gonna put in my little glass dome? I guess some grass? Ready, here it comes. Boom! And that's how you grow grass. But what does grass need? A house. But this house is looking a little too square. Look how square this house is. It's all right, we'll cut the corners off and look, now it's got a little roof. But one thing that all houses need are chimneys, even though most houses don't have chimneys. I guess I'm not sure why I always add them then. Maybe it makes it more house-like. Yeah, I think that must be it. Holy cow, we really added on to this house. Sorry, I guess I'm not keeping up with the video. So now I'm adding the siding to the house and then promptly ripping this chimney off because I forgot that I needed a roof before I added chimney. Silly Ashley. There, now we have a roof. Now I wanted to add as much little detail as I could so that it looks kind of realistic, even though it's made out of wood and cardboard and sticks. I feel like the more detail I add, the less I have to be precise about. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Anyways, I added some little sticks around the door and then I added the chimney back on. Because remember, we can't have a house without a chimney. It wouldn't look house-like. Holy cow, did you see me paint that? No, I'm not saying that vigorously shaking things will make them
them painted, but I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. So you might as well give it a go. And look at that, we got a little house on top of some grass with some weeds now that I'm adding. Because abandoned is my favorite art style. Oh, and what am I making now? Is that a ladder? You bet your bubble butt it is. What? You might be asking, Ashley, what are you going to put a ladder on? Well, you just wait. This is going to be cool. You watch. Let me just get my glass shards out. Look at that. It's like a ladder into the mines of glass shardness. I don't know. You know what? Maybe they're not glass shards. Maybe it's fire. Maybe this is a ladder to the pits of hell. Maybe. Or maybe they're just crystals underneath the house. Either way, it doesn't matter because look, I'm adding the glass dome. What do you guys think? And hold on, I have 2 more glass dome projects. Don't leave yet because here's my next one. Hey, do you guys need a hand? Look at my little hands. What am I gonna do with my little hand? Well, first I have to make it smooth because rough hands aren't cool. So I'm just shaving my hand. And of course it doesn't want to stand up, so we'll just cut off the bottom. It's totally a normal procedure for an Ashley project. And then we get our little jar of gears out because it's been proven that gears make everything 72% more awesome, which is only second to fire. Fire makes everything 93% cooler, or maybe I should have said hotter. Look, I'm gonna level with you. I don't know how percentages work, but I'm pretty sure that they make things sound 57% more amazing. And those numbers totally check out, I swear. Anyways. Oh, I guess I'm still adding stuff to my hand. There, that looks like a bionic hand, right? Or I guess I should say steampunk. Wait, which one's cooler? A steampunk hand or a bionic hand? Because there's a huge difference. Or maybe this one's crystal powered. See, because I'm adding that crystal. I don't know. I don't really have a story for this one, except like maybe this is the hand of somebody who was famous. Ooh, I know. How about an ancient Greek goddess? I don't know, but she should definitely be holding something amazing. And what's more amazing than an octopus? Because I feel like I've done too many octopuses lately. A human heart. That's right, so I'm sculpting a human heart here. Ooh, so maybe it's the bionic steampunk crystal goddesses that are rising against the humans and that's holding this human body part in their hand because it was just ripped out of their, chest cavity. Yeah, that's it. This story's totally starting to shape up, right? And here I thought I didn't have a story at all. It just goes to show that if you ramble enough, a story will show up. I guess we should figure out why they're rising up against the humans. But I mean, why do any ancient steampunk bionic goddesses rise up against humans? I don't know. What do humans have that they don't have? Hearts? Is that the answer? I don't know. I don't think that could be it. That seems too simple. Ooh, I know. Maybe they're jealous that they can, pass away. Because I assume ancient steampunk bionic goddesses can't pass away. They would be immortal. So they rised up against them and they untimely passed them away sooner. I don't know. Why would they do that if that's what they were jealous of? I'm not sure. It doesn't matter because look, and now we'll never know why ancient steampunk bionic goddesses would rise up against mankind. It'll just be life's greatest mystery. Next up, I have one last dome art, or cloche. I don't know how to pronounce it. But I thought I'd try to challenge myself this time and try to make something more gravity defying. Do you know what I mean? But the only thing that I could think that would break the laws of gravity was a flying cube. I don't know why I thought that. But since I lack levitation powers, I just super glued this chain together to make it stiff. Oh, and then there's the cube that we're gonna make fly in the air. You know what I think I was doing here was trying to make one of those bombs that are in the water. What are those called? I don't know. Maybe they're just like sea mines. But I think those are round with spiky things. So I don't know why I went with a cube, other than I think I was watching Hellraiser at the time, and Hellraiser has a cube, and the chains kind of remind me of are they demons? I don't know, the creepy fellows inside the cube. Or are they in the cube? Or is that just a portal to their world? I guess if they were in the cube, it would be like a really terrible genie. So I'm pretty sure that's why it's just a portal. Oh, look at that, we have a flying cube. But you know what, just a flying cube would be boring. So that's why I'm putting this clay on the bottom very slowly. Okay, Ashley, let's speed this up. They get it. We put lots of clay on the bottom. Oh, look at that. Thank goodness. Something different. Okay, so now I'm just adding glass shards to the bottom. I think I was going for the fiery depths of, hell. Can I say hell? I think I can. And then I just slather that with paint. And then look at that, we're done. Only check it out, once it dried, the super glue crystallized, which I'm kind of down for. I kind of like it. So I guess it's a happy accident. And then we add the kloosh. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Oh, and then here I have all three of the projects together, like a happy little family of horror. Anyways, thanks for watching. And don't forget I have a book coming out October 15th. You can pre-order it, links in my bio. Okay, bye. Did you know I used to be a painter? That's right, that's what started all these videos. So some of these are gonna be old and the audio quality might not be the best, but I'll put the worst ones at the end so you can skip to the next chapter if you want to. So I'm testing the difference between epoxy clay and epoxy sculpt because apparently they're different. I've heard you can get more detail with epoxy clay, and I only really use epoxy sculpt, so let's find out. First up, epoxy clay. Gotta mix my balls together and then jam it into this mold. Oh yeah, look at that come out. I'd say that's some good detail. So Abe's website says to wait a little bit if you're gonna use molds. That way the clay has time to set up. But I'm impatient and it's not really giving me any trouble, so I think it's fine. They also said that you can use pigment powders to dye it right away, or I guess it would be painting. What do you do with pigment? Dust. I guess you would be dusting it. So any excuse to buy something new, because I've never used pigment powders before and they're shiny and I like shiny things. And then I got smart and used the brush because duh. I don't know why I was using my finger. But anyway, so now let's try the epoxy sculpt and see what's different, if anything. I did the same thing. I mixed the two balls together, made this clay. Sculpt. Epoxy sculpt. This is epoxy sculpt, not clay. Okay, now shove it into this mold. And it's not coming out as nicely. Well, that's not satisfying at all. Okay, so even though it hurts me, I did wait 30 minutes this time and let the clay set up like they suggested. And it seems to be pulling out a little bit easier, but it's still not great. But I'm not gonna waste this clay, I'm putting it on anyway. So now I'm just adding the pigment powder on the epoxy sculpt, and there's no real difference here. The clay might grip it a little better than the sculpt did, but honestly, I might be making that up in my head. And since the epoxy sculpt isn't working in the mold so well, I'm just gonna put it straight on the canvas. And that works just fine. I do notice that my tools drag a little bit more with the epoxy sculpt versus the epoxy clay, but once it starts to harden, I can tell that the epoxy sculpt is maybe stronger, but it still sticks just fine. So I think they're both really good options. It seems like the clay is better for detail and the sculpt is better for strength. And don't mind the cat sleeping on my workspace. That's just Emily. And back to this painting. So I am painting a mermaid fairy skeleton queen because I've never painted a mermaid fairy skeleton queen before, and I thought it was about time. These are totally not the colors that I normally use in my paintings, but I like them. Look at this gold pin. Oh my god, I love it. It's so gold. Okay, so I realized that I hated the gray background. I liked the gray background, but it just wasn't going with my theme. So I painstakingly repainted it blue. And then I realized it just wasn't gonna look right unless I paint the whole thing blue. So that's what I did. And then repainted this painting on top. Was it a pain in the butt? Yes, it was. Was it worth it? Debatable. But I am using that gold marker again because it's so pretty. And then every queen needs a castle. And I realized I was missing mine, so here I am just adding the castle. I don't know if our queen is underwater or in the sky, but either one would work because she's a mermaid and a fairy. Although she is a skeleton, so assuming she's dead, so the water would make more sense. However, I assume she's like undead, so she could still be in the sky. I don't know, I guess you guys decide. But what do you think of my painting? And look how shiny it is. Ooh. How to make yourself go crazy. First, get yourself a canvas and some paint. That was the paint, I swear. Then mix up that paint and paint a background. Then find the most complex reference photo you can find. Here's what I chose. Then give yourself a time limit. I did mine in about 6 hours. That might seem like a lot of time, but screw you, look at all these details. There's so many details that I got lazy editing this video. Shh, don't tell anyone. Maybe nobody will notice. That instead of my footage of satisfying paint strokes that I usually do, this is just a time lapse. I spent hours editing this video. What are you talking about? Anyways, I did an arcade because it makes my inner 90s child happy, and if she's happy, I'm happy. I spent many hours in an arcade as a kid. I gotta say, my favorite games were air hockey and skee-ball, though I loved the crane game. I had so many little stuffed animals. Ooh, and Tekken. I love Tekken. And the one with the little quarters that would push the other quarters off. You know what I'm talking about, right? Hey, anyone else remember Aladdin's Castle? I love that place. I remember spending a lot of time and a lot of money just to get a blow-up hammer. Anyways, what do you think? I'm only slightly more crazy after this painting. Why does this canvas look crazy? No, it wasn't an attempt to channel my inner child. My daughter really wanted to paint on it, so I let her. But canvases aren't cheap, so I gotta paint over it. Hopefully she won't be too angry. Actually, I know she's already forgotten about it. Which leads me to the question, what do you do with your kids' artwork? It's lovely. Lovely. but there's a lot of it. I mean, all the good stuff goes up on the wall or the fridge. Do you wait till your kid's asleep and sneak it into the recycling? I mean, she comes home from daycare with tons of this stuff. Most of it, I question, why are the teachers even sending this home? It's like a scribble on a piece of paper. And I know she makes really cute stuff, but for some reason that stuff doesn't get sent home. It gets put up in their classroom as decorations, and then maybe it gets sent home, but like 3 weeks after the holiday. Maybe I wanted that in my house for decoration. Instead, they send home 27 pieces of paper with a crayon line, which is, it's lovely. You can draw a line. It's awesome. But do I need 27 pieces of paper with that on it? No. Am I being cold-hearted? Because it makes me feel like a terrible mom. Anyways, now that you know my terrible mom secret, let's talk about this painting. So I just decided to combine all the spooky things I could think of together. So we, of course, have a spooky house with a spooky moon and a spooky graveyard. I also wanted to use my new glow-in-the-dark oil paints, so I made everything glow. Check it out. Oh, and there's my spooky ghost kitty. All right, so here's what it looks like in the normal light, and then in the dark, and then in the black light. Let me know what you guys think. I meant to have this done by Halloween, but I totally underestimated how long a big canvas would take me. Though I'm kind of liking these new glow-in-the-dark oil paints. What other glow-in-the-dark paintings should I do? Hey guys, I'm back with another painting, and this time I'm painting with acrylic. I usually do oil paints, but I wanted this one to glow. They don't really make specialty paints in oils, so I had to go with acrylic. And if you haven't guessed already, I'm doing an absinthe bottle. I guess absinthe is an alcohol that's so strong that you see a green fairy when you drink it, so I just painted her inside the bottle. I've never drank absinthe before, so I don't know if it's true or not. I highly doubt it, but I think I'd rather see a green fairy than a pink elephant, which is another thing that people see, I guess, when they drink. I don't know. I've never seen either of those while drinking, but maybe I wasn't drunk enough. Maybe my next painting, I should paint a pink elephant inside of a liquor bottle. Or is there anything else? Let me know if you know any other myths. I'd love to paint them. Maybe I'll do a series of liquor paintings. Anyways, here's my absinthe bottle, the green fairy, and it glows in the dark. Let me know what you think. And if you have any other myths that I can paint, comment below because I'd love to paint them. Alright guys, I'm doing a big commission today. Look how big this package is. I actually had to special order this canvas because 1, I have a teeny tiny car and a canvas this size will not fit. And 2, Etsy can be a big jerk and they basically handcuff you to free shipping. Don't even get me started. But fortunately, the commissioner is local. Or is it commissionee? Anyways, so I can just drop it off or they can come pick it up or we can meet somewhere. I don't know. I'll definitely have to borrow my husband's car to get it to him. But that's for later Ashley to worry about. So my commissioner wanted a witchy, Wiccan, naturey feel with lots of meaning. And I love that idea. So that's what I did. I did the goddess Hecate in the middle, which for the longest time I thought was pronounced Hecate, but it's not. I looked it up. But she is the goddess of witchcraft, magic, the moon, doorways, and creatures of the night. But she stands in crossroads and doorways to keep evil spirits out. So that's why I'm painting 2 paths, one with the symbol of the moon goddess, and one with Hecate's wheel symbol. Also, if you notice, there are 18 trees behind her, not counting this big main one. The moon card is the 18th card in a tarot deck. And I added this little bunny because bunnies represent good luck. And she's kind of cute. So on this side, I added Wolfsbane. It's often associated with Hecate, and I am all about adding tiny little details that nobody will notice. But I kind of like doing these kind of paintings. They are tedious, but you can get lost in the details really easily, like this moon and these clouds. So my customer wanted to replace Hecate in the middle with a dryad, which basically is a nymph or a spirit that lives in a tree. So I kind of did a mixture of both of them. In case you were wondering why she was looking more like a tree than a goddess. But she still has her goddess crown because honestly, don't we all deserve a crown? I think we do. Okay, so the stars in the sky, I also wanted to have meaning. So I did these constellations and I wanted them to be perfect. So I did use a template and we're finally done. Here's me trying to show off the whole piece. Not very successfully. It is very big and awkward. Oh, that's not good. You shouldn't turn it. It's not helping anyone see it better. Oh yeah, maybe if I dance with it, you'll see it. Oh, let me raise it above my head. Yeah, that's helping no one, Ashley. You're honestly embarrassing. Stop it. All right, good. I put the painting down and took a better video of it. Just forget whatever you just saw because that was embarrassing. But what do you guys think? I think it turned out really good and I really like this one. I wish I could do more bigger paintings, but for obvious reasons I can't. For 1, Etsy needs to stop being a jerk, and for 2, I need a bigger car. Hold on a minute. Am I actually finishing a piece of abandoned artwork? I sure am. That's right. I'm finally finishing my Twilight Zone painting. Yay! I started this before the pandemic. Can you believe it? You can just see it in my hands. How hopeful I am for the future. And if you told me what was going to happen back then, I would have thought you were talking about a Twilight Zone episode. Anyways, we know how that ended. On to this painting. Now, I love the Twilight Zone, especially the old ones. I know they rebooted it and it wasn't as good in my opinion. But my favorite episode was called It's a Good Life. It's about a spoiled little brat
who looks a lot like Opie Taylor, who can literally do anything with his mind and can read other people's minds. So because of this, the whole town is scared of him, and they basically serve to please him. And they have to think happy thoughts all the time. Otherwise, bam, they're a jack-in-the-box in the cornfield. Do you know how hard it'd be to only think happy thoughts? Here, let's try it now. Ready, set, go. Only think happy thoughts. Yeah, half of you have lost already. To be honest, maybe being a jack-in-the-box in the cornfield isn't so bad, considering the alternative is to live with this little boy who can read your thoughts and lacks any emotion. Anyways, do you have a favorite Twilight Zone episode? I'd love to hear about it in the comments. After working on my 90s cartoon shelf, I thought it was about time to finish this painting. Don't worry, I'm not done with the shelf yet. I still have many more spaces. But as you know, I can't work on just one project at a time. And I promise, the shelf has not been lost. I will finish it, I think. Probably. Yeah, I'll definitely finish it. At least that's what I tell myself. Anyways, moving on. Any guesses on what this painting is? I purposely filmed it so you can't guess right away. Though I sort of gave you a hint in the beginning, didn't I? Dang it. Why did I do that? Well, it's been done and we're moving on. Sometimes I like going colorful, so that's why I painted this one with all sorts of crazy colors. Because I get tired of using the same colors over and over. And sometimes I want to pop out a colorful painting. Don't get angry at me. I can pick any colors I want. I think it's funny that I think that people are going to get angry for picking some crazy colors. Anyways, I painted Oblina in a bunch of fun crazy colors. Well, sort of crazy, not that crazy. But what do you guys think? All right, I'm back with another painting, and this time I'm doing a blackbird standing on a crystal ball. I mean, I assume that's where they hang out, because Hollywood has taught me that blackbirds can see the future. Or are they ravens? Maybe it's ravens that can see the future. Or crows? I don't know, a general blackbird. A bird that's black. Anyways, I don't see her using a deck of tarot cards. I mean, they don't even have thumbs. How would they flip over the card? And shuffling would be a nightmare. So obviously they would need a crystal ball. Although I don't know how she acquired the crystal ball. It's not like she has money. I mean, unless she's working as a fortune teller. Maybe that's what fortune tellers are. Like 10 blackbirds in a trench coat. I know they're super smart, so I wouldn't put it past them. Has anyone ever actually been to a fortune teller? Did you notice any weird squawking or black feathers laying around? Should somebody be looking into this? Because there are absolutely no holes in this theory. In fact, we shouldn't even call it a theory. I think it's fact. Uh-oh. Now that I know their secret, does the blackbird underground go deeper than we think? Am I in trouble? Should I go into witness protection? If I wake up tomorrow and my car is bird pooped, we will know the truth. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Quick, to the store to buy a scarecrow. Wait, do scarecrows work on ravens? Oh no, maybe scarecrows were invented by blackbirds to lull us into a false sense of security. That's it, isn't it? The whole world is run by blackbirds. Hey, hold up. Have you seen me do this painting before? Probably not. It's an older one. Sort of. I mean, back when I did this painting, I wasn't doing my voiceovers. It was just music. So I thought this week I would do voiceovers to some of my old paintings. Because I'm on vacation. I haven't been on vacation in 5 years, so get off my back. You're getting old content this week. But you probably haven't seen it because it's super old stuff. Anyways, this painting is a kitty inside of a frame, as you can tell. And the person who bought this painting commissioned me to make a sister painting. A good kitty versus evil kitty situation. Oh, and here's the second painting. You know, if I had an angel and a devil on my shoulder, they'd definitely be kitties. Although I have a feeling that both of them would give me bad advice. Because cats can be jerks. At least my cats are. They steal your food when you're not looking. And do you know how much stuff they've destroyed? They are the reason why I can't have nice things. And any animal whose favorite time to poop is immediately after you've cleaned their toilet is some sort of evil, because they're really good at emotionally manipulating you. Somehow, even though they're jerks, I love their little furry faces so much. I would die for them. And honestly, the only way that makes sense is if they were sent here by the devil to be worshipped. So never trust your angel shoulder cat, because anything that has that kind of hold on us has got to be evil. Anyways, what do you think of my paintings? Don't worry, next week I'll be back to fresh content. Hey, it's almost Halloween, so let's paint a haunted house. Don't you hate it when you get that junk in your paint? What? Where did you come from? Okay, back to talking about this haunted house. So if you remember my last commissioned house, you know, with the bird and the cat and the witch or widower on the top, well, I gave that customer 2 options, and this was the second option that she didn't go with. So rather than waste a good idea, I'm just gonna paint it, because ideas don't grow on trees. At least I don't think they do. Do they grow on trees? If they do, please tell me. Where are you hiding your idea tree? Actually, if ideas grew, I would assume they'd be flowers. At least the good ideas would be. The not so good ideas, maybe they're potatoes and you have to dig them out, because they're going to take more work. You can't just pull potato salad out of the ground. But you know what? I'd rather have potato salad than some flowers. So maybe the ideas that take more work turn into better ideas. Okay, this conversation has definitely got out of hand. I really wanted to talk to you about my haunted house. And now I've probably lost most of you on a potato rant. Sorry about that. If you're still here, I appreciate you. You stuck through that potato rant like a champ. And now as a reward, I'll talk about the haunted house.
It's haunted. The end.
Hold on, what are you doing? Don't you scroll away from me. I mean, unless you want to. What were you even watching? Are you watching Thirst Traps again? I knew it. Don't worry, it'll still be there. I just wanted to show you my floating islands. Why are these islands floating? Because why not? They're floating islands and that's super cool, okay? Do you even know what cool is? Actually, do I even know what cool is? Is the word cool even cool? I think it's probably not cool to say cool anymore. What if I say it like cool? Cool. Oh my god, you've all left already, haven't you? I'm sorry, come back. I can't compete with Martha Stewart and her thirst trap. I mean, I could try to do my own thirst trap, but I don't think anyone wants to see that. Anyways, that's a terrifying thought. So back to these islands. Every floating island needs a waterfall because that's cute. Yes, nailed it. That's cool with a K. I promise my next video won't be as lame. But thanks for sticking around. Who am I kidding? Nobody's here anymore. Ooh, that means I can say anything. Friends, the TV show is overrated. Facebook sucks. Macaroons aren't worth it. Here's a painting that I meant to finish a long time ago, but I lost interest. Like so many other paintings. But I'm finally finishing it instead of painting over it. So I initially started this painting for my daughter's bedroom, but then I realized it's kind of creepy, and I don't want to give her any nightmares. Not that she's really had any. But with all the creepy paintings in my house already, the less therapy I have to pay for, the better. Actually, that's an interesting question. So she's never really been afraid of anything. Like when she was 2, she loved Nightmare Before Christmas. Have I totally desensitized her with all my creepy paintings in my house? Or is she just not at the age yet where things are creepy? I mean, she's 3 now, so I would think that she'd be afraid of something. And I'm probably jinxing myself right now, but monsters don't scare her. She's not really afraid of the dark. The closest thing she's been scared of was a vacuum when she was a baby. But let's be honest, the vacuum is scary. Oh, and one time she was scared of a really big dog, but it was a really big dog. I'm talking like horse-sized dog. In fact, I'm pretty sure this dog was bred with a horse. Anyways, I'd be curious if anyone has any insight on this. Like, at what age do kids develop fear? And do you think this painting's creepy? I don't think it's any worse than a Dr. Seuss. If you saw one of my other videos where I made this Wendigo, I got to thinking, what's scarier than a Wendigo? And I could only think of 2 things. The first one, a banshee. I mean, at least with a Wendigo, you can kind of avoid it. That is if you're not a curious person, which sometimes I am, but not when something's scary. I've seen enough horror movies not to go after the crying baby in the woods. Call the authorities and let them get eaten. But with a banshee, there's no avoiding that. She has something to tell you and her communication skills are screaming. And if you hear it, that means somebody's gonna die in your family. How horrible is that? I don't want that information, especially if I can't prevent it. And loud noises already startle me. She gets like an 8 out of 10 scares. What's scarier than that? Garden gnomes. I mean, first off, they're always smiling. Creepy. And sometimes they're mooning you. Ugh. I mean, who knows what they get up to at night? I bet they peep in all your windows. You know, if you're standing in a garden all day, you're gonna get bored. So what are you gonna do at night? Obviously, look in all your windows and make bad things happen because they're angry that they have to live outside while you get to live inside. Yeah, sure, they're cute, but deep inside, they're pure evil. Anyways, what's the scariest thing you can think of? Besides a garden gnome, obviously, because nothing's scarier than that. Hey, check out this really cute commission that I'm doing. So my customer contacted me and she wanted something made for her partner who's really into naturey stuff. So I said, why don't we make you guys into trees? You know, like you and nature are one. I don't know. I don't really know anything about nature. I'm not a naturey gal. I'm more of an indoor plumbing type of gal. I don't want to pee on no stinking bush. Also, nature hates me. I know what you're saying. Nature can't hate a person, but trust me, she does. Nature hates me. Why am I the only one that gets bitten up by mosquitoes? I mean, okay, I live in Minnesota and the mosquito is like our state bird, but my husband lives in Minnesota and no bites. He has no bites on him. And here I am, everybody thinks I'm dancing because I'm trying to get all the mosquitoes off me. You know, they fly right around him, go right to me. Just one big Ashley buffet for mosquitoes. And if I sit in the grass for too long, I get hives. Just regular grass too. It's not even like wild grass, just grass in my backyard. Hives all over my legs. Do you think I want to sleep in nature? I'd wake up one big hive. And seriously, what do you all do when you gotta poop in the nature? You know, while you're camping? Where are you putting it? Are you pooping in a bucket? What are you doing with the bucket after that? Y'all are weird. That's a big no on the poop bucket for me. I'll stick to indoor pooping. Anyways, I have no idea how this video got so off track. This was supposed to be a sweet video about this couple, and I've totally ruined it with my poop questions and hate of nature. They love nature. Okay, so let's try to get back on track.
Okay, so I made these flowers to go around, and look at that, I'm done. Aren't they cute? And even the nature looks nice. I hope her girlfriend loves it more than nature loves me. But what do you guys think? Also, this was filmed before I knew I was allergic to epoxy. So if you're using epoxy clay, make sure you're wearing your gloves because I'm a big stupid head. Okay, bye, thanks. So I had somebody contact me who saw my other Harry Potter paintings, and her husband is a big Harry Potter fan. And so for Christmas, she wanted to give him a painting of him playing Quidditch. And I thought that would be really cool. So here we are, me painting her husband as a Quidditch player. So I had to do a little research on Quidditch to do this painting. And I don't know if I quite understand the rules. So maybe you guys can help. It seems like none of the other players matter except for the person catching the golden snitch. Is that right? Like, why are these other people even playing? I mean, I guess they kind of get points, but not really. The only team that really wins is the one that catches the snitch. And what's up with their safety gear? They have knee pads and arm pads, but they don't wear helmets? I would think the last thing you need is knee pads if you're flying on a broom. And you definitely need a helmet. What if you fall off? Unless there's some sort of magic net that catches you if you fall. I mean, at the bare minimum, you should be in a big bubble or something so that you can bounce off the ground if you fall. Anyways, overlooking the obvious safety violations, I think it'd be really fun to play Quidditch, even if you're not a catcher and you're one of the meaningless other players, though I'd definitely be wearing a helmet and maybe wrap myself in bubble wrap. Here's my finished painting. I'm hoping your husband loves it. And I don't usually do this, but look, I carried it on to the sides. It's a whole lot more work to do that, but I think it was worth it. What do you think? So after I did the red light of the rainbow raccoon, Mr. McFluffy, I had a lot of people try to commission me to do a red light painting for them. Unfortunately, I can't promise that a red light painting is going to turn out well, and nobody wants to pay for an ugly painting. So instead, I'm going to try to mimic the style of the raccoon. So meet Alduin. Alduin. I don't know, really cute lizard. Rainbow isn't my typical style, but I think I'm into rainbowifying things now. I mean, am I gonna do all my paintings like this? No, I'm not. I like the darker, creepier stuff, but it's nice to pop out a rainbow every once in a while. And also not have to worry about color. I know it's kind of ironic, by adding all this color, I don't have to worry about color. Also, a quick question, should I get a lizard? They're so cute. Or do you think hamster's a better pet? Anyways, here's Aldrin, you know, the really cute rainbow lizard. So trigger warning, I'm going to be talking about seasonal depression. Every year about this time, I get depressed. I think a lot of us do. It's just part of the winter. But I've noticed a trend with my art that when I'm able to make art, it's a lot darker. Let me show you. So this is obviously what I'm painting now, but here's a series I painted a year ago and the year before that. To be honest, I didn't even know I was doing this until I was looking back at old paintings and realized I was right in the middle of this series. So I guess what I wanted to say is if you're feeling depressed, you're not alone. And it's okay to talk to somebody. And it's definitely okay to make art about it. So I have all these specialty paints, but I don't know exactly how they all look, so I'm trying them all out on one painting. So first off, I have color shifting aqua. Apparently the color is supposed to shift between purple and aqua. Next up, I have the same brand in pink. I think it's supposed to shift to purple, but I don't know, it doesn't really look like it. And now I have the green gold version, shifts to gold, which it actually does. And then I have just straight metallic gold, which is one of my favorites. And then here's a metallic brass, which actually is my favorite. And then a full spectrum glitter. And then I have enchanted shimmer white. This is just a white glitter. And then I have a brushed metal gold, which, let's be honest, looks a lot like the other gold. And then back with the color shift, I have a purple that shifts into gold, which looks a lot just like gold, a really ugly gold. Next, I'm going to apply some metal leaf, or I guess it's a metal foil. But first I have to put this glue down. See, I got silver foil and then a gold foil. And then my favorite, a bronze foil. Or is it copper? What is the difference in color? Okay, back with some glitter. Here's just a blue glitter. And then metallic silver paint. All right, I ran out of different paints, so now I'm going to go with a stencil and just use a white marker to stencil this on. Ta-da! Next, I'm using this hologram glitter. This stuff is cool. I wish the camera could pick it up because it shimmers like a rainbow. And here's just a metallic powder in red. I use this for my wax stamps. Again, the camera does not do this color justice. Okay, I'm running out of ideas, so now I'm just gonna emboss some stuff on this one. So I'm using my embossing pen and some embossing powder, and of course the heat gun. All right, the best part, let's take all the tape off. Ooh, look at those lines. I mean, I know the painting's hideous, and the only real reason to watch this video is to watch me take this tape off, so I definitely get it. Enjoy. because I have no idea what to do with this now. Do I paint something in the middle? Is it fine as it is? I'm gonna go with no. But it was a fun experiment and I did not really learn anything, but we gotta watch me take that tape off. And that's something, but I still hate it. Alright, so I'm back with yet another weird painting. Seems like I've been going weird lately. I'm sorry about that. I guess I'll try to go normal next time, but no promises. Anyways, I'm trying to figure out what I should voice over on this one because it's really weird. So instead of my normal voiceovers, I'm just gonna ask some weird questions to go with my weird painting. So here we go. If you could just instantly learn a language, what language would you pick? Do birds pee? And follow-up question, why is their poop white? And are the calories in a stick of gum only if you swallow it, or does it count if you just chew it? What tiny, minor, insignificant superpower would you want? Would you rather be stuck in a romantic comedy with your enemies or trapped in a horror movie with your friends? Are clowns funny or scary? And that concludes the question portion of my video. If you enjoyed answering these questions, or if you just like watching me paint, press that like and follow for more weird videos. I am doing a skull painting today. For some reason, I paint a lot of skulls. Here are a few I've done in the past, but stupidly, I bought a whole bunch of these round canvases, which don't get me wrong, they're cool. But I also sell prints of my work, and I'm realizing that a round canvas does not work out for a print because I'm not cutting out a round circle every time I sell one. You could be the Mozart of cutting out circles, and it's still gonna be a challenge. And then how do you hang a circle print anyway? Do you get it framed? Can you frame a circle print? Do you know what kind of looks you would get at a framing place? I don't know. Maybe it's more common than I think. I mean, I guess I could put white space around it, but I don't know. I don't know how many people would want that. Also, I wasn't considering the practicality of these round canvases when I bought them, which, you know, is pretty typical of me because I have ADHD and I just want whatever's pretty at the time. But I basically have to paint them on the floor because they just roll right off my easel. And do you know how hard it is to paint a rolling canvas? Almost impossible. Anyways, thanks for coming to my TED Talk about round canvases and why I'm no longer trusted to buy art supplies in bulk. So I got a comment on one of my other videos that what I was painting started off looking like something else. And I thought, man, I wish I was painting that. So here we are. I'm painting it because it was a great comment. And I'm starting off with the face with some highlights. And then probably more importantly, the shadows, which I sometimes have trouble with. I tend to not go dark enough. And a lot of times I have to go back and add some more shadow. But I do love painting eyes. And a good tip is to add that little pink mark in the corner. It adds so much more emotion. Also something that took me a while to learn, don't paint your eyes white. They'll look like that weird filter on TikTok. You know which one I'm talking about. Ooh, here comes my favorite part right there. Yeah, the little shine. You really don't know what your eyes are going to look like till you add that little glint. And my least favorite part, the lips. Ugh, I always have trouble with them. I mean, I shouldn't say least favorite part. My least favorite part are hands. But luckily, this painting doesn't have hands. You weren't expecting that, were ya? What do you guys think? Here's what it looks like when I have zero plan on what I'm going to paint. My first idea was to make a whole bunch of people standing in a crowd. Or not necessarily people, but beings from, I don't know, maybe another dimension? But I got lazy and bored after 3. And that's when I realized I had a whole bunch of red paint that I had to use up on my palette from something else. So that's why we have red fire, I guess, that they're standing in. See, zero plan equals weird choices because I'm too cheap to throw away red paint. You know how expensive red paint is? It's the most expensive color. A little tube is like $50. So when I have leftover red paint, I use it. And then for some reason I thought it needed clouds because if this is hell, clouds deserve to be in hell? No, that doesn't make sense. I don't know why I put clouds in. I just thought it added a nice touch. And then I made them rain because I wasn't breathing in enough turpentine as it is. I'm just kidding. Shout out to my dad who put ventilation in my studio. Thanks, Dad, for keeping me safe because we all know that that's how Bob Ross died. Actually, I don't know if that's been proven. I know you're thinking, wow, what a hideous background. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, so let's paint over it. And already it's looking so much better. Okay, so I wanted to paint a spider with a skull face, which, you know, is not that unique. But then I got to thinking, what would a skull of a spider actually look like? I mean, honestly, it would look nothing like what I'm doing, but you get the idea. So I got the multiple eyes. I mean, sort of. I guess he'd have more eyes than this, but whatever. And then I got his spider legs. Okay, now that I'm looking at this, it's not really that unique, is it? But it looks cool, right? Like, I guess what I'm saying is not every piece of art needs a story. Sometimes it can just look cool. And why did we just jump to an almost half finished skull? Well, my stupid camera said it was recording and it wasn't. I should have done a millennial pause, but I didn't, which reminds me, is that what that means? It doesn't really make sense to me. Like, you still have to push a button to record, so there's still a chance that it won't record, and so you pause. in the beginning. I don't get it. How does that make me outdated? Or maybe I'm so outdated that I don't understand this statement. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible. Anyways, here's my spider skull painting. What do you think? Hey everybody, I'm back with another painting. And you all seem to like the narration, so I'm gonna continue. And I'm painting a human heart. For some reason, I paint a lot of hearts. However, I'm obsessed with this idea of trying to make it look like glass. And it's a lot more difficult than you think. I don't know, maybe a glass heart is a little cliche, but it was more about the challenge of making it look like glass than anything. And then I wanted to fill it with some sort of red liquid. I don't know if the liquid's blood or wine. If it's wine, this is like the coolest wine glass ever. I mean, blood might be a little too obvious, so I don't know. I kind of like the idea of it being wine. And actually, my favorite part of this whole painting is the little reflection on the ground. Yep, right there. I don't know. Do you think it looks realistic? I'm definitely going to try again. Okay, take 2 of the heart filled with red liquid that we don't know if it's blood or wine. Hey, maybe it's Kool-Aid. I don't know, I guess it can be whatever you want it to be. And this time I'm starting out with a darker background. I feel like I can get more detail on this one. And as I'm narrating this, I'm realizing I should have added some cracks in the glass. And then maybe some red liquid dripping out. Dang it, that would have been so cool. But unfortunately, I didn't think about it until now. So it looks like I might have to do a take 3. I don't know, I feel like the last one turned out better. This one isn't turning out quite as nice. I think I have too many chunky details. Also, why do I keep blending the background? I think it's blended. And I don't hate it, but I'm not exactly in love with it. I think the first one was much better, but I think I'll try again. So I started filming this video thinking it'd be one of those like satisfying videos where I'm cleaning my palette and it's gonna look great in the end. But this stuff is way harder to get off than I thought it would be. And after what felt like 10 hours of scrubbing and sanding, I gave up and made it into art. The Labyrinth! It's the next chapter. That's right, it's a whole chapter for Labyrinth paintings. Because I love that movie. Who loves the Labyrinth? I do. And I guess my age is showing on this one because this was a movie I grew up with. Sort of. I was probably too young to watch it when it was in theaters, but it was definitely a movie we watched during movie day at school. And I hesitate to say movie day at school because now looking back on it, was that a thing? Did we watch movies in school? Shouldn't we have been learning something? I mean, I guess that explains a lot. So here's the worm from the Labyrinth. I don't know, does he have a name? I just called him Ello Worm.
Hello.
Did you say hello?
No, I said hello.
So I'm pretty excited. Somebody commissioned me to do 4 Labyrinth paintings. And this is the first one, Hoggle. I thought he was going to be the hardest to paint of the 4, but actually I think he was the easiest. I thought for sure his wrinkles were going to be an issue, but it actually made it easier. So with wrinkles, you don't have to be that perfect. If it's wrong, you can't really tell. They're wrinkles. They go every which way. Whenever I think of Hoggle, I always think of that scene with Sarah and she gives him the plastic bracelet and he's excited because it's plastic. I don't know. That scene just always made me happy. Hey, so interesting fact that I just learned. Did you know that Jareth's face is hidden like 7 times in the movie? Like, look it up. It's really weird. I guess it's supposed to represent him watching them. I don't know. Anyway, here's my painting. Comment below what you think. And stay tuned because I have 3 more to go. Next in my Labyrinth series, I'm doing Ludo. And did you know his name was Ludo? I could have sworn it was Bruto, but it's not. It's weird. It's one of those things that you grow up with, and when you get older, you realize it's completely wrong. Does anybody else think of the actors in the puppets when you watch this movie? I assume Ludo was a full-bodied person. Could you imagine how hot it would be in there? Oh my gosh, no thank you. I could not take that job. I mean, nowadays they just CGI something, but they couldn't do that back then, which is really what makes this movie great. The work involved is just crazy. Anyways, here's my painting. Just hit that follow button if you want to see more. Here's my next painting in my Labyrinth series, and I'm doing Sir Didymus on top of Ambrosius. And stop right now. I don't want to hear in the comments how I mispronounced that. Y'all know I suck at pronouncing names. And let's be honest, that was a hard one. Did you know that the scenes where they used the real dog for Ambrosius was Sarah's dog in the beginning? I mean, that's probably common knowledge, but I really didn't put 2 and 2 together until I painted this. So my question is this all a dream? I mean, is Sarah dreaming? Speaking of which, do you all dream that you're not you? I would say 75% of my dreams are not me. I am somebody completely different. And I would say half the time, I'm not even female. Is this normal or am I weird? Anyways, it would make sense that Sarah's dreaming and she's dreaming about her dog. Here's the finished product, and hit all those buttons if you want to see more. And comment below what you think. And last in my series is Sarah and Jareth.
And here's my favorite part. Look at that circle. Oh yeah, swirl. Ooh, look. Here's a smaller one. All right, you've seen enough circles. Moving on to the background, which is also kind of boring, so I'll speed through that. Man, Sarah's hair was so 80s here. I love it. I would have rocked this hair if only I had lived in the 80s. I mean, technically I was born in the 80s, but I didn't really live in the 80s, which I'm kind of glad because shoulder pads were awful. What were you guys thinking? Though I do remember my sister using shoulder pads to stuff a certain area, and I can say this because she definitely doesn't watch my videos. At least I don't think. Okay, why was David Bowie kind of hot in this movie? He was totally the bad guy and wonderfully androgynous, but I definitely had a crush on him. Probably the same reason why Tim Curry's hot in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Or maybe I just have a thing for men in drag. Not that David Bowie was in drag in this movie. I'm not saying that. I mean, I can't be the only one, right? David Bowie was hot. Anyways, can't forget the sparkles and his equally impressive ruffles. And here's the final product. What do you guys think?
This next chapter is Harry Potter. By the way, I have now watched most of the movies, but I have not read the books. Not yet, anyway. Somebody commissioned me to do 7 Harry Potter paintings, 1 for each book. And they wanted me to use real pages from each book, so this is how she sent them to me. Are these not just adorable? Like, I almost feel bad opening this, but it's gotta be done. So here are the pages from the first book, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not what you'd call a Harry Potter buff. I read the first 3 books in school, and that was about it. It's not that I wouldn't be into Harry Potter, I probably would be. I just haven't given it a chance. Sadly, I haven't even watched the movies. I know, don't yell at me, I should watch the movies. And I will. But before I do that, I thought it'd be fun to guess the storyline based on the title and this book cover. You guys can tell me if I got it right or wrong. So I did read this book when I was younger, but I don't really remember anything other than Harry living underneath the staircase with his aunt and uncle, and then an owl dropping off a letter and telling Harry that he is a wizard. That's about where my Harry Potter knowledge ends. And hold on, watch me peel his glue off my hands. Oh, it's so satisfying. Okay, I didn't want you to miss that. Moving on, here's what I think. The story's about Harry going to school, and there's a stone in the wall, kind of like the Blarney Stone in Ireland. And he has to kiss it to get his powers. In fact, all wizards have to kiss it to get their powers. But unfortunately, somebody stole it, and Harry has to chase them on a broomstick. And if he doesn't get it back in time, all magic will be lost. That means no magic beanstalks, no fairy godparents, even unicorns would cease to exist. But don't worry, because Harry Potter and his team of child wizards save the day. How do they save the day? Well, they ride their broomsticks and snatch the stone in thin air. Because apparently the stone grew wings and flew away. Nobody actually stole it. They thought somebody stole it, but nobody did. It decided to fly away on its own and see the world. So Harry Potter catches it and puts it back in the wall. However, the stone is sad that it didn't get to see the world, but at least magic is safe. And Harry Potter saved the day. The end. I mean, you look at this picture and tell me that's not what's happening. Did I get it? Anyways, what do you think? And which book are you most excited about? In case you missed my first video, I was commissioned to do a painting of each of the 7 Harry Potter books. And since I've never read them, I'm gonna guess what the story is, based on the title and this book cover. So the name is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. So obviously the only way to get to the secrets is to use a chamber pot. So Harry Potter accidentally used the chamber pot in the middle of the night. I guess he ate some bad Mexican food, as one does, and was sucked into it, thus discovering all the secrets. What kind of secrets? Animal changing ability secrets. You know, like how to change into a cat or bird, because on the cover there's a lot of animals. So I can only assume that the secrets pertain to animals in some way. But hold on, the secrets are guarded by this dragon type creature, and it's coming out of this old man's face because he was the first person to figure out the animal changing ability secret, and tragically he wasn't able to change back. So if you don't turn back in 3 days, your body turns to stone and you stay the animal forever. So he feels obligated to guard the secrets so that this doesn't happen to anybody else. But when Harry accidentally stumbles upon the guardian through the chamber pot, he mistakes him for a bad guy. So an epic battle ensues. I mean, I can only imagine in the movie, this scene alone would be half their budget. That's how epic I imagine this battle to be. And Harry Potter just barely wins with the help of this bird. And now Harry Potter has the ability to change into any animal he wants. But since he's a super wizard, he's able to control it, unlike the first guy. So he doesn't turn into stone. But right before the Guardian dies, he gives Harry Potter a warning. And he says something along the lines of, with great power becomes great responsibility, or whatever. And Harry Potter's a hero, sort of. I mean, the Guardian was only trying to help, and Harry Potter killed it. But we'll look past that. I'm feeling pretty good about this story. I think I got it right. I mean, I don't think there's any reason for you to read the book now. I pretty much summed it up, right? All right, I'm back with book 3, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Now, first, before I start, I'm going to answer a few questions. So yes, my customer is fully aware that I don't know anything about Harry Potter. In fact, she's the one helping me decide on what to paint. She wanted a different animal from each book. So each of these envelopes have a list of animals on the back for me to pick from. First was Hedwig, then it was the Basilisk. Now I'm doing Scabbers and Crookshanks. And then I look up just that specific animal and I send her sketches based on that. Anyways, now that everybody's caught up to speed, on with the video. So based on this book cover and the title, I think Harry Potter falls in love. He's been a kid for 2 books, and now in the 3rd book, he's getting those teenage feelings, if you know what I mean. So Harry and this girl decide to breed these griffin-type creatures, and business is booming. They're making money left and right, but it turns out that it's illegal to breed these griffins because they contain this special blood that if you drink it, you become immortal, or it gives you special powers or something. I don't know. That part of the story isn't important. What is important is that Harry and his girlfriend are breeding these things. You see, his girlfriend's kind of a bad influence. It was definitely her idea. I mean, you can't blame Harry too much because we've all done dumb things in the name of love. However, the wizard government finds out because the shadowy cloaked fellow tells them, and they take them all away to Azkaban. Azkaban? Azkaban. Anyways, they lock them all up, along with Harry and his girlfriend. But one particular griffin, we'll call him Steve. Well, Steve knows that Harry's actually a really good guy, so he breaks out and rescues both Harry and his girlfriend. And they all fly away together. The end. Okay, I may have missed a few details, but I think I got it pretty close. I'm sure you'll let me know in the comments. But follow me if you want to see more. Next, I'm doing Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. What animal should I paint from that? All right, ready for book 4, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. And in case you're new here, you should go back and watch my other videos, but I'm guessing what each Harry Potter book is about based off the title and this book cover. So I'm gonna guess that the Goblet of Fire is like the Holy Grail, only the opposite. Instead of healing, it's more like a weapon. But this dragon on the front cover is protecting it. So Harry's girlfriend dares him to get it. The Goblet of Fire, that is, not the dragon. I don't even know how one would get a dragon. But anyway, if you remember my last book prediction, Harry's girlfriend is a bit of a bad influence. Well, plot twist, it turns out that his girlfriend isn't really his friend, and she's been playing poor Harry this whole time. She's actually dating this guy, and this is this guy's brother. Well, those 2 brothers convinced her to convince Harry to steal the goblet. I know it's getting confusing, but the brothers want to take over the wizard kingdom, so they need the goblet. Anyways, so Harry is going into the dragon's nest, and along the way he has to fight a whole bunch of different creatures, one being this mermaid, and this mermaid's power is to sing you to sleep, and since it's underwater, you drowned. Anyways, Harry gets out of it somehow. I don't know. It's not important. So after he beats all these creatures, Harry enters the dragon's nest. But Harry's super lucky because he finds out that the dragon has laid eggs. You see, Harry's holding an egg on this front cover. Well, Harry takes one of the eggs, and that angers the dragon, of course. So Harry throws the egg up in the air, and while the dragon's trying to catch it, she leaves the Goblet of Fire unattended, giving Harry the opportunity to steal it. So Harry, feeling pretty good about himself, runs out of the dragon's lair with the Goblet of Fire and goes to give it to his girlfriend, only for this shadowy cloaked fellow to stop him. He tells him the truth about his trash girlfriend. So instead, Harry gives it to the wizard government, and they said they disposed of it properly, but nobody really ever knows. Anyways, Harry dumps his girlfriend, and he lives happily ever after. The end. What do you think? Did I get it this time? Okay, maybe not the girlfriend part, but the rest of it has to be pretty close, right? And I'm back with book 5 of my Harry Potter paintings. In case you missed my last videos, I'm guessing Harry Potter stories based on the title and this book cover. And here I'm doing Harry Potter in the Order of the Phoenix. Now, my first thought was that Harry ordered a phoenix on Wizardon, you know, Wizard Amazon, but I think that's a little too far-fetched for even my stories. Also, how do you make a whole book about ordering a phoenix? I mean, I guess the phoenix could be on back order, but even so, you can't write a whole book on that. So instead, I think the Order of the Phoenix is actually like an underground secret club of wizards that Harry infiltrates. I mean, look at this cover. Here's Harry and here's the Order, aka club. And there are a bunch of candles. It looks pretty secretive to me because candles equals secretive, I guess. Or maybe this club is making candles out of phoenix earwax. I'm actually not sure on this one. This cover's not giving me much. Although there is a snake. So maybe this club is actually misusing phoenixes because they can manifest weird snake-like creatures out of smoke. Oh yeah, that's what I'm going with. Maybe it's not just snake-like creatures, but they can manifest any type of creature. And as you can imagine, that would wreak havoc in the wizard world. So obviously Harry has to stop them. And since phoenixes mean life and happiness, I think, the only way to fight the Order is for Harry to go into the underworld and pick up this animal. A thistral. Thistral? Thistral. You know what I mean. Because These trolls are really good at solving puzzles. See, look at the cover. There's a bunch of doors behind them. And only the thief troll knows the order of the doors to open. It's the order of the phoenix. Get it? So Harry flies it into the maze, and it knows exactly where to go. Harry, successfully figuring out the door order, zaps them with his wizard wand and releases all the phoenixes and saves the day. But since you guys always say my stories are way too happy, I'll add a little tragedy. The thief troll dies because it spent too much time out of the underworld, and everybody was sad. The end. Was that the correct story? I feel like it might have been. Or should I have gone back to Harry Potter ordering the phoenix? Hey, I'm back with another Harry Potter painting. And this time I'm doing Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. And if you're new here, somebody commissioned me to make 7 Harry Potter paintings based off the 7 books. So I'm guessing the story based off the title, this book cover, and the creature that my customer wanted me to paint. And in this case, she wanted me to paint an Empress? Empress. I think that's how you pronounce it. So anyways, here's my guess. I think that the King of Hogwarts, this old guy on the front cover, found out that he may have a son. How did he find out he had a son? Well, one day, he and Harry were looking at this magic bird bath. I guess it's multifunctional. It bathes birds and tells you your future at the same time. And it prophesized that his son was going to take over Hogwarts and darkness would reign. But the kicker is he doesn't have a son, or so he thought. He's married to the queen, but she's much too old to conceive. And all they have are daughters. So Harry and the king are on a mission to find out where the son is going to come from. So after some digging, Harry Potter finds out that during college, the king was a bit of a wild one, which makes sense. There's a lot of pressure knowing that you're going to be a king. I guess he sold his oats. I don't know. Am I using that phrase right? Basically, he had the relations with a woman. You know, a special friend, which unbeknownst to him, created a son. Now, when the queen found out, she was furious. She hated that he had a son from another woman and was afraid of the prophecy coming true. So she cast a spell on him, but that's where everything went wrong. You see, instead of killing the prince, it only half killed him, turning him into an empress, thus creating the prophecy that she was trying to prevent. So now Hogwarts is ruled by this half-blood prince. So Harry and his band of teenage wizard friends have to kick some half-blood prince butt. And since Harry is the hero of the story, he wins. And everybody's happy, except the son, who is totally innocent in this whole thing. But we're gonna look past that because I'm gonna assume that these books always end happy. Yay! Did I get it? I think I got this one right. Anyways, what do you think of my painting? Only one left to go. Are you ready for the last Harry Potter painting? That's right, I'm on the last book, Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. And at this point, I'm just gonna assume that you're not new here. But if you are, go check out my other videos before you comment, and you'll know what's going on. Okay, so here's the book cover. And since this is the last book, and it has the word deathly in it, I'm gonna assume a lot of people die in this book. So everybody get your snot rags out because it's gonna be a sad story. And now I know that Dobby dies because that's who I'm painting. But how does he die? Well, I'll let you know. But first, let me explain the Deathly Hallows. The Deathly Hallows is this place behind Harry Potter that sort of looks like a coliseum. And that's where the living world meets the dead world. See all these people that you can't quite see their faces? Well, those are dead people. That's why you can't see their faces. Because when you die, you turn into a shadow person. And the only place that these two worlds meet is at the Deathly Hallows. But hold on, who's this guy? Well, he's the shadowy cloaked fellow that's been following Harry Potter around. And he's seeking revenge. You see, normally, the shadow people, they stay in their own space and they can't cross. Normally. But this guy, he broke the rules and he's super out for revenge. Why is he holding such a grudge? Well, when he was alive, he was in theater. You can see his theater curtain and what I assume is a theater stage right here. Anyways, so the shadowy cloaked fellow, you know what, let's just call him Evan because that was probably his name when he was alive. So Evan's final performance, Dobby was running the lights because he's a light goblin or maybe a hobbit. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that Dobby gets easily distracted. And right in the middle of Evan's final number where he was singing his heart out, Dobby was distracted by one of those really annoying flies. You know what I'm talking about, the ones that won't leave you alone and they have no regard for your personal space. Well, Dobby forgot he was running the lights and he was swinging them around trying to get this fly. And the lights fell, smashing Evan and turning him into an Evan pancake. Evan thought for sure if he hadn't been killed, he would have had ultimate fame and glory from this performance, thus making him angry at everybody, but mostly Dobby. So when he figured out how to cross the border between the living and the dead, he plotted his revenge. And I'm assuming that he got his revenge because this is the last book. And I know how money hungry the Harry Potter franchise is. Surely they would have written another book by now if they could, but they can't because Harry Potter died. It's the only way to really end the Harry Potter series. So Evan takes over the whole wizard kingdom with his shadowiness. He kills off Harry Potter, Harry Potter's girlfriend, even Steve the Griffin. But lastly, he kills Dobby. However, Dobby was so pure of heart, it blasted Evan back into
into the Deathly Hollows, where he can never escape again. The end. And that ends all 7 books. Now you don't have to read or watch the movies, because I'm sure I summarized them perfectly. But you know, if for some strange reason I didn't, let me know. And let me know what you think about this series. I had a lot of fun doing these. So this was one of the first non-painting projects that I ever did and filmed. So the audio quality is not great, but I think there's still some great stuff here. So I bought these boxes at a thrift store for $5, and I really wanted to do something spooky with one of them. So why not incorporate some of my favorite horror movies? Now on the top I was thinking Evil Dead would be fun, so I sketched on a template. High heat for the glue gun. Okay, time to melt this face on. I'll speed it up because nobody wants to see that. Once you have your face melted on, grab some shop towels. You want to paste that sucker on. I use some tack glue and some Mod Podge. Now I'm going to want to paint it as black as my soul. Pro tip, if you can't get the lid off, just whack it. We don't want any accidents, so tape it off. Now apply the darkest black you can find. And because I'm extremely impatient, I dry mine with a heat gun. After it's mostly dry, I mix red, yellow, and Mod Podge together to make a translucent orange. This is a classic trust the process because this is going to look very orange at first, but I promise it won't in the end. And because I'm still extremely impatient, I hit it with the heat gun. Now time for all the yummy details that make this look really good. And because I have a heat gun addiction, let's try it again. Time to take the tape off. There you have it, one Necronomicon top. Now let's do the second side. I've decided to go with Hellraiser, but first I have to get these stupid handles off. As you can tell, I'm having some difficulty. First I try the razor blade, then I get a screwdriver for some reason, and last pliers. And then back to the razor blade. I don't know why I thought the razor blade would work. It obviously doesn't. Finally, I develop a sort of twist and turn method, and we're free. I'll fast forward through the second handle because that's boring. And apparently I forgot the twist and pull method already. So I was gonna do this with foam for some reason. I thought that would work. It didn't. Well, since that idea's a turd, I went with wood instead. Next, I glued the pattern to the piece of wood. Then I used a wood burning tool to outline the pattern, which took forever. I started making glue sticks so strong. Time for the spray paint. And a little shaky shaky. Ooh, that's next. So I paint it black, wipe it off, paint it black again, sand it. Then I gotta cut it so it fits on the box. My box had these little tabs. I ended up bending them back and sliding the panel in. And there you have it. It's not perfect, but I like it. Now moving on to the back panel. So I decided to go with a Silence of the Lambs vibe. So I'm gonna do sewn skin together like Buffalo Bill. First I was thinking maybe some fabric, but that wouldn't really give me the right texture. And then I remembered that I had this translucent sculpty clay. It looks a lot like skin. And because I hate measuring anything, I made a template of the back panel with a piece of paper and pencil. Then I tried mashing different colored skin together, but I realized that would be too tedious. All right, completely starting over. I opted for a more all one color skin. I know it's a little less inclusive, but I think it'll achieve the effect that I'm going for. Now I have to section out where each panel is going to be. And of course, we'll use my friend the time lapse. Pausing time lapse for a little pokey poke. Poke, poke, poke. Resuming time lapse. Poke, 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 poke. And no skin is perfect, so let's add some moles. Those are moles, I swear. They're moles. I need to darken the skin up and make it look realish. And remember all those pokey pokes? Let's add the stitches. And now for my favorite part, adding hair to the moles. Stop it, those are moles. Okay, moving on. Now I'm going to work on the third side of this box. And I've decided to go with Freddy Krueger. So I'm using this translucent Sculpey again. It worked really well last time. And why change the process now? The first layer is just red mixed with the translucent. And then on top, I'll just put the translucent by itself. Cutting the shape to make sure it fits. Now I got to gouge my holes. Oh, that looks like it hurts. Does anybody else find this super satisfying? No? All right, I'll speed it up. Okay, now that we have all these holes, let's add texture. Now I'm just adding a base for our skin to lay on. And of course, every crafter's favorite tool, the heat gun. Because I ain't got time to watch paint dry. After I baked my Sculpey skin, I'm gonna paint it. Whoa, 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 too much paint. I wish all mistakes were this easy to fix. I just wipe it off. Which actually gave it a nice color. So maybe not a mistake? I don't know, moving on. Yeah, because I have a heat gun addiction. It's really starting to look like skin. And to be honest, my other addiction, E6000. Okay, they get it, that's close enough. You don't want any loose skin, so I gotta cover the whole surface. Now the hard part, the shirt. And it's been a few years since I've crocheted. After consulting the master of all knowledge, the internet, I finally ended up with something like this. It's not perfect, but I don't think it matters. I plan on destroying it anyway. So I wanted to make the fibers a little more durable and stick together. I sprayed it with a clear coat, and after letting it dry for probably not enough time, I dirtied it up with some paint. And because I'm the most impatient person in the world, I hit it with the heat gun again. In the process, it melted,
but I kind of liked it. Some really funky fumes came off of it, so I don't really suggest this unless you're in a well-ventilated area, which I wasn't. Learn from my mistakes. Anywho, now I'm going to cut out a shape that I think will fit my box nicely and tack that sucker down with some hot glue. And of course, I want the box to open, so I got to cut it. A few minor adjustments and a lot of glue later, I can call it good. Okay, here's a little bonus fail for you. I tried to make a chest-bursting jack-in-the-box, but it did not work well. I wasn't even going to show you guys, but I wasted way too much time on it, and I figured you guys could use a laugh. I destroyed 2 jack-in-the-boxes in the process. Look at that, I look so optimistic. Just painting away. Here I'm giving Bugs Bunny a facelift. Yep, that's horrifying. So I tried to cover Bugs' face with clay, but it was too heavy, so I moved on to paper mache, which was much lighter, but still didn't really work. Added some details with the glue gun. And of course a lot of Mod Podge. Fresh coat of paint. I even added these teeth with the toothpicks, which I think is actually a good idea, but it still didn't save it. I even thought I'd add this rib cage that it could pop out of, but I was polishing a turd. And here's the saddest jack-in-the-box ever. Don't worry, I put it out of its misery. All right, moving on after that sad failure. Here's just a recap of what we've done. Now I'm gonna work on the front. So I'm going to attempt to do a Jason mask, but not his normal mask. Instead, I'm going to do the burlap sack one because I have a ton of burlap and I wanted to use it up. And also I thought it would look better with the rest of the box. So as you can see, I'm just molding the skin around his eye and giving it some nice texture. Free that latch. And with the magic of editing, that looked easy. And I plan on covering it with this burlap, which reminds me, do not touch hot glue unless you have your glue gun set on the lowest setting. I'm just cutting that 70s fringe off. And I decided to get fancy and wrap it around the latch, but I regret this decision. It makes it bulky and renders the latch useless. And yes, I did accidentally glue it to my floor. Okay, next I gotta cut out the hole for the eye, which is pretty boring, so let's speed that up. I'm gluing it down to stay in place. Now I gotta glue the whole shebang to the box. Remember what I said about don't touch hot glue? There I go, touching the hot glue. And here's my gigantic container of Mod Podge. I mix that up with some brown and dirty up the edges. And we can't forget the latch. And of course the heat gun. I thought I'd finish it off with a coat of Mod Podge just to toughen it up and hopefully lay flatter. And that eye was just a little too blue. And apparently not everything can be dried with a heat gun, so I had to wait overnight for this one. But it was worth the wait because I think it turned out quite nicely. Somebody had a great idea for the bottom of this box. So I scrapped my plans and broke out the pasta maker, which, let's be honest, was only used once for pasta. Then I'm wrapping some wire with tinfoil, and then wrapping the tinfoil with clay. Next, the tedious part, adding all these suction cups. And we'll just speed that up. Add one nice coat of black paint, after baking of course. Next I'm going to dry brush this copper color on. Then to make it glossy I use this clear coat. Seriously, don't use fingernail polish, it just makes it sticky. Look out, I'm breaking out the power tools. 4 holes later, it's time to attach the legs. And of course it wouldn't be a box video without the E6000. Now I'm pretty proud of this method. I call it put a book on top of a box and flip it. TM. Okay, now that we have everything glued, I'm just weighing it down. And here's our finished project. I'm actually pretty proud of this. It turned out really good. Now let's move on to the inside of the box. And I've decided to add the shining carpet. It appears my daughter has been shoving random things inside the box, so I served all the toys an eviction notice. Well, that's where that went. All right, my ADD could not handle this carpet. The sheer boredom of weaving this yarn. I almost gave up. Stupid cat. Don't you know I'm trying to film here? Anyways, I got it done. Now, I've never made carpet before, so I assume this is what you do? I don't know. Maybe I should have looked up a tutorial. I figured glue in the back would keep all that yarn in. And I wanted it a little less shag carpet, so I gave it a haircut. However, at this point, I was getting a little nervous. It wasn't quite looking right. But with nothing to lose, I kept going. Finally, I had something passable. What the heck? How did all this stuff get back in here? Bunch of squatters. Okay, all I have to do is glue it in. I'm going for an instant gratification, so hot glue's fine. I think it's looking decent. The lights that I ordered just came. I was so excited I had to add them right away. I thought this white color would stand out too much, so I sanded them and painted them black. Then I peeled these stickers off and put them on the brackets that came with the lights, which is great because that means that they're removable and I can charge them. All right, time for a little test drive. What do you guys think? Ooh, it's spooky. Now I'm going to work on the insides of the box. And the idea here is that I'm going to incorporate a lot of horror movies that weren't included on the outside, but don't come at me if I missed one of your favorites. There are a lot of horror movies and this box is not big enough for them all. So I'm just printing out some of the movie posters
And then I'll coat the paper in Mod Podge. How many people actually call it Mod Podge and not Mod Podge? Honestly, in my head, it's Mod Podge, and I can't be the only one. Okay, anyway, moving on. And of course, we're using the heat gun, because I ain't got time to wait for things to dry. And just a little trim. Okay, now that I've cut them all out, I need to make them look old, like they've been sitting there for years. So I gave them a nice paint dirt bath. Then I lit them on fire. This gave the edges a nice weathered, torn look. All right, let's add them inside the box. Okay guys, what's everybody's favorite horror movie? Don't come after me if it's not in the box. Mine is The Audition, and if you've seen it, you know it's one of the scariest movies ever. Okay, I am adding an extra coat of clear on the inside just to make it a little more durable. And I think we can call it good. Man, these lights are so cool. So a lot of people wanted me to do the Mimic Chest from D&D. And I know it's not a horror movie, but I feel like it could represent a lot of other horror movies as well as the Mimic Chest, so I'm down for it. So I'm going to add a row of teeth to the top of the box. I'm just using a off-white Sculpey to sculpt these teeth. Can I help you? Ah, what are you doing? Really? Freaking freeloading roommates, get a job. Okay, moving on. I'm trying out this new air dry clay, so I'm going to do the bigger teeth in that. Okay, here they are. I'll let them set for 24 hours. I realized that the lip of the box is going to touch the inside of the top of the box, so I had to add a little spacer for the teeth to sit on. I went ahead and hot glued 2 rows of these popsicle sticks, and that should give a nice ledge for our teeth. There's nothing scary about a monster with good hygiene, so I painted on some plaque buildup. We don't want this monster to lose a tooth. I mean, who would be his tooth fairy? So I added E6000 and hot glue. The hot glue will hold it in place while the E6000 has time to dry. And a few small details later, we're done. And I can't decide what colored light I like best on the inside. Which one's your favorite? This box was so much fun to make that I'm going to need suggestions on these other 2 boxes. This is just like the last box, but this is video games instead of horror movies, making the second project that was not a painting that I ever filmed. Alright guys, it's time to tackle this second box. It's a sister to my horror movie box. This time I'm going to go with video games. And I'm starting off with my favorite, Fallout. And I'm just doing a base coat of Vault-Tec Blue. And it wouldn't be a box video without a heat gun. All right, I have a template of this gear. I'm gonna cut it out of this balsa wood, but first I have to trace it onto the wood. Look out, she has a knife. Yep, that's pretty boring, so we'll speed that up. And it's free. Anybody else hoard sandpaper like I do? I act like this stuff is expensive. Okay, I actually painted the gear yellow, but I changed my mind, so I'll skip over this part. And since nothing's clean in the apocalypse, I dirtied up the blue. And now I'm getting my frustrations out on the stencil. Ooh, so much frustration. Okay, anyway, look at those nice paint strokes. Yeah, get in there. All right, that quickly turned weird. And here's the point where I decided I hated this yellow. So I repainted it. Then I went off plan and cut a hole in my gear. Too late to go back now. And then I guess I forgot that I hated the yellow because I have the memory of a goldfish, so I changed it back. Yeah, I'm all over the board. Okay, a Fallout box isn't complete without a radiation symbol, so I cut out a circle in this acrylic, which took me a while to figure out the snap method, but by the end I had it down. Now I'm just tracing on the radiation symbol and painting it yellow and white. And like before, nothing's clean in the apocalypse, so I gotta dirty that up too. Am I changing this gear color again? I sure am. Okay, let's glue this shit on. Sorry, I got excited. And I made these little screw details out of clay. I thought it'd add a nice rustic feel. And then I want my gear to sit up off the box, so I'm painting these wood beads, and I just glued them under the gear. And there it is, one vault door Fallout box. And for my next side, I'm gonna do Halo. And let me tell you, this one was a hard one. I ran into so much difficulty with this side. Let me just show you, this part was easy. Painting, no problem. It's when I decided to make the Halo sword that I ran into difficulty. So I started off with acrylic, but that was way too brittle and it kept shattering, like my hopes to make this box look good. And then I thought maybe shrinky dink paper, but no, not clear enough and too small. And then I tried it in some clay, which turned out all right, but it wasn't clear. And the Halo sword's supposed to be clear. So that's when I decided to either go big or go home. I bought this easy mold. I made a mold out of the clay sword. I let that sit for a couple days and then popped it out of the mold. Next is the resin. Does anybody know why these kits come with trash bag gloves? They're terrible. I almost forgot that I had this glow-in-the-dark powder that will be perfect. Okay, now let's pour it in. And can anybody tell me what these are for? Should I have used these somewhere? And the stuff really didn't want to come out of the mold, so I threatened it out with a knife. Get out of there.
Finally. I was really afraid of cracking them and starting over again. But luckily it came out fine. Next I painted lightning bolts and epoxied it up off the box. And here's the finished product. I know it's not perfect, but I'm okay with it. And here's what it looks like in the black light. For the next side, I'm gonna do Doom. It's a classic first-person shooter and it deserves a spot on this box. Here I'm just tracing a template of the side. Ready for a super smooth transition? Oh yeah, cut out. And my idea here is to place a whole bunch of skulls on the side like it's a big pile of, I don't know, dead demons. So I just use these molds to make a bunch of skulls. And I'll slow that down because it's super satisfying. Okay, moving on. We're busting out the pasta maker. I'm just using the pasta maker to flatten a piece to attach all the skulls to. And to be honest, I can't think of anything boringer to watch, so I'll speed this up. And now that I have my arm exercises in, it's time to cut out my template and glue on all those skulls. I love how I try to show you the glue like you can actually read this. Just assume it says glue. And just like a super dark demented puzzle, I try to fit all these skulls together. This took a while, so I'll speed this up as well. And with the magic of editing, I'm done! Now after baking my skulls, there's a phrase I never thought I'd say, I painted them black, and then wiped off the excess paint so that the detail would show through. I'm actually surprised how well this came out, but we're not done yet. And I painted the back panel black just in case any of this brown showed through. And of course E6000 hasn't paid me yet for all this free advertisement, but I'm holding out hope. E6000, the best glue ever. You too could glue down your skulls with E6000. It's strong and sturdy. Can I be part of your marketing team? No, I guess not. Moving on. It's really starting to look good, but I think it's missing something. Yeah, it's definitely missing blood. So I did the Slayer symbol in blood, aka paint, not real blood. And here's the end product. I almost feel like I cheated on this one because it was so easy compared to the other two, but I think it came out good. Now I'm going to do Borderlands. First I have to remove this handle. It was being pretty stubborn, but once I got it off, I moved on to painting. I painted it white and then yellow. I was kind of afraid that I painted the box shut, so I opened it just to make sure. And we're all good. I really wanted to do Claptrap because he's my favorite, but I thought that was a little too obvious, and I want each side to have the feeling of the game without spelling it out. So I just went with a loot key and transferred it to a piece of balsa wood. And if anybody has any tips on how to cut things out of balsa wood, I would be super grateful. My hand was hurting after this. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or what, but I finally did get it cut out and I used a file to get into the little spaces. Now it's time to add some details. I just love the Borderlands artistic style, and I wanted to make sure it was represented in this key. Now the key has to open something, so I'm making the box into a loot chest. So I added a few small details. I painted this paper black. Yes, I painted already black paper black. Now the thought of drawing on a whole bunch of holes sounded super stressful, so I punched them out and glued them on. This wasn't looking Borderlandsy enough, so I added some more details to the yellow and glued on our stripe to cover up the holes that the handle made. And don't forget about our loot key. I really like how this side turned out, but it seems a little bright compared to the other side, so I might dull it down a bit in the future, but for right now it works. And because I'm an idiot, I completely forgot the blood on the Borderlands side. Most of the loot boxes in this game have blood or dirt or splatter, so I'm gonna add it now. While I was adding this, I realized I accidentally used blacklight paint for the background, which I'm kind of okay with, except it does show where I colored outside the lines. Now it's time to tackle this front. I was going to do Zelda, the chest with the 3 gemstones on it, hence why I'm cutting these wood pieces, but somebody commented that I should keep the outside for grungy, dark games and the inside should be for the fun kid games. And I like that idea, so I'm going with God of War instead. And I think the wood will still complement it. So I just use popsicle sticks as my planks of wood, and then I'm going to paint the background black just in case any of the box shows through. And just a little stain. And as usual, that's boring, so I'll speed it up. Now I don't know much about paste finishing wax other than it's stinky. I had some, so I used it, but I don't know if it really added anything. And I wanted my planks to go under these metal brackets, so I had to pull them up a little bit. And for some reason, I filmed myself loading the glue gun. I don't know. Look cool, I guess. So I got all these planks glued down, and I swear if anybody comments again about how gross my nails are, did you not just see me paint this box? Like, okay, Karen, let's see you have clean nails after you paint. Okay, got that off my chest. So a quick story time while I paint this Omega symbol. I was basically held hostage by a coworker who insisted that I played every single God of War game all the way through. I mean, to be fair, it was a great game, but we knocked out like all of them in a week. Anyways, I'm adding some ruins now. and just some other small details, and I think we can call it good. Everybody was pretty upset that I didn't include Skyrim, especially my husband. So we're doing it. So I'm giving this box dragon feet, kind of like a old Victorian piece of furniture. And I'll just show you how I made one of them because it gets kind of repetitive and my stupid hands keep getting in the way. And I'm using my favorite clay, Sculpey, and wrapping 4 claws around this wooden bead. I'm hoping the baking process won't ruin the wood. It shouldn't, but if it does, I can always paint it. And of course, we got to make them look dragon-like, so I added some details. Next, it's time for the bottom. I wasn't really digging the all black, so I'm adding the logo. And to do that, I have to scribble out my frustrations again. Then I can easily trace the logo onto the bottom. Dang it, don't you hate when that happens? Okay, one sharpened pencil later, we have our logo and it's time to paint. I picked a metallic silver paint, but I plan on dulling it down with some black. And because I'm impatient, I'm using the heat gun to dry it. I'm pretty sure the heat gun's my favorite tool. It saves so much time, and time is important when you have ADD. Otherwise, I'd completely forget about the project. Now for the gloss coat. Ooh, they're looking glossy. Okay, now I'm gonna attach these legs. And instead of my usual E6000, I decided to try this different glue. Shh, don't tell them. But this glue is supposed to be stronger. But it seriously smells like farts. I don't know. Also, they keep falling. Come on, glue, stick! Obviously, I need 2 more pairs of hands. But eventually, I get them all to stick. And here's the finished product. I really like how this turned out. It was a nice detail that this box was missing. Okay, now I have to do the inside. I was gonna go with this Mario layered effect, but it was way too complex. I really wasted too much time on this. I printed, glued, and cut out all that for me to change my mind. Instead of that mess, I decided to go with some pixel art. I glued on a grid pattern. That way I could plan out the art on top. And I wanted to go simple, so I just went with Mario's question mark box. And I'm done. I think it looks really good. I'm just kidding. You know I can't end it here. I decided to fill it in with felt. Tip of the day, cut your felt with the slide cutter. You save so much time. Sorry about the filming here. I thought it was more centered in frame. And here is the actual finished product. And it looks like a big pile of trash. So let's start over again. I'm not sure why I'm like this. I can't make up my mind. But I really did want to include some games that I didn't think I could fit. So here we go. I have Crash Bandicoot, Sonic, Zelda, Mario, of course, Minecraft, Little Big Planet, and Spiral. These are all games that I grew up with, and I'm much more happier with this. Here's what it looks like in the black light. Next, I'm going to work on the floor. And here's my well-worn black paint that I'll use to coat the inside of this box. And nobody actually wants to watch me paint this, so I'll speed it up. Don't you love the magic of video editing? Okay, now that the inside of this box matches my soul, I'm starting on the floor. And I don't know about you, but I've always dreamt of wood flooring. So I went the poor man's route and used popsicle sticks. Here I'm just clipping off the round ends, kind of like what I did with the God of War side, and then sanding each end so it's smooth. And I can't just have a boring old wood floor, because what fun would that be? So I decided to put a design in it. Do you recognize the design yet? If you said Nintendo controller, you'd be correct. Now I just have to stain it and then install it into my box. And then I saw this on Amazon and I thought it'd be perfect for this. Like seriously, what? It's awesome. I wanted to be able to get to the batteries easy, so I just applied Velcro to the back and then stuck it on. Like I'm way too amused with this thing. These walls are looking pretty bare, so I think we'll go out with a bang with this one. Moving on. In one of the earlier videos, I had a commenter say that I should do a arcade floor, and I absolutely loved that idea, so that's what I'm doing. It'll be a good chance to add in those early games that everybody loves and those like Pac-Man and Tetris. Here I'm just mapping out a template on some cardstock, and then tracing and cutting out my template on balsa wood. I'm sure there's a more technical way to do this, but that's not really how my brain works, so I just smash the pieces together until they fit, and then I glue them all together hoping for the best. And then eventually I have something that looks like this. It looks a little rough in the moment, but maybe a coat of paint will help. It's still looking kind of rough, but let's hold off judgment until I can add some more details, like a joystick and some buttons. If you cut off one of these nubs on a jack, it makes a perfect joystick. Now we just need some buttons to smash. Kind of like you're gonna smash that like button on this video. Go ahead and smash it. Go ahead. Okay, I'll assume you smashed it. I don't really know what these are called. They're used to hold paper together, but they're the perfect shape for an arcade button. Adding some blood red trim. And an arcade machine isn't complete without some lights. And that's looking better. And I just threw it in my duplicator and came out with 2 arcade machines. Nah, I'm just kidding. I just didn't think you'd want to watch me make another one of these. I printed and cut out these decals and then glued them on. The screen I printed on transparency paper, so I didn't want them to be permanently
permanent structures in the box just in case I had to fix the lights or change the battery. So I added these magnets. And it's really starting to come together. And of course, my favorite arcade game, Tetris. I really felt like it was missing some classic games, so I added Mortal Kombat and Space Invaders, and then put them on Velcro so I could change them out. And there you have it, my video game box. I still have one box left, but I'm not sure what to do with it. So if you have any ideas, let me know. I'm thinking maybe books, but I don't know.
Oh, look at that. It's another box. This one's 80s movies. Again, this video is really old and I recorded it on a potato, so sorry about the audio quality. Hey guys, I'm back with another box. On this one, I'm going with 80s and 90s movies. And I'm starting off with The Never-Ending Story, specifically the book, because the whole movie is about the book, and I thought it would make a good top. So I'm just mixing up a nice brownish orange. Look at that nice mixing. Yeah, mix it up. Okay, now I just slather it on the top. And that's boring, so speed that up. Okay, now moving on to the tricky part, the emblem. And I have all this leftover random colors of clay, so I'm just gonna mix them together because I'm gonna paint it anyway, and it doesn't really matter. However, the clay's kind of old and hard, so I'd use my pasta maker to mix it because I am weak and puny. After getting all my arm exercises in, I had something like this. Okay, now I gotta roll out the two snakes, and this was the hard part. I mean, I guess the rolling wasn't hard, but setting up the emblem right, man, I really struggled with it. I had to print out a little template, and even then it took me a few tries. I finally got something decent, and to get all the fingerprints out, I rubbed it down with snake oil. Nah, it's just clay softener, but it feels a lot like oil. All right, gotta add the eye details. And for the skin, I'm using the metal grip on this X-Acto knife, and it makes a pretty cool pattern. Very snake-like. Okay, now that I have the subtle details, I'm gonna move on to some deeper ones. And here I'm just stabbing it with some scales. And yeah, I'm surprised how well that turned out. Okay, while that bakes, I'm gonna move on to the corners. And I bought this wire wrap thing years ago, and I don't really know how to use it. If I'm doing it wrong, don't come at me in the comments. Or do, maybe I'll learn something. I mean, it worked for what I needed it for, so ta-da! Okay, next I just smashed it with a hammer. A lot. I smashed it a lot, okay? And I gotta say, that looks pretty cool. And so I made 3 more. Yeah, I wish I had black wire instead of black paint, but I didn't. My mom always told me to work with what I got. She also said if you got it, flaunt it. I don't know if that's good advice or not, but anyways, I painted the snakes silver and gold and gave them a black paint bath. Then I wiped off the excess, and I would say this emblem's done. And it's got a few minor issues, but I'm okay with it. I like it. And I don't think you'll notice it once it's on the box. Okay, I love this part where you get to glue everything on. It all just starts coming together and starts looking really good. And of course, this is where I realized I made a mistake. Ugh, the spacing on this one is all off, so I gotta peel it off. Oh, it hurts my heart. Don't you just hate that? It would have drove me nuts if I hadn't, though. We can all sleep tonight. I fixed it. I just wanted to say thank you to everybody who has followed me through the last 2 boxes. I really appreciate it, and I couldn't have done it without you guys. And with that, if you have any suggestions for an 80s or 90s movie, that would be awesome, because I could really use the help. Hey everybody, I'm back with my 80s movies box. That's a mouthful. Last time I did The Never-Ending Story, and this time I'm doing Gremlins. I was gonna make this an 80s and 90s box, but I'm realizing there's too many good movies in the 80s. So I think I'm just gonna focus on those. And the Gremlins definitely deserve a spot. So my plan here is to make this side look like the box that Gizmo came in. And I know, these are supposed to be air holes, but I didn't have the confidence that I could cut them out with an X-Acto knife, so I'm just wood burning it. Move on, they'll be fine. Especially once I paint it, it'll be fine. See, that's looking good. Just a little wipe and a few more little details. And of course, we're drying it with a heat gun. We're definitely missing a label. We need to know that Magua are in here. Am I saying that right? Magua? I know you guys will let me know in the comments. Anyways, it's looking pretty good. And just slather some paint on the front. I just use this paste finishing wax on the wood. Not really sure what it does, but it kind of makes it softer. Then we're ready for the E6000. It's just my favorite glue ever. Okay, let's paste that sucker on. And I added a few wood pieces to the top to finish it off. And I think we can call this side done. It is pretty bright, so I might dirty it up and make it look a little darker. But other than that, I think it looks good. And as always, let me know in the comments what movie I should do next. There's a lot of good ones, so I need help choosing. And I'm back with another side of my 80s movies box, and here's one that everyone's been requesting, the Labyrinth. But first I have to evict this handle. And with the magic of editing, I made it look easy. But it really wasn't. It was super hard. It did not want to leave. Finally, success! For some reason I went with this weird turquoise blue color, but I kind of like it. It looks rich. And well, because the movie's called The Labyrinth, I painted a labyrinth in the background. I mean, what would you have painted? The stairs scene? You are crazy. Look how complicated this thing is. Here's a reference for complicatedness. Nope, I took the easy way out, and I'm glad I did because now I get to peel all this good tape. Okay, not quite as satisfying as I thought it would be, but it's still good. Okay, my first idea was to put Jareth's hand on this.
with the crystal ball. I know the obvious thing to do here would have been the door knockers, but I thought it would be too complicated. So I made a wire hand and then covered it in clay. However, while this was baking, I played around with the clay to see how complicated a door knocker might be, and I was really surprised how well it came out, even though this sort of looks like something from your nightmares. But once I sculpted the second one and painted them, I kind of like these better. But I like the way the hand turned out too, so I think I'm gonna try to fit all 3 on the box. I was pretty skeptical that I could make it work, but I just glued it all on anyway. However, I would like it to be known that this 5-minute glue is a lie. I had to hold this for way more than 5 minutes. Anyways, let me know what you think. And what movie should I do next? Hey, remember me? I'm the one doing the 80s movies box. And so far I've done Neverending Story, Gremlins, and The Labyrinth. Now I'm doing Ghostbusters. I'm just getting out my basic yellow. It's so basic. Okay, I'm doing the little trap thing on the top. You know what I'm talking about, this thing. So that's what the yellow's for. But I think it also needs some slime. So after I get it all sketched in, I'm painting it 2 coats because I'm using glow-in-the-dark paint and I really want it to glow. I'd say that's pretty glowy. Next, I'm using this black paint and just filling in the bottom. This goo is looking a little too flat, so I'm gonna add some hot glue to it. I know they make glow-in-the-dark hot glue, but my glue gun is Big Mama sized, and apparently they only make it in baby size. So I'm just doing it the hard way. Now let's add some stripies. Stripe, stripe, stripe. Paint. And the top of these drips are lacking something. I mean, look at it. It's bad. It needs something. Hey, look at that. Here's something. So I basically cut and painted this strip out of balsa wood and hot glued it on because we don't have enough hot glue on this project. Okay, it's definitely looking a little plain. So let's add the logo. And it's my favorite time, scribbling out my frustrations. And I was initially against putting the logo on this, but it just looks too boring without it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Would it have been better to leave it off? Oh, and here's a little more hot glue. And then for the stick. And hey, look at that, it's done. Let me know what you think and what I should do next. Okay, stop for a minute. If you like 80s movies, check this out. I'm doing a whole box with 80s movies. Last time I did Ghostbusters, and this time I'm doing Indiana Jones. And there's my project manager, Edgar. Now I'm gonna need some rocks for the background, obviously. So I have this mold that's meant for clay. Actually, it's meant for fondant, but I'm a terrible baker, so I use it for clay. I saw somebody fill a mold with hot glue once, and I thought I'd try it. See, there's more uses for E6000 than you thought. Just a little more fill, and another scrape. All right, and it's filled. Okay, a little disclaimer. The first time I filled this, it worked great. However, the second time I pretty much destroyed the mold and it came out in chunks. So if you do this at home, make sure you spray your molds. With what? I don't know. Pam? I would assume that would work. Unfortunately, I wasn't filming the second time because who needs the same footage twice? And I was expecting it to be uneventful. So you don't actually get to see me destroy the mold, but trust that it was pretty bad. I was able to salvage some of it, as you can see here, but most of it just ripped out in chunks, which you know works for this project. However, I probably won't be able to use the mold again, which is fine. I've said my goodbyes. Anyways, here I am cutting up some of the hot glue and using E6000 to glue it down. Okay, nobody wants to watch me glue the rest down, so let's skip ahead. Aha, look at that. Now to hold it down with heavy stuff. Now to make some elements for the box. Though I'm running out of time, so I'm going to speed through this. Though I'm going to pause to show you how I did the teeth in the snake. Those are toothpicks, and I jammed them into his little head. That's fine. No snakes were harmed. There, he's looking very toothy. And a few other details, and there's a snake. Next, I'm doing the little gold statue. You know, this guy. At least a little sad version of him. But then again, we're running out of time, so bam, there he is. And here's some stone rock faces that I did. So I thought I was going to keep the handle, but I decided I hated it. And it really didn't want to go. This is like an hour of sped up footage, but finally it's free. Gotta fix the holes. Okay, Indiana Jones is like in the jungle, right? I think it's a jungle? No. Anyways, it's a location with vines. So I'm just super gluing this moss on very carefully with these tweezers. All right, screw the tweezers. I'm using my fingers. Anybody else hate the feeling of super glue on their fingers? It drives me crazy. Feels like my fingers aren't my own. Anyways, a whole bunch of moss later, I quickly painted these guys. Well, bam! Look at those. All right, now it's your turn. Quicker, quicker! Bam! And then I painted some skulls on sticks. E6000. Which makes me wonder, is E6000 like a 409 situation? What's a 6000 mean? Is it formula 6000? Like 409 is the formula? Anyways, here's my Indiana Jones side. I added some spiders, and there's the skulls, and of course the statue. Okay, what 80s movie should I do next? Time to add to my 80s movies box. Here's where we left off, and now I'm doing the bottom. All right, you all wanted it. I'm doing Beetlejuice. And I'm going purple, since there's so much green on this box already. And I might have a heat gun addiction, but you know, there's worse
worse things and just ignore that unpaid box. Okay, I am making legs for this box, so I need some wire. I just use floral wire because it's cheap, and if I've learned anything from my father, it's to be frugal. Hi, Dad. And I was mildly entertained by the way this wire dances. And they don't care, Ashley. Stop filming. Okay, now that I've wasted so much time on that, we're gonna have to speed through the rest of this. There, I got 4 wires for 4 legs, and I wrapped them all in tinfoil. And you may be wondering why this video is a week late, or actually probably not, but it's all because of this clay. I ran out, ordered some more, then they refused to ship it, refunded my order, then relisted it for twice the price. Has anyone had this happen? Okay, now that it's all been pastified, because I used a pasta maker, I'm covering each leg with clay. Salad fingers. Moving on. Okay, the first one I'm sculpting is the sandworm, which is probably really boring to watch, so I'll spare you all the details and just give you the highlights like these teeth, which I've made out of toothpicks. Okay, next I'm doing the Beetlejuice snake, and it seems like this box is covered in snakes. Were the 80s really into snakes? Oh, we got some angry eyes on him. Look at this. Here, let's see if I can make him look any better. Not yet. You ever notice that every project goes through this ugly phase? It's kind of like that awkward teenage stage where you hope to grow into a beautiful butterfly. Except I never grew into one. I'm still waiting for my butterfly. And so's he apparently. But it's okay, we can't all be beautiful. So the paint job on this was totally an accident. I was just trying to fill in all the little details with dark color when I realized it looked like wood. And I liked that. I thought it fit my box really well. And this is what they look like. Now let's break out those power tools. Why is this so hard? Like seriously, quit squirming. This is why I'm not allowed power tools. Finally. Okay, 4 holes later and some glue. Here's what she looks like. Now I still have the inside to do, so I still need your 80s movies suggestions. Alright, I'm back with my 80s movies box, and I know you all thought I'd forget Back to the Future, but I was just saving it for the best spot, the lid. And I'm doing the most obvious choice, the flux capacitor. First, I need a switch. And since Radio Shack isn't a thing anymore, I'm cannibalizing this dollar store spider, which was a lot stronger than it should have been. You came from the dollar store. I don't understand. It should fall apart when I touch it. Finally, all that work for this. I have this big string of LEDs, and the plan is to solder on this switch. Though the plan did not go as planned. Stupid solder, didn't want to stick. This is what you're meant to do, stick. Anyways, we don't have time to bore you with my failures. With some help, I got something like this. Alright, I cut up some wood, added some spacers, and covered this embarrassment. Nobody will know. Next, I'm hot gluing some hot glue. That's right, you heard me. Look, I didn't have any plastic tubing, and this was the closest thing. See, it looks fine. It'll be fine. Because apparently I have stock in hot glue, I'm adding more. Anybody else hate hot glue spider webs? And because I suck at time management, I'll quickly show you how I did the rest of the details. I wrapped this cord in yellow and orange duct tape, then stuck a wood bead on it and painted them, and then glued everything into my flux box. And there it is, I just have to add the glass. Then I cut out a hole for the switch and the battery compartment. Now for all my work to come together, the install. I'm not gonna lie, I was afraid it wouldn't fit, but it was fine. I told you it'd be fine. Just a few more details. And will this thing burst into flames because of my poor soldering? I mean, it's not a possibility, but I'm gonna go with highly unlikely. I'm actually pretty proud of this one. I've never really soldered before, so I'm pretty surprised it worked at all. And I still have the inside to do, so keep your suggestions coming. Everybody wanted me to do the Goonies, and I'd never seen the Goonies, and I felt like I had to see the Goonies in order to do the Goonies. So yep, you guessed it, here's me watching the Goonies. Okay, with that out of the way, let's do a map. Now I didn't feel like drawing a map, so I just printed one out and did this to it. Oop, it's on fire. And a little bit of this. And a whole lot of this. All right, we got a map. All right, now let's paint the inside. And dang it, there's where those went. Okay, let's paint it black. Okay, now that it's black, I'm gonna add a wood floor with none other than popsicle sticks. The idea is that it's gonna be the pirate ship. The challenging part is working around these bumps in the floor that's left over from the Beetlejuice legs, but I have a few ideas to cover those. And a pirate ship isn't complete without treasure, so obviously I got my buttons out. Do I hoard buttons? Yes, I do. I hoard buttons. Stop it. Like, you guys don't hoard stuff. Everybody has a thing they hoard. Mine just happens to be super useful. And here are the buttons I picked out to make my coins. So I got my clay out and used the fancier buttons to push patterns into my coins to make them look more real. However, this was super tedious, so I'll speed through this. And here is all my work. Okay, I thought I was going to be super clever and paint these all at once in a mixture. Do not do this. It did not work. Good soup. So I dried them off and started over. This time I didn't cut corners and painted each one by itself. Alright, we can't have treasure that doesn't sparkle, so I added this powder. Sparkly powder. Oh yeah, definitely sparkly. Can't forget some silver. Since it took me a whole day just for the coins, I'm gonna need some filler in my coin pile. And since we've already established that I'm a hoarder, I have this foam block that came in some packaging years ago, and it will make a great filler. All I have to do is carve it into the right shape. Oh, and paint it. Time to glue on the treasure. And I found all this other stuff I could glue on too, because I'm a hoarder. Okay, I'm realizing everything so far has been super tedious, and this is too. I don't know how much of this you actually want to watch me glue on, so I guess I'll speed through it, but it was a lot of work. I will stop for a second and show you I added some natural stones, and also I wanted to show off my stones. Look at them, aren't they pretty? All right, and there it is. Time to glue it in the box. Okay, and then I added this really ugly rock wall, which I took off immediately because it was hideous. And I just went with paint and texture instead, which is also hideous, but less so. Here's the final product. And we can't forget One-Eyed Willy. Let me know what you think. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to finish off this side of the box with another movie. So keep your suggestions coming. All right, sorry it took so long, but this is it. Are you ready for it? The last movie I'm adding to my 80s movies box. I'm doing Poltergeist. It came out in 1982, and I'm doing it in that corner right there. And the most iconic scene is the living room, so that's what I'm doing. But first I have to make a template, and then cut out the template, and then cut out the wood for the template. Oh, right, I'm making a floor, in case you hadn't guessed. It's the floor of the living room, but I need some grass. Trust me, it'll all come together in the end. Maybe. I don't know. But there's my grass. And it just makes sense that there should be weeds. I mean, this family is dealing with a poltergeist. Do you think they have time to mow the lawn? No. You think the dad's out there saying, sorry, honey, I know the TV ate you, but I gotta spray these weeds. Highly unlikely. That's my theory anyway. Okay, moving on. I'm doing the walls. And like every house in the 80s, it's wallpapered. If you tell me your house wasn't wallpapered in the 80s, I don't believe you. It at least had a wallpaper border. All right, now I'm adding these little furniture pads to lift up the floor. And then I go to hot glue the floor down and look at this. Look, is that smoke? What the heck? Apparently I need to turn down my hot glue gun. All right, let's install this floor. And I know in the movie they have carpet or some stupid shit, but I didn't know how to make carpet. Don't make me make carpet. And the wood floor just matches my box. And voila, a floor. All right, let's personalize this room. I have some pictures and we can't forget the TV. Look, it's so cute. All right, let's start on these frames. We don't know who these people are, so let's take out the picture and replace them with some family photos. Okay, the brown on this TV is all wrong, so I painted over it and then cut out these little white noise handprints. Did you call it white noise or was it snow or just fuzz? Anyways, remember way back when a station would stop broadcasting for the night? Because apparently that was a thing, to just stop broadcasting. And you'd fallen asleep with the TV on, probably watching Bob Ross. And all of the 80s children know what I'm about to say. The white noise would come on and scare the crap out of you. Because for some reason it was way louder than the TV was. Are we all traumatized because of that? I know I was. I still can't go to sleep with the TV on. Alright, let's assemble our room. We got the family photos. And we can't forget our TV. And I went ahead and added this cute little teddy bear. But yeah, that's it. What do you guys think? Now, this is the last of my boxes, unfortunately, and I haven't been able to find anything to replace them. So sadly, I think this concludes my box series. Here they are all together. I had a blast making these. And which one's your favorite? I did a lot of painting challenges, but my most popular ones were the light ones. So here's a whole chapter of those. And by the way, a lot of these paintings you can get as prints in my Etsy shop. All right, y'all wanted me to paint a raccoon, so I'm painting a raccoon. And it's been a while since I've done a red light painting, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Here's my box of paint. Each tube is blacked out, so I can't read the name. And let's get started. Okay, I think I'm gonna start with a blue sky. Ooh, that looks like black, doesn't it? It's been so long since I've done a red light painting. I've been busy with other things. I just haven't had time. Put his little white ears in, his little muzzle. This isn't my normal content. I don't usually paint raccoons. However, if you guys demand it, I will paint it. Plus, they're cute anyway. I don't mind. Let's get some dark stuff in him. One of those look black. They all look black. I'm gonna go with this one. Just realizing this is a pretty chunky raccoon, which I'm okay with. I like him chunky. He's cute. I feel like it's all about the detail. The more detail I add, the less precise I have to be with the colors. Oh, he's looking so cute. At least his face looks good so far. I think this is maybe a blue. I don't know. Man, this is a fluffy raccoon. Call him like Fluffer. The thing is, red looks like white in the red light. So I don't know if this is going to be red or white. Or everything will have a red tint because I've been mixing red instead of white. I think I need to do the floor. Oh, you know what? That's definitely purple. It's purple. We'll just put a purple floor. Oh no, is a raccoon tail tip white or black? I guess this one's gonna be white. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine, leave it. Oh wait, do raccoons have claws? Of course they do. No, it's fine. Can raccoons retract their claws? Alright, those feet are looking odd, but that's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Does he have 3 toes over here? Yeah, he does. I should add another toe. Shoot. Oh, that looks wrong. Alright.
It's fine. Pretty sure the ground's purple, but that's fine. It's fine. Gonna put a little yellow halo around him. That's the plan anyway. He's looking rather dashing. I want to use all the colors. All right, should I sign it? Should I give him claws? I'm gonna give him claws. Here come the claws. Oh, I immediately regret this. Too late. Keep going. No. Oh, I don't. That looks terrible. It's fine. Why did I add claws? Okay, it's fine. Oh, you know what? He needs whiskers. Can't believe I almost forgot the whiskers. There's some big whiskers. Ready to turn off the red light. Holy cow. He is definitely rainbow. I can't decide if I love it or hate it. How green his ears were gonna be. And obviously I thought that red was a white. I'm gonna try to paint in some blue light. I'm gonna start with the background here. I think this is a blue. How dark it is, I'm not sure. And then I'm just gonna take some white, put it around this, blend this out. Not even sure I can see my little fishy over here. I think I'm gonna make the fish red. Get some highlights. You know, I thought this was gonna be easy, but I think it might be harder than the red light. I feel like I can tell what color I'm using. It's harder to tell shade than with the red light. Doesn't have to be perfect, I guess. Here, we can't forget our little fish over here. If he was looking at this light, he would have some highlights right on his nose. I actually have high hopes for this one. Of course, now I'm second guessing. Gotta add these little last stupid details that are probably ruining it. Ready for the big reveal? Hey, I did pretty good! Alright, you guys, I'm gonna be painting in rainbow light today. I'm gonna start with the background, maybe like a dark purple. Oh my gosh. This other side, I'll do a different color. I think this might be green. I have no idea what color that is. Add just like a little purple shadow. I don't know. And I'm not really going for accurate colors. I just don't think I can in this light. Hoping this is like a yellow. I don't know. It keeps throwing me off. You forget like the little mold. I always assumed it's mold on the side of his face. Fairly certain that's purple. It might be a little too dark though. It looks like red. Yeah? Just want it to be as colorful as possible. See, how am I supposed to get contrast when like the light keeps changing? My prediction is that it's going to be very yellow, red, and purple, but not in like maybe a good way. Oh my gosh, my eyes have to adjust. Hold on. It's definitely not as colorful as I was hoping for. It's not terrible. All right, I am starting a new red light painting today because this person wanted me to make a dog with human teeth. And I'm just gonna start with what I think is black. Looks black to me. I'm not gonna overthink it. Just getting in some shadows. Oh my god, why does he look so mean? So it's funny, this person who requested this went on a whole bunch of videos and my Instagram a few times to make sure that I got the message that they wanted this dog with human teeth, which I think is hilarious. I kept telling them that it's on the list, just haven't gotten around to it. I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't high up on the list, but I definitely put it on the list because I thought it was funny. And that's why I'm doing a red light painting of it, because I don't have a lot of hope for this one. Like, it's already weird already, so why not screw it up with a red light painting, you know? There, if we angle the eyes a little more this way, he won't be so creepy, angry looking. Kind of less angry, more sad. My goal is to add as many colors as I can. I want to try to use all of the tubes, just because I think it's funner. He's got a weird eyebrow up here, doesn't he? Whoops. I'm really hoping this is white, because it's gonna look really weird if it's not. I'm just hoping it's not red. Now, just because I'm doing a red light painting doesn't mean that I shouldn't try to add as much detail as I can. It's kind of looking cute. We try to give him some brown eyes. Well, his eyes are either gonna look really bloodshot or cute. I don't know. Let's do his gums. Hopefully that's like a pinkish. Always add shadows. Even if you have zero hope for the painting like I do with this one, shadows may save it. Oh, I forgot his nose. That looks kind of green. I don't know. Dog noses have that little split, right? I think so. His snosh keeps getting bigger and bigger. It looks huge, doesn't it? As somebody with a big nose, I am sorry. Feel bad. I'm gonna try to make it smaller for you. Here, we'll just give you a little nose job. You know what? Embrace your big nose. Oh, what did I do? That's not too bad. Not unrealistic, right? It's a dog with teeth. We're not going for realistic, I guess. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. It's trying to look kind of cute in a homely sort of way, right? Oh, it looks black. Looks very black, actually. Oh well. Should I stop? I should stop. I should definitely stop painting now. But for whatever reason, I can't. All right, seriously, I'm done. Let's sign it. Ready? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. You know, it's definitely a look. I do like these eyes. That's interesting. It is goofy looking though. But it is a dog with human teeth, so I don't know what else I expected. Like, I don't hate it. It's just very weird. All right, today I'm gonna paint in rainbow light. Oh my god, how do I pick? Look at this. Completely changes. This is gonna be harder than I thought. This side of the face I'll do cooler, and this side warmer. Get some wrinkles in here. Get his mustache. I must ask you a question. Will this painting turn out okay? That's my question. This is definitely the hardest challenge I've done so far. It's so hard to see. Your values keep changing. The area that I think is light turns dark. Yellow and red have been the hardest to figure out. Is that dark or light? I can't tell. This is the craziest thing I've ever done. Just trying to get it done fast because it's hurting my eyes. Holy cow. Okay, ready for the big reveal? It's not as rainbow as I thought it would be, but I'm okay with it. You know what this guy even looks like?
No.
Do we need to print out a picture for you?
No. The black
Yeah.
with red,
Yeah.
white.
Yeah. And then you have to do a
Black,
background.
white, gray background.
No.
What kind of background do you mean?
I do purple.
Got it.
Okay, got it?
Got it.
Alright.
Alright, black.
Is that like black?
Yeah.
And you can't be wrong. I mean, if you're wrong, you're wrong.
Yeah. That is not black, that's green. No, it's not. So you could do like science. If it looks green to me in a red light, that means it's
Well, you
actually
just
like...
subtract red. So if it looks green, well, that wouldn't make sense.
But I'm also colorblind. And it's red is like my weakness.
It's definitely not black.
That's black.
Yeah.
I was told to only ever use 2 hairs and some air. Yeah, maybe I should too much paint.
That's fine. It'll take 100 years to dry, but...
What? Well, these will be in your Etsy store by next week. For Halloween. What?
Stop smelling it. That's so bad for you. This is how Bob Ross died.
From one sniff of turpentine, he died from one sniff of turpentine? I feel like that's not the case.
A weird smell fetish.
It's called being man. All men do it.
Fair. I'll have to go back in.
My white. Oh, there's rules now.
I make the rules.
As you go along.
No. How long do you think you've been painting for?
5 minutes?
We have 23 minutes on the clock. You can change to a smaller brush.
Too late, I'm already in it to win it. Pick out an orange, huh?
Or make an orange if you find a yellow.
Because that's orange, yellow, and red. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know my color. Okay,
Even Iris can tell you that.
Pick out a orange here. Here's a goddamn orange. Lighten her up. Looks a little dark.
Go doing some mixing.
Little teethies, little teethies.
Little ticky tacky. Oh, also his nose is missing now. It's just a little V.
Vendetta.
Nobody's ever heard of that movie.
What are you talking about, really?
It's old.
Wait a minute, it's old? How old am I?
You're old.
Do the background. Jake is awesome. Jake is awesome.
Color on the bottom versus the top.
What?
Like a floor. I think you should.
Okay. Get the big boy brush out. Some happy clouds.
Yeah. Or sad clouds, whatever.
I can't do sad clouds, actually. I can only do happy clouds.
Good cloud technique.
I've watched Bob Ross a time or two. I think we're done. We ready for the big reveal?
3, 2, 1.
Oh! That was pretty freaking green.
Wow. Look at your clouds.
I can't believe my clouds are that far off.
I know. I thought they were white.
And that concludes over 5 hours of my ultimate art compilation video. Do you feel ultimately compilated? I hope so. That's the goal. Anyways, if you liked this video, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe because it really helps. Okay, I appreciate you guys. Bye.